dvojčica na augu i samo prži, brate. Po 5 metkova svakom i ćao. To sve tako lepo izolovo duele, tu ne veruješ, brate. Ćao, bajta. Jesi ti došao kod Duje? Ne? Ajde, da te cokim jednom. Jesi dobar? Jesi? Jesi slušaš babu? Da. Bandit mali. Jesi? Ajde, sedi na krevetić i gledaj uvijek kako igra. Jel hoćeš?
Gledaj učka.
Ma mali, 2 godine ima.
Mašina, tad su najzanimljiviji. Tad su najzanimljiviji, sve to su provale to.
Hoće da sedne u krilo, ne možeš sada. Od sestri... Opa, čuo sestrine klince. Odvela sestra najstariju djevojčicu na balet, pa... Baci 5. Baci mi 5. Bravo, doktori.
Ni manje, ni više.
Nego Milta, a?
Es.
A to nam je omiljeni Ludspot.
Ajde, idemo.
Znaš, počinki uđu ljudi, vrate u kuće, popnu se na krove i na zvuk. Ili se ukempaju ili nešto, znaš, nemaš nikad imati neki fair
Ne moš čist izaći, da svi izađete.
To ti kažem, razumiješ. Stanu u kuću sa shotgunima i čekate, i, znaš, ono... Ne skaču više, kad vidiš da dobri igrači više ne skaču u počinki, eto, to je zabrinjavajuće.
Pa zato što zna...
Pa evo, bre.
Opet network lag, jebo.
I meni isto je. Meni isto, ja sam mislio da je do mene, vrat. Ja sam mislio da je do mene dobro.
Zveknuo na dobar dan. Ja se vraćam nazad. Jel ima iko tu?
Nema niko.
Kod nas nema.
Ajde, nema veze, ja ću onda ovo luta tu.
Ostani tu.
Ja kad sam vidio da je puklo, odmah sam sustao. Po kolu zero. I kad sam se vratio vidim ovdje skoro u želteru letio. Ali bilo mi je network lag detect do skora. Evo bukvalno dok sam se vratio.
Koliko, bre?
Ja se... Meni je cipnulo možda na sekundu, 2.
Mene na sekundu isto. Dobro. Ti treba red dot ima.
Treba će 2 četvorke nosim, evo. Jel ti meni vjeriš da sam prvi put skočio u novu miltu?
Prečka, vrat.
Bolja je od stare milte za lutat, ali je lošija za fight. Meni makar.
Idemo da vidimo.
Jel si vidio barrel negdje, vrat?
Jesam, evo ti ovdje u... Haj vraću se, ček da vidim 2 iste, one niske, gdje dođu.
Pa ne mogu se vraćati, vrat, opušta.
Vidio sam, hajde markačit. proći ponovo odatle. Evo ti ovdje barrel, na naranđastom pinu.
Dobro. Ti krenu od hangara da luči, jel?
Ja. Ništa, red dot mi ne treba.
Ne treba mi red dot. Meni sve treba.
Extended cijev za kalaš, to je to.
Kalaš nosim, botove kosi.
Kad vidimo ovaj quick draw, mukam.
Ajde, i to sad i nekako. A ranije, potpuno useless bio.
Tačno. Dobro, sad 60% brže reloada nego...
Da, sad baš ima smisla. A sjećam se prije, recimo 2 godine, kad nađeš, samo ga preskočiš, ništa ti ne znači.
Ma nebitan je totalno.
Kad ti treba 8x?
Treba, ali imam šesticu tako, može Gavra ako njemu
Može
treba.
meni šesticu ako ti igra s osmicom. Svejedno
može.
daj mi jedno, uzmi što hoćeš.
Bacio sam ovdje red dot, extended.
Ne treba ne extended. Sad kaj, samo mi cijev treba, kalaš i pun gas.
Idem ja na auto.
Dobro.
Guys, igramo ranked malo dok ne počnu meč.
Ja znam da raskrsnici.
Pa ćemo
Ne,
mečeve.
Ima jedan
Čim
žutom,
krenu
dobro.
mečevi, gasimo.
Evo našao sam i 6 i 8 na istom mjestu.
Eto, nosimo ja osmica, imam je i ja.
Dobro. Evo helikopter ide. Šta kaj, fuck yeah.
Navy Seals.
Navy Seals.
Imam ti flash hider ja na miniju, mogu ti dati za taj kalaš.
Ma ne, veze, lagano.
Njemu.
Ma ne, ako imaš viška daj, ako ne imaš nikom ništa, ba, gazi sam.
Brate, ti me nikad gledao kako pucam DMR-om. Vjeruj mi, meni to ništa ne pomaže. Ja ti lagano...
Toliko kaj loše pucaš.
Imam veliki vertical sense, sad tam
A,
pliva malo.
Mam nema, nego jednostavno... Možda od 7000 sati koliko imam u igricu, ja sam snajperom igrao 6,5.
hoćemo li ja staju gore otići
Ajde.
na ovaj most?
A možemo i na mini rožak.
A može i odavde, he? Svejedno.
Ajmo na mini rožak. Pregledniji je. Niko ne vidim na mini rožak.
Mini rožok. Mini rožok. Ja sam taj grad cijeli svoj život zvao Rožnok.
Rožlo.
A niđe N u Rožok. To ti je nebitan si ko H u Hešot.
Gdje si se ti sad damage-ovao, majke?
Evo, ispao iz auta uganuo zglob.
Parkina je free.
Hoćeš da ti dam skup?
Kome? Jesi ti uzeo svoj skop gdje sam ti bio Marko?
Dobar sam.
Dulke?
Jesa, uzeo sam.
Dulke, ako hoćeš uzmi sebi šesticu ovu.
Ima, evo sam, dao mi on.
Parkina
Dobro.
i pumpa su free, tako da...
Ja ne znam da li sam odigrao meč u zadnjih 6 mjeseci. Da sam imao u prvoj zoni više od 35 ljudi.
Evo, te žive. Stvarno. Ajde idemo crossroad.
Ma free izgleda.
Jeste.
Imate UAZ buggy. Ako vam treba. Meni treba helmet dvic.
Dobro. To naći.
Uopće da je ovo free, brat. Ja sam šokiran, ja.
Evo ti... Ajde daj mi taj flash hider, evo ti kompire ovdje.
Eto.
Evo ti kids. Eto. Evo i helmet. Pa jao.
Auto. Rotacija na mene.
Na nas.
Iza moje kuće hoće da stane.
Low raptor iza tvoje kuće.
Tu.
Mrtvi svi.
Bravo, ne idem, pazi, ne idem, auto tam ide.
I to su naši neki.
A,
Malo smo ih
Ispržio
iskempali. Biće...
ispržio sam ringlu, brat.
Malo će nas psovat sad, ali nema veze.
A jebi ga, brate, nismo ih...
Staje tu, evo. Nismo ih terali da dođu.
Pa,
Da.
takav tajming, brat.
Malo smo se sakrili, ali nema veze.
Ali ja nisam, što je najgore.
No i
brat.
otvorena vrata gore bila. Na kući gdje
A
smo mi
nisu
bili.
mogli da vide.
Ma druže, ja se sakrio za da je čučavac
S vanjske
uvatio.
strane.
A, dobro, to vidim.
Lagani čučavac.
S njihove strane, dakle su došli, otvoreno bilo.
Da, zapravo. Brate, de pomozi drugi, ja igram PUBG Duo i svaki put kad je nešto
Ali ja su stali da
Ojoj,
Bog
pa de,
sačuva.
nek se javi drug na Discord da vidimo možda im
A, da, ovo je
kakvi su mu seti nešto tu
Tu
baš
smo samo
onako.
mi bili dobro postavljeni.
Kakav mu je komb, šta se dešava.
Jalaš, nosim botove kose.
Ali što ljudi uopšte igraju ranked, ako će ga igrati tako, ako juriš toliko kilova i hod dropove, zar nije logičnije da igraš? Ali ne znam, brat, znači to je enigma koju ja ne mogu da riješim
Nekad
nikako.
nemam šta drugo, brat.
Ikon od klana, nema, nije Mare, pa imao sam ja to sve zavisi, on je Divine isto, zna ponekad obzerva neki turnir. To ti je samo observer file i to, te ikonice nisu zapravo tagovi, to jest logo i timova za koje ti igrači igraju. Znaš, ja sam obzervo Balkan Pro ligu sad
Idu hoke.
i meni su ostali logoji tih ekipa i sad proti koje god igrača ti da igraš, ti
Okici
logoji
idu
ti
prema
stoje,
nama.
observer file ti se
Kilova je.
uploada i uvijek su ti te ikonice. Tako da moguće da je Divine radio neki obzerv nekog turnira i onda su mu ostali logoji tih timova sa tog turnira i sad... Zato to vidiš tako. Nema brojeva.
Ima jedan čovjek. Jedna fokica.
Da, brate, poprilično je loš PC. Mislim, nek se javi na Discord, poslaću mu ja video YouTube za optimizaciju. Pa neka proba spasi šta se spasti da, ali... Neko
Ide
perma
negdje
rješenje bi
na-
bilo bolji kompjuter, definitivno, ako je to opcija.
Skače.
Šta treba na rankedu se kempa, tijel znojit? Pa nije meri se, poenta igre je pobijedit meč, razumiješ, ti da imaš 64 igrača živo, da se igra kao što se igraju scrimsi, da se igra kao što se igraju turniri, da matchmaking ima nekog smisla, da rank ima nekog smisla, da ti master rank
Šta je
donosi
stvarno
nešto,
nešto? Možemo
Aj
malo
pogledaj
čistiti.
to
Kao što je u
moje
Apex
kuće, kao da sam
Legendsima,
tu jedan step
bilo
u
bi ti
moje
zanimljivije, bilo bi ti fajta non
kuće. Čeka
stop.
negdje.
Shvataš, ti ovako pola
Ne
gamea,
vidim.
evo vidiš
Otvoren
šta ja
šek,
radim.
brate.
Ovdje,
Razumiješ?
jel?
Da,
Šta
otvoren
ti-
šek, nisam
kako
otvorio
iskustvo
uopšte.
imaš iz ovog
Niti
gamea?
ovaj niko nije ušao u šek bio.
Ti si hod dropovo, počinki recimo, kao što smo mi iskočili Miltu, koja je na ovaj avion hod drop, jel tako? Znači ideš hod drop, ne ideš se
Moj ne ide još jedan.
nema
Nek
nikoga.
nisam siguran, bre.
Razumiješ?
Ne
Ili
verujem da je
ako
ovaj
ima
lik bio u
nekoga
šeku,
pobiješ
udari
se i
auto
onda
i
opet
krene na mene.
3 po zone voziš
Pazi
se
samo
po gradu, ne možeš nikoga naći.
Nema niko, brate.
What the fuck, pa kako je otvoren taj šek?
Nije bio otvoren.
Nije mi otvoren.
Nije bio otvoren, sada bombom razne vrata.
Sorry, brate moj.
Tako da znaš kako,
Ja,
u
veze, provjeru
PUBG-u
svoj nema.
public mečevi
Inače,
se
kad
ne
čuješ u
igraju,
PUBG-u
a
nešto i
ranked
misliš da
mečevi
nije,
su
vjeruj da
public
jest.
mečevi. To je jedina igrica u kome ranked sistem nema smisla. Ako igraš Apex Legends, na primjer, ili ako si ikad probao, tamo znaš jebi ga. Top 500 postaje partneri
Bukvalno sam tu jedan step.
sa developerima Apexa, dobijaju pare od igre.
Da nije auto se
I
cimilo.
vidiš kako se tu igra i u Silveru, i u Goldu, i u Bronzi.
Sada je od 10 minuta.
1 sat vremena igre ti je baš sat vremena igre, brate. Nije sat vremena trčanja, je ono otvoreno ovako. Znaš, stvorila se...
Hungary gore su bili.
Stvorila se...
Severni pucao sam.
U PUBG-u se
se
stvorila
desnu
toksična
stranu,
atmosfera, razumiješ?
Desna sa levom stranom se fajta rotacija.
Toksična, previše atmosfera
Auto?
se stvorila gdje se smatra da ti moraš da hod
Mora.
dropaš, gdje smatra da moraš da juriš.
Ide kao da ide oko
Niko
shootinga se
zapravo ne
vrti
igra
kroz one
PUBG
rupe,
onako
brate.
kako bi trebalo da se igra i
Isto
zato je, i to je posljedica
Evo,
dosta...
ide prema Duliću tamo, prema shooting range.
Znaš, to se vidi na turnirima. Posljedica
Ajmo,
lošeg ranke da se vidi na turnirima, jer ti nemaš gdje da vježbaš. Znači u čitavoj Europi, imaš samo lobby jedan koji može da napreduje po kvalitetu. I to ne u scrimsima, razumiješ?
Shooting range,
Ovi
healing.
ostali igraju ranked i to je to. I onda dođe turnir i GG. Jednostavno competitive scena u PUBG-u ne postoji. Osim ako ne igraš turnir.
Ja ga tu,
Dok u
Naravno da
Apex
ste
Legendsu competitive scena ti kreće od rankeda.
unutra, evo ga na čašku kuće. Dulke, hoćemo li ga? Nećemo da u kuću.
Mutan si, Dulke.
Tu sam. Znači u kući su... U kući 1 ili 2 ili lijevo isto.
Vamo se fajtaju, da. Vidim jednog u kućama. Mogu ga napraviti. Insta. Vamo u rupama se negdje fajtaju.
U kojim rupama? Pin.
Žuti pin, iza žuti.
Dobro, ček, sad ću ja to granatirat.
Ma imam ja 9 bombi lagano. Vidi gdje je blue zona. Vidim jednog na ogradi. Hitovao sam ga. Brate, ovaj lik ima... od 5 kp-a.
Jedan iz ograde.
Paze, u granatlu.
Ako... Ide prema njao. Bravo.
Save Dulke.
Ma jesam.
Moraš još malo, dođi u smog. Dođi vam.
Ne vidim ja odavde.
Šta je sa GLL-om ili ono
healujemo
umre
nas.
GLL?
Tačno tu negdje žuti.
Dobro.
Nisam ni htio stavlja ovaj rukav, ali ne mogu ja
Hoćeš ti?
pucati bez njega.
Idemo negdje nešto pojest. Idemo negdje nešto pojest. Motor iznad mene gore.
Ne,
Šta je? Treba li auto da dođe po vas?
ma sve okej. Mi smo okej, nego igrice.
Ovi su stali vjerovatno šek ovaj gore iznad.
Mislim da imam jednog ovdje, nisam. Jebe nas treća rezolucija. A da li imamo mi Dulke ovu stranu, idemo na drugu, bret.
Tako da meri se moj ne treba se znojit. Ali treba igra za win.
Ja mene buggy.
A to ne znači
Tam
kempat.
Insta kill, kaži?
Ja.
Ovdje avčite, ja ne skiraj se. No, skiriki.
To ti samo znači ne jurit bezglavo. Ali prosto je to nemoguće u ovim ranked okolnostima. Evo, 15 ljudi je živo phase 4.
A, nije.
Možemo naći kilova koliko oni mogu do puta da umru, bre.
Imamo znači ljude negdje na naranđu. Gdje je to?
Ispred nas, u rupama. Sad ću ja
Dobro.
doći. Treba mi 10 sekundi i naši su, bre.
Maš i offense utility, ja nemam ništa.
Imam bombe same, ovaj desno me maltretira. Da su tu u smokovima, jel?
Da, dižu se.
Tačno u smokovima, jel?
Da. Imamo jednog ovdje na plavom.
Šta se? Ma nije.
Tu ti pronaju neđe. Pronaju neđe tu. Na autu. Nije Izvukli su se.
Da. Sad sam ja ušao u sandvič.
Eto i mene.
Možemo se mi izvući odavde.
Dobro, on je noko jedno. Sad ih možda treba pritisnuti da ih ubijem.
A zona ih pritiska, samo igraju odavde. Evo i s lijeva su prišli vam. Ja, ne. Ajde da gledamo ovo. Ne mogu, nisam se ni zagrio ni ništa. Iznerviran se odmah čim failam sve.
Are really the only ones that are kind of finding that pathing to maintain the points per game, whereas you were talking about with Tycon, one game. I mean, sure, I believe it was the Tego game. He also managed to survive for quite a while, get some damage, get a kill here or there. But big difference between what happened in the game that followed.
Yeah. I mean, the games like that, like, more than make up for the rest of a slightly lackluster day for Tycon before that. So, you know, Legacy struggled a little bit. Hide your strats. You know, actually, I think it's just the current drops teams where they're
they
dropping
can't have
on
paper.
those maps.
No paper allowed for you.
Can't have those. Yep.
No strategy.
You can look at them, but once the game starts, then you got to do some other stuff. So give us a little love there as well. But yeah, Legacy needs to pick it up. Relatively quiet yesterday. There really isn't too much to say other than the last game where they kind of got a little bit deep into it, but that was about it. Tyloo, so-so day, I'd say, is where I feel about that. So-so.
They're one of the squads I think can have a pop-off there, right?
Yeah.
We know the fact that Chin can just absolutely explode and destroy everything around him. The problem is sometimes that squad can also destroy themselves in that strategy, and that's kind of been their own independent issue, as we do have ourselves prepped and ready, moving into our Miramar game, first game of the day, kicking it off on one of my favorite maps. I can't say my favorite map anymore. I don't know. I really enjoyed Bikindi yesterday.
You're a betrayer? You're a Miramar betrayer now?
Well, okay, look. Right now, I'm just with Miramar until Rondo comes out. Is the way I see it. You know,
I see.
I'm just kind of like dabbling around. Once Rondo hits, then we'll be done.
You're going for the new hotness. I got it. All right, I feel you. Oh, this plane is absolutely garbage. I love it. just horrible. Let's go. Right over the east side. I mean, these are planes that like to go to Puerto Paraiso potentially. We'll see. But a similar plane path yesterday. It was kind of flipped in the direction because it more started Campo Militar and went towards Puerto Paraiso, but it ended up going up more towards Cruz de Valle in the long run, kind of in between there and El Azahar. So, look, anything's possible here. We'll see exactly what this one wants to show us.
I mean, one of my favorite areas of Miramar to watch competitively is that area that's kind of south of Los Leones and going to be west of Puerto Paraiso, right where the plane path is cutting off the get-go. One of the few green sections of the map, right? But on top of that, it also provides a lot of very interesting areas to play, provided you can get away from the fields with the sprinklers in them. That's the only downside of that area.
Yeah.
But I really just enjoy specifically that recessed hillside down into Puerto. I think that's a really fun in-game location.
Yeah, the tires on those sprinklers aren't quite big enough to really give you much safety. A little bit for sure, but not a ton. And Pau Pau had a really, really good day for Tianba. 12 kills for him yesterday. 7-7 was strong. Actually, everybody on Tianba actually had pretty strong days overall. That's why they're in 5th right now. Their placement points maybe not as good as what we saw with them, obviously, because they won 3 games in the first day. And we're way over to the east. Don't get your hopes up.
Don't look at me. You know I'm not.
I can tell by the look on your face, Matt. I know you. I've known you for long enough.
I'm actually more excited about Impala, dude. I love Impala endings.
No, Impala circles are great too. I really like. I mean, it's difficult terrain for the players to navigate, but there can be some really fun moments around that area.
It's a very dynamic city, and I enjoy the firefights that happen inside of it. And we haven't. Most of the urban endings have been happening on like the Group B stages, so we've been getting mostly like sparse endings. So
yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. We also do have truck stop that's going to be in play. Azahar also going to be up into the north. Yes, the islands.
Hello.
But we also do have that area that's going to be to the east of Los Leones. That's a very strong ending position. A lot of verticality and plane combinations. It's almost like a set of plateaus that are going to be over there. Really, really fun.
Yeah, these circles generally like to go around Impala in some fashion or another, whether it's north, west, or south. More likely than not, we're going to be going north of Impala. Already seeing Tai Lu split out in that direction. Tai Lu really wisely here. There's a couple compounds in the vicinity of North Impala that are really, really strong. I wouldn't say they're as good as the God compounds that are west of water treatment, but they are still almost as good. So definitely smart for Tai Lu here to get out to an early position, claim that valuable real estate.
I will say that we do have a lot of that western field for Impala in play, and while there's a lot of fun, cool sections of the map, west of Impala, not. It's pretty much a no man's land, and hay bales, a recess along that road that's just going to be to the west of Impala. That's about it whenever we work up. I mean, you do have the ramp. The ramp is cool.
The ramp's nice.
When we're talking about the ramp is there, and that's like, I don't know, almost a kilometer square, then that kind of tells you something.
Yeah, and there's like a couple houses along the road and on the outside of the fields that are really, really strong in those circles. So definitely going to be keen to see who's going to take what and how it all shakes out. But I think like a lot of the teams are going to be looking at this. Sonic's already drifting to their north. Again, Tai Lu.
Ja mislim da na PCS-u question mark drži.
You've got to kind of think about the probabilities of how these circles are going to move because of the land ratio terrain. And in this case, north of Impala is more likely
Ja nisam vidio to Devarici, ja se izvinjam.
You can see that Foot's kind of reading that same thing. Beamy already coming over here, trying to get that hillside specifically that's just to the east of Impala. A very strong, I mean, it's the power point in the circle right now, unless you're going to be moving more into the north. Most of our teams pretty comfortable in this rotation. I mean, the north is going to be pretty barren for right now, but there's going to be some opportunities for teams to work with. Our Picado team in 17 Gaming, yes, we have to address it at least once. Sonics are dropping into the east. They're not dropping on Pachinki Picado. There is no hot drops between them and 17. That bad blood is finished, and instead of destroying each other, they both decided, hey, look, let's just settle this, do our own thing. And oddly enough, with the circle, it's been very favorable for Sonics due to that.
Sure, yeah, no. And it's been favorable for both teams. Both teams have won an international this year, so definitely, you know, I think again, I always say that discretion is the better part of valor, and absolutely the Sonics, you know, knew that they could still win without going into that, you know, desired loot location, and they proved it at PGS too. So credit where credit's due. They have been absolutely nuts this year, and this is a good opportunity to get some points. I'm a little bit, God, I can't help this, but I'm looking at Tai Lu on the map, and I'm really concerned about this 2-1-1 split they have. Okay, finally a Tungmu's moving, because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be forced into this northern area, and there actually isn't like a super ton of amount of stuff because so much is water. So I'd be really worried, especially with the caliber of this lobby, especially with how smart the players are in this lobby, that you're going to lose a player early potentially if you try like a 1-1-2 split or something like that.
We saw them for just a second, and that was LG. LG has a very strong compound in the circle, depending on how the circle's going to pop, which directions it goes. It's got oversight onto the fields, but also has defensible position to that northern hillside that's just going to be, it's just east of Minas Generalis. So you guys should be pretty familiar with that compound. Truck stop still open. Nobody's wanting to play the math on that one. QM we did see do an emergency pickup just one moment ago. They're going to be in the northeastern area right along the coast.
A nema ti, mislim, nju Capsta kidao neki da viš.
Twisted Minds of a similar mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is a great circle for a drop. You could get on top of the
Znaš
mountain.
ti šta je
that's to the east
telepatija?
of
Ovo što
Impala,
si napisao.
potentially, but the problem with that is going to be Foot is already up there on one side of it. QM trying to land, Fex trying to prevent it, not going to be able to do so. And QM is like kind of surrounded FaZe here on this landing. They're on both sides of the road, so let's see how QM is going to want to regroup. This is a tricky
Ali
spot for
skontajte,
both
futbolisti
teams.
8,
You know, with FaZe
FaZe
being surrounded
12,
on two sides,
Twisted
but with
9.
QM being bisected
Vi ste
by this FaZe
u
clan
čuni, brate.
setup.
Aduzi did find
Ovo
some
nije
type of
velika
vehicle. I don't
razlika
know
kad
what it
pogledaš.
is,
Tu su svi,
so,
brate,
yep, he's got himself
he's got a
Vice
Bronco.
Plane.
Bronco, so
To je
he should
jedan
be able
dobar
to be
game.
fine. He could allow them to regroup. And
neki
Ludo's going to go ahead
Evo,
and spot
počeli
up
su.
kicks.
All
Počeli
good,
su.
izvodio, brate.
This area already been kind of surrendered. Sonics, I'm not quite certain. This is their home territory for
Perfektis ga
Now,
unakazio,
I
ovaj ga
should
sam
say.
pogodi jednom.
But odd that they're playing this position, and they've kind of relented a lot of the other ones. But that is our first blood. So with this, we've got N2936UPMEMVK.
Yep, there you go. Get that code in there. In the
VK.
PUBG client in the eSports tab up in the top right. But yeah, I mean, it is a little surprising. I'm not surprised what Twisted Minds did. Like I said, they want to drop on top of a mountain. That is Twisted Minds' MO. They found
Vole se ljudi popeti na planinu neku više nego lepo da jedu. Ali kad ih...
They're still going to be playing coast there.
Planinici.
Sonics at least, you know,
Do they know something about
Ali kad vidiš da im dan krene tako što su na planini i uzimaju kilove, znaš da će biti 80 plus dan.
Kills if this goes island, and they're surrendering most of the major power positions to play from outside of Impala to do so.
Čini mi se da su najopasniji ovako kad su uza zid. Kad nemaju
Impala's
ide.
already been surrendered to NH. Twisted Minds in their compound. This is to give that up, to move to the low ground near the coast is a very peculiar call at this stage.
yeah, I'm
Ti se
very
ovdje
curious
nemaš ništa, brate.
what their circle math tells them about this particular setup, because
Star je bio
there
mrtav,
could be
to je
something
to.
I'm not reading where these are very
To je on
likely
uradio
to
sve
end
što je
maybe
mogu.
just a little bit
Nije
north of
ravno
them or,
vozio, jebi ga.
in that valley potentially as well.
Oj, su samo
Based on
pogodili
the
sve.
statistics that they have on these, because a lot of these teams
Auh.
run tons of simulations. Well, speaking of running, Day Trade might be running into Foot.
Played this one, so it does look like Day Trade might have an idea something could be going on over here.
They see a car. I think they saw that. That
they're,
coupe.
they're selling it down. They're going to go ahead and get the first shots on.
Nema
Wow,
šanse da se
good
udari.
turn back around for Vard. See, is going to get the knock onto Flash.
Samo i
That's
kud
going
vest.
to be their high ground advantage for Day Trade lost.
Yeah, really nice sneaky position there for
Oh,
Vard.
good
That
job.
caught Flash off guard, but
evo
Linju
ga.
still actually Pow gets it.
Ukrala
So
Tiamba.
Tiamba, they've been doing a lot of this, or they're happy to third party these fights very early
Dere,
on.
Pow.
They still have Puchil's underneath. Tiamba actually, Puchil's is way out. You can't even see him on your screen. He's so far out, but he's past Tiamba to their south.
Nema šans, pa
I mean,
pogledaj gdje je
where we saw
kupe
Lynch
jebote.
taking
Iza šeka u
shots
rupi,
into
nema
Day
teorija
Trade,
su ga
he's
vidio.
further away than that.
Yeah.
Further south, the same pathing. That is
Exactly.
absolutely crazy.
He's out
So,
Livornia,
Pretpostavljam da znaju gdje
yeah,
skaču.
I mean, he is
Možda
the
su vidjeli
southernmost player
rotaciju
we could
kad je
potentially have
dolazili
at the
nekog.
time. Looking out,
Ćava.
nothing
Da,
else
pretpostavili
really
su.
dust up situation,
Ruče.
as I think that most of the positioning is pretty
Drži na
much
manje donat
cemented
i
for right
deliš.
now. Legacy being one of our few moving factors, they are going to be getting pretty
Ova
close
Legacy ekipa mi se
to
sviđa.
in their line. If they're discouraged
Ali
from
bojim
this
se da neće
rotation,
dalje.
that will push them down into either FaZe or Asla.
Yeah, it's been rough sledding.
Opa.
17 points total
Dobro,
for
kad ga
Legacy,
udario bok.
along with QM. NH, after winning their group, down in the bottom phase as well, won their group. They're in 12th. It's been a struggle for some of our top teams in the group stage, and that just shows you how difficult this lobby is. The caliber of players in this lobby is absolutely ridiculous. Legacy gonna have to take a position over to the east for now, north of phase. This is probably fine. You know, I don't expect QM. They've got two players in a car. I don't expect them to drive into this. I think they can fan out. The only thing is, if they keep going, they're going to run into Donawa, who's already posted up here out in this field.
Yeah, of all the teams you could potentially move near, this is probably the least likely one that you want to deal with. Anonix is even going to be to the northeast of this position, so technically Legacy is pinched by Donawa at the time. Gizera is going to be tail end of this rotation. But actually, no, they look like they're going to pull right into this one. Loki hits the Panzerfaust to go ahead and open it up. VHE is going to go down. Circle does stay on the main landform itself. No island going to be in play.
Ne mogu oni ukloniti planina koliko BATULIN može da ih...
At least some type of
da ih
retaliation
nađe.
coming up from LFP.
Yeah, no assistance there yet, and Onyx was trying to get over. Soul was banged up, so he couldn't back Loki up. Loki took the brunt of the damage there. Yeah, he had the Panzer, got one, and Onyx flips, and that was pretty stylish. Gets right out on his feet and ready to roll.
Dobar nade može biti.
Roll is all I saw coming out of that one. And done with not even losing a step off of it. Soul going to take down LFP. That's going to be pretty much the end of that fight. Gizera off in the distance, just going to be watching it. You can see already taking bullets.
Yeah, FaZe trying to look into this fight now, but they're taking some damage from Salute. But Salute's out in the open, and Jeems has him. Nice barrel spray there. That's a pretty decent distance.
Sedaju i livaju, 100%.
Yeah, I'd say about 50 meters or so, so not
Ako
bad
ne
at all with
livaju,
that
ovo
barrel.
ludi su.
Curious to see what FaZe opts into doing here. They know the fact that they've been monitoring the kill feed. They know that they have a man advantage, already got one down. Donawa is technically outside the save zone, and now Gizera also trying to get back involved in this, see if maybe he can get a kill point or some type of vengeance in. So it is going to be finished out, and it is going to go over to FaZe. Now, Donawa, where are you going to go? I mean, FaZe running this 2-2 split has kind of locked them out.
Yeah, this is a great play for FaZe. This is very opportunistic. They have, you know, as soon as they see one knock and flush into Donawa, they know that they've got an easy cleanup potentially coming through. A knock on a Twisted, trying to come down off these mountains, and they're going to pay the price. That is
Ili neko drugi ga vidi izgleda.
You know, the monkey's paw of going up on top of these mountains, right?
Yeah.
You say, well, we get the high ground, we get a lot of advantage, but when you got to come down, it can be very, very treacherous, and Lou is going to be the one to suffer.
Great for your fantasy team, terrible for the team itself if they have to move. Like, they're going to rain up so much damage over there. Problem with it is damage doesn't mean anything on the leaderboard overall. So we do have a couple of teams that are trying to skirt up underneath right along the coastline. That's going to be Foot as well as Day Trade. FaZe not going to really hard defend this gate. Keep on Donawa. No surprise there. They've already weakened them out. They've got the man advantage. Lean in, get that inside territory, as there are a couple of compounds that are available just to their south, and that's kind of what they're eyeing out.
Foot now wanted to kind of take a peek at this fight that was going on over here, and instead, I think FaZe either saw or heard this, and they're actually kind of fanning out around the Foot setup here. They've got a great position along this edge.
Yes, brate,
Going
bukvalno.
back to Donawa and Legacy, I think Legacy
Treba u
made a bit of a
Brazilu da
mistake.
naprave.
In a way, I think they could have stopped up
Da,
where
tamo je
Gizera
publika
is right
naći.
now and been safe for a while, then moved up to the high ground into this current circle.
Šta
Instead,
si
I think they
rekao?
kept
Malo se
rotating. I
čuješ nešto.
assumed no one would be over in that
Gleda
field, but I've
se
seen Donawa
turnir
do
u
this
Brazilu.
multiple times,
Ma
where
kako
they go set
nisam,
up in that
druže.
field because
ti
pretty much no
Boga,
one goes there.
Ono
and
je
both
san
teams just
svakog
kinda
igrača.
expected no one to go there, and it ended up costing both of them pretty dearly early on. But
kako
Legacy is the team that cannot
bejta
afford to
za
have those
Gustava.
kind of situations in the early game. And there you go, Gustav ready for Vard.
I mean, just reads it perfectly. And what we're seeing is just
Šta radi Yates?
the control, right? These squads that are vying for positions, and this is pretty tight fight. I mean, if you look at it, FaZe isn't in the top 8 yet, so every single kill that they can get is going to be vital for them.
Gusto je
Foot,
mrtav,
in
nema
a
šta.
similar fashion,
I
technically
to ovo je
ahead
direktno
of
fight za
FaZe
8.
right
mjesto.
now, but by just a narrow
Hello.
margin. Squad wipe onto them could essentially put FaZe ahead of them, and they realize
Osim-
that. So need to be careful. QM is also going to move in.
Osim
That
ako
position I was
question
talking
mark
about, the
ne ode da
compounds
pomogne
with
malo.
FaZe and Foot now fighting. That means that QM did manage to steal that one away. Beanie saying if maybe he can get Beam in a shot, and does. Manage to
promenio
knock on
sense.
effect. Spins back around. Corexi managed to get the knock on one. Beam is going to go ahead and get the knock on a Corexi, and it is just trade upon trade.
Yeah, a great flank out here from James and Gustav gave Beamy a really difficult situation to deal
šta
with
T-Bone
after he got
čeka
that
do
knock.
sada
Some
da im
nice shooting from
pomogne?
Beamy.
Majke ti.
T-Bone now, well, are you going to stick around and try to clean up a few more kills, or are you just
Što
going to
znači FaZe je
try to
full
go
up.
for something late game, try to sneak some points out? Looks like he is going to see if he can find these flushes onto FaZe. Fex over by the tree, I believe, and T-Bone can't quite find the angle. He's still got to worry about a couple players behind him as well. Still, Onyx hunting Guizera, not even going to realize it. Yeah, Onyx just catches him as soon as he gives away those sound cues.
Koliko je lik van
Playing for
zone.
survival now, the circle did
I
pop
još
in this
najjače
fight, so
vraća
we are
se nazad,
watching,
već
and
ima
it is
auto
going to be
neko.
going just north of Impala, so that we are going to have truck stop and
He's
play in the
fast.
hills that really are kind of one of our newer formations, but provides a lot of trenches, different areas for these players to try to navigate, move through. 17 Gaming, though, already has pretty decent control in it, and they're going to have Asla that they're going to be contending in. NH just moved to the west next to them and distracted them for just one moment, but now it looks like all their attention is going to shift back over into that Asla line.
Yeah, this could have been potentially okay for Asla if New Happy had gotten involved. Like if somehow Asla had found a knock on a 17, I think that would have been the go signal for New Happy or NH eSports. And instead, now NH is in a bad spot and they're taking a lot of damage.
Little Ghost just going to rein him in. Xiaowu is going to go ahead and get the knock, the flush onto the other one. And now this position from NH being absolutely punished. CC's the only one that's going to be over here. Ming Ming's going to be pretty close to LG and Snakers, so that could be its own independent problem. And now it is just going to be about trying to get control of this truck stop area. But don't count out T5, who's just north of this, that has that under control.
Yeah, absolutely. T5 is in a really solid position to kind of work their way south. The concern I have, man, is NH doesn't fully commit to that third party. Like they pull up short, and that gives 17 the opportunity to recognize it and respond. And 17 is so good with grenades, they just do not miss. And it's actually T5 who's going for these mortars onto NH, and NH is like, yeah, okay, we need to move. Ming Ming is literally 1 HP, so if a mortar gets even
Jazla I Teraton 5 imaju
trouble,
mortar.
that one not going to be even.
That's
anywhere
back
in the
in his old
vicinity.
position.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the whole reason why he was like, no, I'm not even going to med. I'm just going to move. Keep in mind, T5 does have truck stock under control, so they can kind of harass this for a while. If they go and find a couple more mortars, they can kind of do whatever they want over here. But it is going to be getting a bit closer into 17 Gaming, who have separated out, realizing, okay, no grouping. Grouping's going to be the death of us, so we got to make sure that we keep this a bit more under control. They are center of the circle, so a lot of that mortar, a lot of these throwables are going to be going their direction now.
Yeah, Adder going for some really short-range mortars. I think that's almost min distance for the mortar. It probably is min distance or close to. I think it's like 121 meters or something like that is the minimum distance for the mortar. So that's a really tight shot for Adder to land. And wisely, 17 fanning out. FaZe has another knock here. This time it's Crexy, and T-Bone gets Gustav on the backside, so T-Bone able to get some revenge. Gustav going to be flushed by Phil first. A doozy on the front line for QM.
This is going to be a big firefight. QM is going to need to try to hold the line onto it. They have Day Trade back behind them, being its own independent problem. It's going to be Nurens that has moved very close, also trying to harass him. What's going to be going on with FaZe? Let's not forget T-Bone's also going to be back behind this, as well as Anonix. So a couple of X factors to watch as we're going to be moving forward, but it looks like FaZe is starting to figure out how they want to control this area. Issue is, it's just too many angles to try to control. You can see just down behind that little smidgen of a hill, and T-Bone's going to be coming up back behind. He hears this firefight, and it is going to be 100% available to pick this up.
Yeah, great grenade from Dante, finds Fex, but it's actually T-Bone again, stealing a kill here.
Da, bukvalno.
Well, he got a knock. He didn't get the first kill that he got. It was stolen by Phil first, so, you know, you get one, I get one. All's fair for those two players. Now T-Bone out in the open. Jeems still good with that barrel. Really nice stuff, but Dante is going to finish him out. Still a 7-kill game for FaZe is a really strong start to the day.
Yeah, I mean, trade for trade is going to be pretty big there. QM was needing those points as well. So on a bit of a climb, going to be chasing after LG, who's pretty comfy inside of the circle. Teams are going to have to rotate in. We still have QM, Anonix to solo up, Sonics, who
Ja bih rekao dođe jedino nju Happy ne može proći.
Tiamba as well as Cerberus regrouping.
I to ne teoretski, teoretski mogu, ali ovako po tome kako igraju nema šanse. New Happy Legacy.
After they lost kickstart early, Tiamana got cut right in front of Cerberus. This is really good pathing, really good timing potentially. Tough to hit these shots onto that Murado. It's got that hard top, so it's really, really difficult to get those bullets to sneak through those very thin windows. And nicely done here by Tiamba to get at least somewhere into this circle. Now, it's going to be tricky. There's still a lot of teams that are very powerful and still have 4 players up. So, again, they're going to be under pressure right away from 17 and have to prone down.
This is a very scary place to have as many mortars firing off as we do see. It's means that pretty much Tiamba, 17 Gaming, NH all could kind of have mortars coming in their direction, and Tiamba looks like it's going to be the new target. New guys on the block coming into here. They do have that dip. Not a lot of information. And whoa, going to have to be careful. Zhao also stepping right into Tiamba. Going to go ahead and get the knock onto 3 of them, and this is pretty much done.
Whose mortars were those? Because that just set up 17 beautifully to come in here and do near fatal damage to Tiamba with only 1 player left. I mean, everybody else is just dropping like flies. And Onyx in the meantime did find a kill on the backside. I'm very keen to keep track of that. I mean, every kill Donald gets is just money in the bank. But 17, I love how proactive they are. They spread out. They're so good at controlling their own space, and they're so good at taking advantage of sound cues and situational, you know, observations. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, you were talking about the mortars coming in. I can't tell if that was... I don't know. It was on that same angle as 17 Gaming, but it doesn't look like we see them with any mortars. Now then, we've got pretty much the mess over in the east has calmed down. Day Trade's got control over that. It's going to be Twisted Minds just to the south of it. New Circle's going to pop, and it's going to go to the southwest. That means that all of this firefighting that we've been watching for so long
LG zavisi sve sad od gejma,
we just saw Tiamba get decimated.
This is a really good opportunity for LG.
Dobro sad ako ne vina i ovaj game što su dobili poklon, ne treba da prođu dalje.
They feel like they've dropped a couple opportunities they had to get a chicken dinner in games. This is a prime opportunity. They've got the best compound in the circle. They've got full control over literally half the circle, essentially. Xiaobei just continuing 17's reign of destruction in this lobby. I mean, they're basically in. They're good to go into the grand finals at this point. They literally need like 2 or 3 more points, and they're at the precipice of being 100%. Yeah,
they're at a gatekeeping position where they can hold out as a Day Trade, maybe even Twisted Minds. Anonix is still going to need to make his way into this. Watching how I believe Sonics got destroyed just 1 moment ago. 17 Gaming though with this control point, yes, they can make it into the circle. It's really just a matter of how much damage they want to do, but it is going to be Twisted Minds rolling right
gle,
up onto the
Twisted
hill,
jest
opposite of them.
baš
Gonna stop
lošoj
for just 1
poziciji.
second, and this is going to be one of the reasons I love this territory right here. You can really do this. There's not a lot of very long-range vision locations. So many dips that these teams are trying to play around. It means the fact that you can navigate it, stop, foot push in, and make some really big plays.
Yeah, it gives you the opportunity to get in a relatively fair gunfight with your opponents and try to outduel them, try to really
Ali jedan
showcase,
ok na day
your
trade, jedan
individual
ok na
talents and
Tajlu
skills. So a lot of fun to
učinit
watch
će
there.
magiju.
T5 has the northern dips here all to themselves. They should be able to take control of them for now, assuming Osla doesn't wrap all the way back behind him. Tanadal, the young star for T5, going to be driving up and around, maybe picking up his teammate Day Trade in the blue, and not much they can do. And Onyx still behind him, looking for a few more points, potentially. Good shooting from Belmont, though. I don't
Ne
think he's got
kontam
first aid
fintu,
in time.
glups.
The problem with it, it's mutually assured destruction over here.
Ja ću Day Trade umro.
Getting taken down. Twisted Mind still needs to move up into
Sad
17.
Twisted Minds ima na
Aslan's
stranu,
still going to have
koliko
to make a move
toliko
of their
clear.
own. Don't forget about good old Anonix back there, still alive. I mean, he's just been nomming on blue for so long. That's all he knows at this point. Cerberus has been trying to move into the circle, but having contended up with Ty Lu. T5 is going to get more control over there.
Yeah,
That's going to be Aslan getting eliminated. Now the fight's going to be breaking out between 17 Gaming as well as Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds going to get eliminated. And now it is starting to get more and more control as we're moving into phase number 5 with only 21 alive.
I mean, 17 is so crisp with their timings and so crisp with their shooting. No one can really get any opportunities to third party them. They barely suffered any knocks.
Jebi
They've
ga,
got 8
tempiraju
kills.
formu, oni
They're
neće igrat naredna 2 dana.
just destroying this lobby right now. Now they've got Ty Lu below them, Cerberus from afar. But it seems like we might be destined, and maybe T5 gets involved eventually if there's some knocks, but with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams with 5
Ovo je njima
players
ideal,
left,
ovaj
anything can happen. You just
suđu.
need a couple good shots, and you can really change the destiny of how this is going to lay out for you.
All I can say is buckle up, guys, as we've got 17 and Donna, one of the top 2 positions right now. Pretty firm in their placements. Realize the fact that they're going to be going forward in the grand finals. That means
Loša
that
stvar
these
za
guys are gonna be
Twisted
doing
Minds je
some
što
fun stuff
Tajlu
is
ima
sometimes
dobru
just hanging out
poziciju,
in
oni su
blue, but keep
11.
in mind, he's now into placement points. He's managed to survive in and
A
buy
poprilično
something
imaju
for
dobru
squad
zonu
one,
za
up to
win.
4 kills. He's pretty much dead, but he's got those 5 meds slowly walking. Guys, he's got like a kilometer and a half to go.
He can't make it.
Yeah, well,
It's
no,
not
not a
possible.
kilometer and a half, probably about 300 meters.
Yeah, it's actually just not possible. He just doesn't
Yeah.
have enough first aids. It's fun to watch him try, and a well-deserved round of applause. He did a great job in this game. 4 kills, got placement points.
This is actually its own mechanical skills, making sure you're timing this all out right. We often see people screw this up, and he's managing to survive, but it's just going to be a matter of time. Alas, poor Anonix, we knew you so shortly. We appreciate everything you managed to do. Can you get another knock before you go? With my last breath, I stab it. No, doesn't get it.
Nice try.
He tried, and I'm sure he would like to do some damage to the 17 if possible. But a really solid game. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Mime actually going to steal that point away from 17, though. Very needed that LG gets any kills they can get. They've already got 3, but they really want to shoot up that leaderboard. I mean, one good game, and you're talking about being up in 5th, 4th place. So let's see what they can do. T5 on a mad dash towards the center of the circle right now, taking decent amounts of damage. We're right into
Ja ne znam gdje su planirali ovi momci.
To navigate past. It's going to be 17 Gaming and LG, but now the harassment's going to be coming up from back behind him. Cerberus, who's been having to hold out this position for so long, now starting to find
Nije im baš najjasnije.
back. Snakers wants a piece of this as well, but it's all coming up for Cerberus. Finally, 17 Gaming is going to be able to take down Tongmu. As
Ajde, dobro.
Tyloo also needs to position into this, and that's going to be T5 getting eliminated. LG really trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this position.
Ovo je morao biti krš na 17, oni ništa drugo nisu
A
mogli.
couple of free kills in that rotation, and they just weren't quite set up for it yet.
Yeah, they just weren't quite in the best of positions. Snakers had some opportunities to do some damage. But they couldn't quite come through.
Ovo je bio
Does
call
have
IGL-a.
in the background, so
Sendaj
definitely
kroz
something to
sredinu,
keep your
naćemo
eyes on
nešto.
there. One of the best players in the world so far this year has the best gun in the world. So he could absolutely do some things with it. Tyloo hoping to not,
Koliko traje moj devarice prvi
what
meč?
happened yesterday with Tycon again, where he kind of ruins their chances of potentially winning a chicken dinner. Snakers still
Brat mrtav, ali ne odustaje, jebo mater, kinesko, korejsko, japansko. Jebeni Ironix.
With that SLR puts him right back to the other side of the hill.
Got to be careful moving in. We are in a straight-up 4-way team fight. Everybody's got 4 members up. 17 has more control over the circle, but again, it's phase number 6 right now, so there's a couple of options for shifting. Don't think because they're in the center now that they're going to stay that way. Tyloo, LG, and Cerberus to some extent all playing up against the edge. Cerberus definitely in the, I guess, more disadvantaged position whenever we look at what's going to be going on. Tyloo not necessarily in the best either, as they're just going to have to cling into a valley, and 17 does have vision on that. LG, though, thinks that they have some pathing options to move in, but 17, I think, already reads this too clean.
Yeah, they see this. They heard it and they saw it, so they're able to direct Suju's grenades. He's a lone player up there, and this is forcing LG to really take their time. They're going to have to hug the edge of the blue, potentially making it a little bit easier here for Suju to kind of predict and pre-fire. Potentially, there is that MG3 in the hands of Snakers, can do some damage, but LG really needs to keep the rest of 17 at bay. I don't know if they have any smoke grenade launches.
Look at the opportunity with this, though. Tyloo is now, with 17 distracted, crept right up back behind 17 Gaming. With that solo play, the nades coming out, LG is going to retreat back down to the west where they had control 4. Cerberus has already moved into this position, so just that one solo holding the line could potentially spell the doom for LG and how they're going to be moving into this.
Yeah, Snakers is in a lot of trouble. He's flanked by the Cerberus team, and they are already letting loose with grenades. Responds with his own, but he's done. The car explosion is going to do the job onto Snakers, and Cerberus now really starting to hammer down on LG.
The only benefit to this is roughly Tyloo's trying to move into 17 at the same time, but Cerberus has just got the angles into every bit. And let's not forget about our solo from 17 Gaming.
Treba da nam pokaže fight Tyloo i 17 Gaminga. To je jedino bitno.
Solzi's going to go ahead and drop the blue zone nade, and it's just going to be a continued collapse from LG as here comes Cerberus right up in their face.
Yep, stuns are out as well. Suju wanting to see if he can steal a few of these points away from Cerberus.
Daj tamo na 17 i Tyloo.
From Tyloo, but immediately they're just shutting him down. Lil Ghost, Xiao Bei.
Ovo je dobro, ovo je odlično za Twisted Minds.
Instantly stops that one. Lil Ghost, high ground. They're going to go ahead and finish that one out. Nice 1-2 punch coming out from them. What is 17 Gaming going to do?
Sponzorisano, jest, brat. Prvi sponsor kanala, Coca-Cola, ali Zero Cola. To je druga firma.
Now using that reprieve, they do have Mime down. It's going to be Cerberus. Hamas very, very close to see if maybe he can close this one out against LG.
Super wise here by Cerberus. If you can eliminate the biggest threat in this lobby, just leave Hamas on his own with this P90 to just kind of keep LG from getting the res onto Mime, making sure Rello is pinned, but there has been a res that came through.
Brat sjebo C na tastaturu.
A lot of focus from Cerberus leaning into LG, and now 17 is trying to exploit it. LG goes down. Means the fact that is going to stall out.
Ne znam na šta mu je to.
Looks like it was going to be a concentrated push onto Tycon's position, and we have seen Tycon, he can take a game, he can take control. This is going to be a very dangerous push coming in from 17. Utility's now coming out. Lil Ghost leading the way.
Yeah, Tycon is not aware. He didn't hear it. Lil Ghost able to sneak up onto him because Tycon was busy with his utility, and he's going to pay the price, and there is no one there to bail him out. I was going to say, I wanted to see Cerberus collapse and play it a little bit slower here, but 17 caught them flat-footed.
Just good read on the circle, realizing how separated out Cerberus had to be maintaining that fight with LG. Now then, looks like 17 is going to wolf pack it down to the south. We do have 2 members for Cerberus that are leaning over. Xiao is going to be trying to open up the path. Looks up into Cerberus, going for the blind spray. Does hit it on Isaac. Now moving in. Solzi's on the opposing angle for this, but keep in mind, Hamas is closing down a lot of any of this movement that 17's trying to make.
Yeah, you just cannot give 17 these 1v1s like this. They're going to punish you every time. Finally, Lil Ghost overextends, and he pays the price onto Solalzi. So both teams feeling a little bit overconfident at times. But this should be a flush coming through. Lil Ghost, though, I don't know if he's flushable. Xiao Wu is going to use this opportunity, knowing that Cerberus is going to want to wrap towards Lil Ghost, want to confirm that point.
Ali skill gap između 17 Danave i svih ostalih sve veći i veći.
And yeah, now just a directed back flank. I don't know if Hamas is going to be realizing this, and it's just going to catch him with his pants down. Xiao, beautiful flank. Now, Solzi, where are you going to go? Complete control over the center of the circle. 17 Gaming duo lined up and ready for anything he can bring.
Yeah, I mean, Solzi, lot of work to do yet in this one, but they're going to see him prone down there in that smoke. He's trying to get around the edge of that rock to hide himself a little bit more, but those smokes are starting to run out on top of that hill pretty quick. So Solalzi trying to find an opportunity to reposition, maybe retake control of this high ground hill.
Bro, the rich are just getting richer. 16 kills that I saw 17 Gaming at. I mean, this is just absolutely absurd. They're on a tear. They're one. This is blowing my mind. In comparison to what we saw in the group stages moving into this, it was a far more quiet 17. Now, they've got their momentum. They've got their vibe going. They've now doubled up. They know exactly where that last member.
No, oni ni danas nisu morali da se konektaju.
It's just a matter of who gets the peak first, who spots out whom.
Solalzi just out of distance to hear it, but he's going to get the better of Xiao Bei in the damage department, force him to go for the heal. A stun to kind of buy Solalzi the opportunity to repeat. Solalzi just has to be really careful with his sound cues, but he spotted out in the open. He actually wins that.
Holds it down. Can we
Idemo na
get
jedan
another
minut,
clutch from servers? No, it is going to turn up 17 games.
Ne znam ni zašto sam to pomislio na trenutku.
Points as that leaderboard is just going to be wild to
Ali
catch up
bilo je
on.
blizu. Da se
From
nalažem,
start
da je
to
pogodio
finish,
taj
they
jedan
were in
headshot za to.
control. And this is why I call them the best open space team in the world. And they just showed you why in that game.
Ali,
They
vrate,
controlled
kako
every
igraju,
fight to
znači,
near
kako
perfection.
pucaju
The way that
ljudi.
they
Ja,
flanked into so many of these fights,
Iz meča u meč
specifically the
sve
Cerberus
sam
one, their
šokiraniji.
timing and the amount of just how much information they're tracking.
Gledaj ga kako guta ovaj espresso ko da je voda, druže.
Let's pounce the south, creep in, get control of the circle, and just start exploiting angles after that is just beautiful to watch.
I've seen this time and time again with, in particular, Chinese teams that they exploit those wide splits that teams like to take in a 4v4 in a final circle.
Okay, guys, well, that is just our first Miramar, and we still got 5 more games on top of another Miramar. We're going to go throw it over to our analyst to get you guys set up for the next round.
17 gaming with 17 kills. Da. Skill gap je ogroman trenutno. Znači forma 17 gaminga i Danave je nešto
Ma nema priče.
što ovi još uvijek nemaju.
To ti sad dolazi ono Evropa što smo ja i ti pričali. Znači da naši ljudi iz Evrope uopšte ne igraju skrimove. A ovi ljudi svaki dan po 4 puta dnevno.
Da, nije da ne igraju, ali ne igraju koliko ovi. To sigurno.
They are, yeah. Once they, if you give them a little bit of space, if you give them a finger, they're gonna grab your whole arm.
Yes.
And that is crazy, honestly, the way they executed. There's also some minor blunders from the other teams.
Oh, what were the blunders, I wonder?
The blunders were, you wonder, no. So in general here, I wanted to see LG grab the space from Cerberus. They gave them space, Cerberus took it away from them. They could have potentially hurted Cerberus around that southern side rather than kind of take it. I understand what they did. I understand they wanted to take the high ground to wait for the next circle to pop to see where it go. But no matter what, I feel like to take the space away from Haisagi and potentially kind of chessboard hurt them a little bit away from, like kind of pawn them away from that western side to get them.
Koliko dana se još igra?
They would sweep south on the east side rather, right?
That's gonna flood them.
I feel like that would have been a
Znači
better play.
imamo
It
2
would have
dana
forced a three-way fight
Laščensa,
between
sutra
Tyloo,
i
17
preksutra
gaming,
ili ide jedan dan
Cerberus
pauze, ne
and,
znam.
LG could have taken the western side.
Ali evo,
But yeah, they gave
ne
us a little bit
znam
too much space.
kada je
That's just my
pauza,
personal opinion. Of course, in
ali
the
play
moment
day-a
you
imamo
want to see
znači
what the next
2
circle is, so I respect it, but they gave
Laščensa.
up too much space and kind of gave the way a win. But insane game here for 17
2
gaming.
Laščensa i onda mislim da su 3 dana igraju finale, nisam siguran.
Maybe it's 16, but 17 wins, sorry, second time.
3 ili 4 dana se igraju još finale.
It was
Ja bih
impressive
rekao
to
do
watch.
kraja
I don't think
nedelje
they
i to je
did.
to.
I will say this though, Tycon, there were some questions everybody was talking about, and they said, man, Tycon had just one amazing day yesterday, but maybe he's not all hyped up. He is, okay? We saw him come back. We saw them play out of their minds. Cerberus is here, and the three-headed dog is ready to fight. But 17 looks insanely strong. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger, and that for me is the story. Cerberus looks good, but 17 is a juggernaut right now.
Yeah, once you have this amount of point here, you're just going to be unstoppable, right? 17, it was 17 kills again. For the second time in this tournament, they're going to have 17 kills, 17 games. That's why they call it 17.
You got to love that.
You've got to love it. No, Cerberus, 8 kills. LG, 3 kills only. And again, once we saw that western shift to the jungle compound, they were like, this is their
LG 3
game
kile,
to
a
lose,
prvi kill je na
Let's
Lubiju.
praise them a little bit more though. Xiaobei, Lilgo, 6 kills. Xiaowu DD, of course,
Na
4.
početku meča.
And 3 guys on almost 700 damage in terms of 2 for Xiao. They're missing a little bit, but crazy. I wonder who's got. It's gonna be Lil Ghost.
It's gotta be. The Poltergeist still.
You've got to have him as captain, and I don't.
You can call him anything you want as far as Ghost go, but Lil, he is not. His plays are big time. 6 kills, 700 damage. I personally have him on my team because you gotta believe in the 17, and these guys came out to play. They've got their drops, and that's not gonna change anytime soon.
It's not like he's the friendly Ghost in any means outside the server. He's super friendly outside the server, but he's a machine in the server.
He's a Casper when he's not at his keyboard.
True.
Poltergeist when he's at it. 17 kills. Cerberus gets 8. They're going to put up 14 points. Donawa with 9. LG does manage to get 8 points out of that. That's going to mean a lot to them. Looks like a leaderboard.
We got to say, though, there's 61 points here on Donawa that they're able to get off a a squeeze, a salvage game. Onyx in the blue healing. He got 4 kills. He squeezed out so
Sutra je
much
prestati
juice
last chance
of
pa
this
ti Grand
blue
Finals
zone,
od
game here. Like, it's just
Sometimes
od
you get
1. do
lemons, you
3.
gotta make
decembra.
lemonade.
yeah,
To je isto, da.
honestly, like, I was just like, how is he continuing to get kills here? And obviously, if
To
you
je
realize, the sooner you realize you're
od
not going
srijede
to
do
win the
petka.
game, and you
to
just
je to.
focus on all the other guys that are trying to get into the circle, you're going to
Znači,
get those
3 dana
3,
se
4,
igraju
5 kills,
finale.
and he managed to do so. Super impressive.
18
17
meča.
gaming,
Ajde,
congratulations,
okej.
first team going to grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. No question whatsoever.
I
These guys
bolje
are doing a
18
really,
meča.
really good job as we look around the map. Again, they get cheers from the crowd. It has been exciting to watch them play. But we saw Twisted Minds above them also just moved into that left side of the leaderboard. Cerberus, one of those teams that, man, Cerberus has been on a climb for years now. Like, this is a team that has done nothing but get better in international play.
Yeah, and honestly, no wonder there are so many people that are putting him in
Jo,
favorites.
gadno.
But
Kaka je
I
ovo
want to see
zvije.
the more consistency here. They had 2 really good games, 3 almost really good games. I want to see the consistency in their bad games. I want to see those 3, 4, 5 points. Often it's 1, 2 max.
All right, it's time for number 2, our second game in the grassy patches of Erangel. Let's get it underway. This is PGC 2023, the last day of the winner's bracket. At the end of this, we determine which 8 advance and which 8 fight for their life. Let's
Thank you so much. Now we're going to be moving over to Miramar. I'm sorry, Miramar. I said that you might not be my favorite anymore, and then you give me a plane path that's over the Chicken Wing Island down to the south and ends, what, south of Azahar?
That's a
What the-
gross plane path. We might
Yeah.
actually have a prison island off of this one. We'll see.
Los Leones,
Those
is
are a
it?
little bit more common. Yeah, maybe a Los Leones would be fun too. I'm always down for a good Los Leones. That is my favorite, I think.
Final ti je
city
petak,
in the
subota.
whole game for a circle to end in because there's so many opportunities for interesting and smart plays.
I will never ever forget Los Leones in one of the
Da, ne, ja gledao novembar na kalendaru,
It was
eto.
the
to.
Space Station Gaming boys
Ponedjeljak,
that managed to attach
Sutra,
themselves
a,
up on
utorak,
top
onda
of one
srijeda,
of the
četvrtak
wild
pauza,
and we're just spraying down to
pa
everybody
petak,
in
subota,
the-
nedjelja finale. Nice.
I believe
Keenan
so.
or something.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Back
It
in the
was
day.
a bit ago, so rosters might have swapped up a bit since
Znači,
then.
skrimaju.
But
Ma
love
dobro,
to see
možemo
them
gledati
not
skrimse.
too far from this plane path, and
Ne znam da li se
not a
skrimse
lot
da
of teams
prenose
around them.
srijedu,
Okay,
četvrtak, petak.
Hold up.
Yes,
17 is, I was just about to talk about this. 17 is dropping on top of Sonic.
Really?
I was going to
Yeah,
say,
srijedu
we saw
četvrtak.
Tiamba do this. Once you're guaranteed to move on to the next stage, you can start playing Kingmaker. You can start being the one that forces these pieces on the chessboard to places they don't want to go. And 17 is bullying the Sonics here. And again, there might not be any fighting that comes out of this, but there is a kind of change in momentum, a change in mental here for the Sonics.
this is gonna be a very
Ajoj.
awkward early section for them to have to contend with. Now going to have to switch back down and move into, like, I guess a trash drop. You can see there's near on nothing for these guys to work with.
No, this is crazy bad for the Sonics. And I was just thinking that 17 had the opportunity to start doing stuff like this. And my first thought was, well, you want to make sure that the Sonics are as uncomfortable as possible because you don't want them to feel like they can contest that Pachinki-Picado area. And let's be honest, I know somebody said they thought the bad blood was over, but it is absolutely positively not done. The bad blood is not done between those two teams.
Mali snega.
I guess middling blood at
Ali
this
je
point.
hladno.
It's more of a respect situation, I would almost say. Like, we consider you to be a threat. We can go ahead and force you out of this position. We want you to,
Joj.
we want you to
Zamisli
know
ulete na
this whole
njega.
map is ours.
Lik došao
Everybody
bicikl.
else just gets to play on it
Dođeš
right now, but
biciklom,
17 Gaming with this point lead,
pokupiš kill
going
i
to try to
odeš.
exert it. Now roaming through H-Win. Gonna go for a spray out. Does get the knock on a Xiaowu, but Xiaowu comes
Ne,
up right back
seri
behind it.
jebo.
Oh my God, he had a Panzer. That is so unfortunate for H-Win, but a great pickup there for Xiaobei, putting it to good use. And they are really wanting to take it to the Sonics now.
They should be able to get the res on Xiaowu. Sonics also do have Kickstart that's over there next to Los Leones. The other members for Sonics are due up 2 together, and they're going to be back along that major road over into the east. Looks like they're cutting up in the north, maybe trying to come up back behind Impala. They might be assuming that with this like shift out and what just happened to H-Win, they can kind of sneak back in back behind Impala and get some loot. I don't know exactly what their goal is here.
I believe that's the case. Unfortunately for them, Shrimzy is going to run across Lil Ghost's path. Fortunately for him, the spray pretty tricky from that angle in that position, and Shrimzy should be able to get out relatively safely. Yep, no problems.
Yeah, but I'm just more concerned about the loot situation as we see them bouncing off into the distance, trying to get that Murado out. With the way that circles pop, we've already kind of explained this area to you guys just a second ago. So the fields are going to be where a lot of our attention is coming into play. And from the car, what are you even going to do?
No,
man?
there's nothing you can do. That's just
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
there's literally nothing you can do there as H1. You are in trouble. Even after a brilliant spray by him, he got that first player down fast.
We ain't done. We also have LG making quick send into that same area that looks like Sonics might be trying to fortify in. Luckily, LG just stopped a bit beforehand, so now Cerberus, NH, all over here with a very weakened Sonics that I don't even know. I want to know what their loot situation is like because I feel like it's got to be near on nothing.
Yeah, it's not good. No. I see scars and shotguns. It is not good at all for the Sonics and as well here. So certainly less than ideal. You know, that compound not bad, but they need the loot to justify it.
And I want to point out, yes, Sonics is presently in 4th, but remember, we still have 5 games to go through, and look, just down into 8th, it's only 12 points. So coming in and messing with Sonics right now in a game or two
BATULIN,
can
gospodin
absolutely
Patalj.
keep them out. And that 3rd place position does not feel
Nije,
safe
ja
at
duboko
all.
vjerujem da Saša BATULIN
I agree with
prolazi
you
ovo glat.
100%. Nothing below even second place is should be relatively safe. You know, again, Donawa just needs, you know, there's 5 more games, so you really just need 2-3 points per game the rest of the way, and you're almost certainly going to get through, especially now with 17 sponging up so many points in that first one. You know, Cerberus on down is very tricky. You know, you're only, what, 16 points ahead of 9th? That's it. It is very tight. Basically from
Ali sad kakva je
all the way
situacija?
down to 12th.
Ja
Just
bi
get
volio
the
da
kills
svi ovi
that
naši
17
prođu,
got
ali
in the
boga mi,
last game, and suddenly you're fine, right?
Easy.
Just 17 kills, it'll be okay, no worries.
teško.
You know, Twisted Minds is like, oh, you guys left Picado open, huh? All right, well, we'll swarm through there, take some loot, and then move on. But
wait, did Daytrade just emergency pick up to go into Impala? I don't think that
probably
you're going
Impala Mountain, yeah.
to find friends that you want to hang out with over there, as Sonics in this
Idu na
Impala
planinu,
situation
druže.
have just not been
Nemam
too
pojente
happy.
ući u grad.
So Daytrade, I think, is going for the Impala Mountain to the top. Yep, looks like they are going to be landing. No problem.
Well, I know that there's a lot of questions going through the mind of what is 17 Gaming going to be doing to everybody else? So let's just go ahead and get a little bit of insight from an interview with them.
第二天压力会小很多。我觉得我们跟他没有什么竞争嘛，我们打好我们自己的就行了，没有其他的想法，没有任何的期待，最好是正常发挥吧。我们因为第一天的分数领先很多，然后我们第二天的压力会小很多，我们的票很多。我们想说的是，我们会尽全力吧，尽量不让大家失望。
Strong in game and one of the strongest jawlines I have seen ever, man. He is cut.
Bukvalno lik ima vilicu Zevsa.
He's got rocks in his mouth there at the bottom. He's a great player too. One of the best in the world.
Yeah.
For sure.
My fantasy captain for a reason.
Yeah,
For sure.
He is absolutely nuts. As nuts as some of the other players we talk about are. Xiao Wu right up there. Amongst the best of the best.
Znači, dobro, krenuli su jako, bili imali 7 kilova prvi meč.
Shredded. You know, they kind of got stuck on a low ground
Vidjet ćemo šta će sad
position.
uraditi.
Once again, getting hit in their flanks when they're not quite ready for it. Shen with the AK, not his preferred gun there, but he's still pretty strong with those 7.7 guns. Legacy, a very wide wrap behind the rest of Daytrade. Not all of Daytrade apparently emergency picked up. They went for like a 2-2 this early. It's very strange. Most teams, if they do a 2-2 like that, it's like phase 2 or phase 3, where they're not sure if the circle's going to like hard shift one way or another, so they kind of hedge their bets, and they can like pull off of the, you know, we saw Space Station do this,
Legacy
right, very early
Gizera.
on, where they can pull off if they need to, or
The only thing I can think of is this is a paying attention to
Ne
the
znam da li
kill
je on
feed kind of
Brazilac ili
situation.
neki
They know
Kinez.
where Sonics will be
Brazilac.
dropping on their secondary drop now over into Impala.
Ali je
They
Kinez.
saw 17 Gaming getting into a fight with them, realizing the leaderboard. So sending
Dok
only
su ovi iz
2
New
over,
Happy, a naši
maybe
100%.
17 is still in Impala, so let's
U
not send
Srbiji.
everyone over in case it goes really bad.
Yeah.
It's
Ja,
not the
u
worst
Bimi je
play,
na
but
vemu.
it also does really, like you said, put them in a really dangerous position moving forward.
But the good news in a way is that from the top of that mountain, they can
Bolt King.
check a lot of the road, the easternmost road, to make sure it's clear from up there. So they can call in with relative certainty that it's going to be safe. Now, the only problem is around Puerto Paraiso is where you don't have any information, so that's where they're making their drive. Good news for them is nobody's out there, and Zhao Yang is going to be taken out by Vard.
Ovo je
again.
odlično.
Vard is
Ovi
just
su 11.
hopping for Foot. I know Foot, you know, it hasn't been the winner's bracket they wanted, but Vard has been a real superstar.
Ooh, Tongmu, you might be playing this a bit too risky. Shin's going to take a lot of damage.
Daj,
That's
pokaži
going to allow an
bombu.
opportunity. How's that bounce going to go? Nades
Ovo je
going
dobro.
out. Just praying that
I
they
ovo
can
će biti
connect. It's
dobro.
going to be about how the bounces on that hillside are going to go. Does it? Oh, that
Dobar.
one's going to be pretty good. And yes, do manage to flush out one.
Yeah, nice
Dosta.
grenades there. As well for Beamy.
Kakvu Smigl
So Foot,
Dimi ima
good
frizuricu, gle.
start to this one. They'll be able to regroup in their split and continue to harass Tyloo on these exits. Tungmu just trying to drive away. The real problem is that
Što ti znači greška?
actually gets knocked out of it. Vard at the last second with the Mark 12.
This is a very high expense coming out right now for Tyloo to just try to get that res back. They've lost a player now. They've had another player get knocked one time. That means that armor helmet going to be a little bit more in tatters. No helmet, actually. Lost a vehicle on it. And now, technically, kind of gate kept out.
Bolesno koliko je dobro bilo.
A ono što je lika kikuju svakog tima.
No, Foot is...
Koga?
To mi je
Just put
jasno,
as
te
much
Varda
pressure on them
je.
as they can.
Iz Likvida su ga bili, znaš da je bio Likvida igrao pa su ga kikali.
Directly south of it. They're about to potentially drive into this. I don't know if they heard these shots and think that they might want to try to third party this potentially. They need points. They need them desperately. And, you know, you got to find them anywhere you can. This is the first one. Nice shooting. Just really clean from Vard. This one, I thought Zhao Yang was around the corner. Excuse me, Tungmu was around the corner. That last bullet.
You can see it. He like steps away. He's like, oh wait, no, what? And spins back around that last moment. Like, what's going on?
Realno ga je usralo I vidi se po njegovoj... Po njegovom ponašanju se vidi da je samo pucao randomno.
As well as Kantara is going to be held down by Twisted Minds. Legacy is just going to be south of what we've been seeing going on with this Foot Tyloo situation. And
Možda.
Surely not.
Ili ođe, ili ostrvo, ali ja vjerujem da će ođe biti.
It would need to be a bit more, but man, oh man.
It's close. It's flirting with it.
There is a world where I think that main island could still stay in play.
It can.
Twisted Minds, dvojica u helikopteru, dvojica u autima.
Basically 50-50 on phase 2, and the islands themselves are like
Ja koliko vidim, oni dvojicu šalju preko, dvojica s ove strane.
Think this is going to end.
Time to play it risky as NH is going to run right into the 17 game in the line of defense. Impala is going to be the new featured location. Is it going to have T5 running in there as well as Twisted Minds still playing up in the north?
Pada Twisted Minds. Upravo pada Twisted Minds.
They secure up just at least a point of landfall. Let's not forget that we have Day Trade back behind this as well. Azla's going to be coming in. QM's going to be coming in.
Ovo Lu nema sreće, brate, 2 meča za red.
Kill feed is absolutely explosive right now. As
Spyro vraća kill.
And there is just not
Uzeli su bod.
This is going to be absolute madness. Everybody has to try to get as close to Impala as they can. This circle has made things very, very tricky. Legacy is going to lose a player here. RBN trying to get past Tyloo, but Tyloo set up shop in the gas station, going to punish their attempted rotation, and everybody just wants to get somewhere near Impala around the mountain because it's really difficult to judge exactly where the circle wants to go north. Most likely, again, we're going to be north of Impala. Batulin's going to get taken down here. It's going to be Mime with the grenade finishing the job.
Guys, we're going to try to keep up with as many kills as we can, but it is just going to be a catastrophe for all of these teams. Notice the fact that LG is playing in the north. That means that they're going to have control and sweep potentially in the different areas. Twisted Mind's already very weakened off of this one. Just on the outskirts of it, don't forget the fact that we do have Cerberus still lined up. They're going to be playing to the east of LG.
Yes, lucky.
17 Gaming still leaning into the fields, keeping an eye on it because it's going to be where Sonic's are at. But Sonic's
Jo, ne bi bio. A vi šta ti Noku radi, brate?
This longhouse could be defensible, but Donawa wants it.
Yeah, Donawa didn't have too many other better options, to be honest. Souls even got the M249 in hand, looking to really lay down that fire. Shrimzy again, just stuck on a scar. There's even still that ump, so the loot just not available for Sonics to really get what they would like. And Donawa very clean, very efficient. I wouldn't be too surprised to see some sawed-offs in their hands as well. There you go, Loki. Got it. Donawa, one of the first teams to adopt the sawed-offs on this map, so they're very strong. I don't even think there's a helmet there on the kickstart, so this is just dire.
So much utility against a low utility squad. Donawa just trying to exploit their economy and trying to maneuver around. You can see Tig does move out, gets knocked on a salute, but got to be careful. He's already down 25 lives. Peek around the corner. It's going to be Soul. Surprise, surprise. Pick it up. Not going to allow anybody to peek back around that corner. 3 members up for Donawa right now. Loki still holding this line, waiting for the Sonics members to step through that smoke, but nobody taking the bait.
Yeah, he's got 2 bullets in that sawed-off, but that might be all he needs. Loki's going to try to bounce a molly in. Can't really bounce those, so they just explode on the wall and go back at him.
Still work.
Still hit kickstart, though, so just Shrimzy left. Shrimzy trying to escape, trying to get the wraparound onto Anonix, but Anonix hurt him, spins on him, gets some damage, tries to go around the corner.
Kako je probao da predikta na vrat.
Is Anonix, but Shrimzy with a great transfer.
Bravo,
just trying to survive, but Anonix just needed to wait it out. That is going to be Sonics going down off of the immediate drop with 17.
Jebi ga, kickstart je najgore kad dobiješ noka 3 mensi. M svi znaju da si 3 men, M skontaju da si ti u kampu.
Yep. this is kind of what I expected. This should be somewhere, you know, again, northeast or north of Impala.
Ovdje jedino gdje može Phase 4 biti je na ovu poljanu vamo pod Impale.
Got a pretty decent read on this, foot right behind them as well. Phase coming north to south, could have a really good opportunity. Donawa's got to struggle ahead of them, but again, Donawa just needs to coast with 3-4 points a game, and that is absolutely guaranteed. 2-3 points a game will probably be good enough as it stands. Daytrade able to get everybody up onto this mountain, so a really nice kind of gamble they took, and it paid off to at least give them control of, in this circle, a really powerful spot.
I mean, Impala is popping off. That's where the party is. You can see Daytrade and the harassment they've been doing down.
Loše Lendolu jebote na sred ceste.
Playing the coastline is pretty centered in this circle, and while kills aren't going to be the easiest for them to find, that mountainside
Ima kodova sad nema, i bio je prvi meč i bit će 11. To je 6. meč i 11.
Yeah, all they really need to worry about is foot potentially, or maybe Legacy trying to make a dash up that eastern dirt road. Meanwhile, Daytrade just harassing the crap out of everybody, as they rightly should. They got control of this mountain. There are ways up here from inside of Impala by the church where NH is, so you got to be a little bit careful. The good news for them is it's going to be near impossible for anybody to get up there because there's so many teams in Impala.
Donna was making their move out of that previous Sonics compound. Look, they might be wrapping around where Adder could be. I don't know. I would expect a much wider northern wrap. That might put them around where FaZe could be at. Maybe Asla, we'll have to see. We still have kind of that, I don't know, so many different names for it. There's the factory that's going to be north of Impala. That's going to be a key component for where this rotation could be coming in. And it does look like Adder got spotted out, got knocked. I don't know if Donovan knows this, but they could pretty much just come over here and run over somebody.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be keen to scoop up more points. Anything they can get, you know, in Onyx checking these angles, knowing that people might be trying to defend this side, especially if he had recognized that Adder got knocked. So Allsy going to find a knock on a flush onto Raylo. The rest of Donawa using that information from Onyx to play leapfrog. Really smart stuff, and Oslo wants no part of this. Without Adder there, they don't feel too comfortable, and Onyx is going to scoop up another point.
Dude, everybody else right now is playing PUBG, and Donovan, it feels like, is just going after everybody. They're playing aim labs right now. They're just trying to make sure that they keep hot and ready for this next game. They're chasing down any kill that could be had, and as it looks like it's going to be the next one. Legacy did also move into the low grounds just below where Daytrade is, so that's provided a reprieve for a lot of what's going on in Impala. So if you see a couple of kills happening there, some of these teams are now maneuvering in Impala and just trying to get more control over territory.
Yeah, Donova's going to have to
poene sa kojima kasnije kad se završi PGC kupuješ skinove iz shop.
In position to try to defend this. Instead, they're just going to try to drift in. We were just talking about these sprinklers, not the best, but with that hillside in front of this one,
ja bih rekao dođe de zon.
Now for Donowa, not opting to try to crash into the slightly weakened Osla. And okay,
sad mora da ispadne ovo. Mora da ispadne čita ova planina.
But again, usually the mountains where Daytrade is considered unplayable terrain, considered water for all intents and purposes, and it will likely move away from that as time goes on.
So I want to point out the sleeping giants in 17 Gaming right now. They really want to be going crazy in Impala, but they can't due to that Daytrade positioning. You can see now that not quite as much aggression coming out from Daytrade on the top as they're kind of still focused on that Legacy down below them. They're starting to try to take some peppering shots into what's going on with this Danoa positioning. T5 also over here has some vision in what's going to be going on. As they're realizing the weakness of their position, is going to be regrouping around Factory. FaZe is going to be just to the north of them. And now Danoa, who is on the chase, is kind of the odd man out and has to figure out, okay, how do I want to play this gamble? They can wrap around FaZe.
Je, Riha, tačno, Koreanci su napravili neke botove za te kodove koji čim kod popa na monitoru, taj bot ga kopira i ti ljudski je nemoguće biti brži od bota.
You're absolutely right, Matt. They are going to make that wide wrap around, or they might just try to fight this. They know there's isolated players for FaZe out here based on the sound cues, and they might be trying to punish those a little bit, or at least keep them pinned so they can make the rest of the rotation.
Gustav, though, has this information. It looks like he's trying to maneuver back. Fex is going to be coming as well. Correx is going to get the opening knock onto Salute. Donna was trying to be on the hunt for more kills. It's going to be Loki that goes ahead and gets a knock and a quick flush, but James on the angle, going to get the knock onto Soul. So a big component for Danoa is going to be down.
I think Donowa wanted to stop up and put some pressure on FaZe to try to buy themselves a little bit of space, but FaZe was having none. Points, and they're hungry for it. And they are punishing the heck out of Donowa. And Onyx, the last one up again, and he is down. This time around, not going to be able to sit in the blue and gain a bunch of points.
And with the wipe on the Donowa, that means that FaZe has now shifted into our top 8, and that's what the name of the game is going to be about. Though, FaZe, you have to find a path into the circle. This squad don't have a lot of information what's going on to the east, so
I FaZe je dobar još dvije zone s te strane.
They know exactly what's going on. Daytrade, though, I'm very curious on how much they have left. Looks like ammo's still sitting pretty fine. They've been taking a couple of pot shots on their armor and helmet, but nothing scary yet.
Yeah, that's the real concern with going up here is that you eventually run out of ammo. You're just taking so many shots because there's so many people that are juicy targets for you that you just start hammering down, and eventually all of a sudden you're running low on 5.5 even though it's easy to carry quite a bit of 5.5 in your bag. It depletes very, very quickly. Osla taking the northern edge of the factory. Tough position to play from. There's a lot of high ground around you. And you're really exposed, trying to make some of those maneuvers more further to the south and the east.
And with that, it's also kind of like in its own crater. There's a lot of really weird
Jezivo što ima shotgun.
Napalio ga je. Spyro's gonna have Molotov dropped right on top of him. Looks like maybe he can step away from it. Perfect fix though, does right up, but Jallo runs right up there with the Panzer Pals. Twisted Minds are gonna get eliminated. Do we have any reinforcements that can come and save? It's gonna be Zhao Bei, but he's gonna have to deal with it. Looks like it H's. Yes, go back to Impala.
Wow, we might just be finishing in that area.
Ne ser da Impala grad. Da je u grad zona. Znači, bukvalno je Twisted Minds. Ne, nemam riječi. Zamisli sad imaju ovu zgradu, brate, njih dvojici. Šansa za to post.
But can't get there in time to save his teammate. Nade's gonna go a bit far. Now what do you do? Luminosity wants to go ahead and finish this one out. Oops. Oh, hey, that's fine. It bounced back behind you. Not the worst. He just wants to flash this one out and get into a building. He wants to get away from whatever Day Trade might be trying to bring after him, and it looks like he should have that last bit. Does get in there.
Yep, good play by him. Really smart stuff from Zhao Bei, and that's why 17 is on the top of this lobby. They are extremely, extremely wily. Very, very smart players. FaZe has
oni uvijek istempiraju formu za finale. I to za, recimo, zadnji dan finala. Do tada su onako tu blizu sam.
Foot also going to be rotating in just to the north of Legacy's position. So Day Trade wants to make sure that they're securing what's up next to them. They do have a lot of vision.
Evo te nešto malo bolje kad razmišljam, mislim da nismo gledali nikad ni jedno finala da nije njih bilo.
So they are going to at least have to come down into the lower hills.
Yeah, they got to play a little bit of to get over to the other side, so time to do so is going to be.
Oni čak i da ne prođu danas, a nema šansa da ne prođu. Imaju last chance, to će prosto post.
It gets red, it gets identified. Hikari, one more grenade would do the trick, but that is just a blue. Nope, that's a frag.
Just waits it out, question mark. Not in the biggest rush to really execute off of this. Instead, just reposition around, see if anybody takes the bait. The down member right now is just what they're trying to lure the rest of the squad out with. A doozy. If he creeps around, he's going to have a beautiful angle. Does get the spray, does get the knock onto a COD. That's going to be a quick retreat back around as he needs to get his meds back into a better situation.
Yeah, just nowhere to go here for Osla. Again, it's really tough to get out of that spot. Nuren's doing more damage to Legacy. Guizera falls underneath his keen watch. LFP has T-Bone and 8C around the corner with the Nog. And he's got a couple 7.7 guns in front of him, so it's going to be pretty tricky for him to do much right now. But it looks like Foot is just going to regroup towards Vard's position.
We were talking about the dominoes of what 17 did whenever they landed on Sonics and how Sonic's positioning wasn't so good. Now we're down into 6th. The continued climb coming up from Tiamba as well as FaZe is making it more and more dangerous, but don't forget about Foot, who is inside the circle just to the north of Day Trade. Asla, though, just cannot find any pathing that's going to be working against QM. Finally, the crossfire is going to come out. Northern Control is going to be favored over, but let's not also forget we have Cerberus and what looks to be an urban-ending, close-range firefight, and if anything, we know Tycon can go nuts on those.
No doubt about it. I mean, you've still got a lot of really, really good up-close and personal players. Day Trade, though, starting to lose some as they had to wrap around the bottom side of the mountain. Didn't have enough time to climb up to the places where Flash and Nuren's were. It's a bit of a trek to get over there, and Foot is punishing it. Foot knew that it was going to be too tough for them. Beamy as well has that on, but he's taking a headshot. He's taking damage. It's actually ZYY from Tiamba that finds the knock.
Yeah, Tiamba just came in at the right moment to catch FaZe rotating away from this. Didn't want to be involved in the rock.
Brate, može da ga rezaš. Idi rezaj, jebot.
Day Trade, though, still having to figure out, okay, how do we navigate this one? It looks like they might just be kind of leaning back in. They do potentially have the opportunity to go for a res over here, but not really doing the best at gatekeeping out, instead being more concerned about that high ground. Nuren's is going to have to move from that high ground spot, though, as it does look like the low ground is starting to favor more Foots in their positioning, but Tiamba is making it really problematic for Foot to do much of. Wow,
Kakav nok.
nice shot.
Yeah, Phil first getting caught.
Kakav
doing
nok.
a
Kakav nok I kakav ugao.
spinorama in the air there.
Ne znam šta je bolje.
And he should be resable though. I was gonna say most everybody's safe except for Foot and Day Trade. Everybody else is basically inside the circle in some fashion or another. Pow out for Tiamba, but he's just trying to harass Foot's rotations. T-Bone though, good
Uzeli su kill na Bimiju, a Bimija je noko neko iz Tiambe, ja
gets
već.
flash. And things going sideways for Day Trade as they continue to try to make this really tricky run in. So it looked good early for them. Yeah, they did a lot of damage. They got a lot of kills. This is a solid game, no doubt about it. But going much further, going to be a little bit more treacherous.
The high ground gives you and it takes away, as you do have the high ground to work with, getting damage, getting the kills, but once you have to get out and you have to extricate yourself from the position, everybody wants their vengeance back. And we've seen it now 2 days in a row that, yeah, you get a lot out of it, but what can you do after you manage to make that jump down? Tiamba going to be looking right up into it, not even going to let him go for the jump, just shuts it down.
Yeah, still though, regardless, this is a really good game for Day Trade. I really like the way they played it. They keep
To ti je Shure MV7, onaj što mi je bio na donation goal.
Nothing wrong with this game if you're a fan of Day. Like you shouldn't be.
New Happy odličan kako izgleda.
It's a really solid game for them. So credit where credit's due. They played this very nicely. Tiamba
Jebi ga, New Happy, od kad je osvojio PGC prije 2 godine, ne mogu ništa. Možda je to ona boljka balkanska, tako smo i mi osvojili PCS, pa niko više nije igrao igru.
They've been a lot of long-range sniping.
With this now, Foot has moved into the top 8. The problem with it is they've got Tiamba down low, Linshu down, Vard still yet again performing for the squad. Him and ANC are a good combination to try to defend up. High ground advantage as well. Vard just has to be very careful on these peaks. Nade's going to be landing up on good tosses. Airburst going to go just a bit awry though. As
ne hvata.
Vard gets his meds back into a good position, looks down. This is really the only major qualified fight that could eliminate somebody at time, but notice AC is now moving through the lower ground positions.
Moraš malo u OBS-u namjesti filter, noise gate I dobre.
Dance around position going to continue and has to be so careful.
Yeah, Tiamba though, even though they suffer a knock to Var, they're very wise with their positioning, keeping themselves out of AT's purview and making sure that they're able to get those reses up and running. QMS across the road. And with T5 here, they're going to try to find the opportunity to maybe smoke it off. I see a lot of smokes in Phil firsthand. In the back, this is a replay here where Tiamba backstab phase. And again, with those long-range shots, doing most of their damage there. A lot of grenades left to try to displace Vard, but they've been a little bit off the mark.
Yeah, this is a awkward situation for Foot as they don't
really
have to commit in just quite yet. Technically, if 8C goes down, Vard can just move more into the city itself.
Što je znači Twisted bi I dalje bio u zoni. Ali nemaju sreće s Luom. Lu 2 meča već gine baš onako.
And we still have NH and Zhao Bei percentage of the game that's still alive that need to make their way into the zone.
Dobar mikrofon, nikad se kati ne čeka kako viče na tebe.
Time to move is going to be very, very soon. We're in phase 7 and Snakers gonna headshot Phil first with some really nice shots. You can see that T5's job is to just make sure that QM does not cross that street, but they're going to lose Phil first to Lin Shu.
On ima I XLR I USB priključak, ja nemam XLR miksetu pa koristim USB. Njegov puni potencijal upravo na XLR-u dobiješ. To mi je ovaj novi gol, zato ti treba mikseta XLR. I imaš još bolji mikrofon Shure SM7B. Ali on košta ono $500 I za njega treba mikseta još 200. To je malo too much.
That one's got to feel good. You finally take down. Foot has been over here harassing them for so long.
Ali od USB mikrofona, mislim da je najbolji.
And they can't. Foot is just doing such a great job of just defending it all up.
It's really been a good attempt from Foot, but a better defense, of course, with the numbers advantage for Tiamba makes it that much easier. Zhao Bei getting into LG territory. That Molly does catch Flood, so he has to back off. Zhao Bei probably heard it, probably knows it. Going for the frag in there as well, and it's good.
How's he getting away with it? Creeping by, does take some damage. Finally gets Vard, and it's going to be... Sure, why not? Vard, I mean, he's got control over everything at this point. Circle pretty much centers up. That means everybody's going to be moving into Cerberus and T5 territory.
I love it. That Vard deserves that point. He's been fighting his butt off up here on top of this hill. Now he's got NH underneath. Damage done, but no knocks.
Almost 600 damage as we're looking at 2 kills. That's just the amount of harassment that he's been doing over here. He is going to have to make his way in. But yet again, remember when you get that high ground and you're harassing people, now everybody knows you're there. So good luck, Vard, in making it down right into the waiting arms of Tiamba.
Yeah, Vard looking for any more damage or kills he can get. Coming down off that hill, tricky, as we've seen time and time again, but he could find a timing with this much chaos in the circle.
Ima dobru zonu. Mislim da ovo mora izaći iz grada. Kako question mark?
T5 is getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Zapravo ne, ovo je phase 8. Nisam ne vidio. Ovo je dešao centar direkt.
Right at the edge of this hill with this van, with these
Koji su ovi?
kind of you know, vendor stalls in the wall, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it makes it pretty easy for Theraton 5 to put pressure on LG, especially if they had more utility. I don't see anything in Tanadol's hands other than this.
Boga mi TP tako vi na ovo.
If he has any blue zones or anything, but for now,
Ono skoro pa sigurno prošlo.
Lacking a little bit in the utility department.
This is pretty much a 4-tiered fight, right? We've got Vard in his position, it's about to go away. But then if you look down where LG's at, there's a couple of drop-offs and really trying to exploit it.
Nego ajde, osmi su futbolisti. Oni će i ostati osmi poslije ovog meča.
Snakers is going to try to find some type of pathing, but you see a wall, you see the background.
To ti je 3-4 boda. A gdje dajaj se, prijatelj? Koliko je to? 38 poena, 2 poena razlike. Biće to, biće zajebano do kraja.
CC almost done. That grenade, if it's good, could be the end for Non. I think one way or another, he's pretty much done being abandoned. Yeah, the grenade did find the mark, so he is out of this one. Himas looking for Tiamba, knows they're going to be above him. Decent damage done to ZYY, but for now, Tiamba playing smart, playing patient. Phase 9 begins to close.
7 kills for them right now, as this is a very good game, and more opportunities going to be right up in front of them. Pressure tied up with Cerberus, who only has 2 members up. They're running with 4 right now, so we've got T5 that's going to be in the west and Tiamba on the east, and they're just going to be trying to run amok on everybody that's going to be in between them. CC, though, is going to spot out Snakers, who was trying to avoid what was going on with T5. He's going to get spotted out. He's going to get dropped off. It's going to be Rosted that gets the angle into it. Cerberus now trying to line up against what's going on with Tiamba. Good read in. Going to go ahead and start throwing out the utility. Bounce looks like it's going to be good. Gets the damage out from it as well. Cerberus just trying to clean up and hold this line.
Yeah, Cerberus had the best position in the middle of the circle, but they want to try to clear an edge. If they can get rid of Tiamba, yeah, QM might be able to move into the backside of this as well. Hatsawad up and over, finishes off LG.
Yeah, T5 getting more control over the north. It's just going to be QM on a different angle, but it's going to be a big pop off right now as Tiamba making more of an
mislim da je Teraton poslije ovog meča poprilično siguran. Tiamba, Teraton, Cerberus, Danala, 17.
And now we are looking at Tiamba, T5, and Cerberus.
Yeah, T5 going to be sticking that res. Himas trying to play Guardian, but ZYY is going to shut him down. Pat and Pong, great sprays there. Gets the headshots onto 7-7. Finishes off with the body, and it's going to be backed off.
Has to step away for just 1 minute and get the meds back together. Tiamba has one of their members down, but they are closer to the center spot as everything is closing in. We're in game number 9. Pow Pow spots out Path and Pong, and that's going to be big. What do they opt to go for? Pow Pow looks like he's going to be moving a bit more down to the south, trying to wrap around, but it's going to be Thanadol holding the angle. He spots it, reads it, gets the drop. Now Tiamba, what are you going to do? You get the res in, but you're going to have to be moving into an entrenched line.
Yeah, Pow Pow down and out, so only 2 left. Potentially 3, 4, T5. Hatwat sticking this res, but ZYY around the corner. Knows where it is, wants to try to punish it. It's up. He hasn't done anything yet. They can't react in time.
Koliko ga je prodao, brate, ali ja ne razumijem ljudi. Čovjek se reza. Puca jebote život. Puca jebote. Zajedno ga ispikaj.
We are looking at a 1v1. Territory control just dancing around, making sure to kill out anybody. Now, denying out the information. ZYY going for the spray. Spotted out.
Koliko je ovo težak shot.
Huge win for Tiamba. Picking up right where they left off in the group stage with some big chicken dinners. And this game so brilliantly navigated. Linshu saying we're number 1. He wants that international title. He's got a PCS Asia title. He wants to add to that trophy room.
Man, that was a hard one for Tiamba to contend with. Remember, they were having to deal with Flip for so long. They were getting that day trade harassment.
Yep.
They had a very difficult path to make it into this circle. As we are now done with Miramar, we're making it over to, as I believe Toffees has been talking about, our chaos.
Ostaje borba za 7. i 8. mjesto, ovi ostali su safe. Evo sad ćemo ići tabelu. I meni se tako čini. Ali će ta borba za 8. mjesto biti paklena, brate. Tu ima 6 timova se bori. Lin Shu. Ali ovi intro i ovih timova i pa, gdje si bugi? Ovi intro su baš dobri.
The dusty dunes have come to an end, and Tiamba walks away with a win. The clutch comes out from the young Dynamo, who came from the building program, ZYY, his first time in PGC play, but you could not tell by watching how he handles the pressure.
No, that was fantastic. What a great spade to finish things. And I gotta say, I love a fantastic urban ending. That was great, especially when it's a situation where you have like a road that kind of splits it up. T5 handled that extremely well, but it's just Tiamba, man. They have impressed me, and this, you know, I asked for it. I said, I want to see these situations where they kind of get these curveballs a little bit, and this is a curveball for sure, and they were able to handle that extremely well. Super well executed towards the end there, and a few clutch situations, especially I loved when Patampunk got popped out.
I mean, it was a curveball, it was a switch up, it was a fastball all in one. The entire sound shift was brutal, but Tiamba was able to make it work. Everybody else seemed to kind of struggle.
Meni izgledalo kao da će uspjeti se
from the
iskila.
very beginning get attacked, and we'll get into that in a minute because 17 Sonics was fascinating
Ne
to me
Lu,
that
nego.
they chose to fight so
Ko je ono
quickly.
što tamo?
But for now, it's this
Lu je umro na
urban
start.
battling. It's a tough position. It's not easy to train, right? It doesn't happen often in scrims. So it's one of those things like these teams have to adjust on the fly.
Sometimes you get a little Impala hot drop with the Eastern Plains, but it's not often. Himaz, honestly, that double spray down where you have two players that drop down, he was so close to closing out Tiamba, but they managed to get the reses up, and yeah, honestly, a 50 HP peak battle here is rough for Daladal. He had 14 HP less, and I feel like if he had a quick burst or anything to pop off there, that would just have made a huge difference here. And of course, Linshu #1, Tiamba.
Tiamba. ZYY had the confidence to hold the spray at the very end, and it was the headshot that made the difference because he was at the disadvantage when it came to the HP stack going into that. Very impressive play from Tiamba. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. Game 2 is done. We've only got 4 left to go, and you don't want to go to the last chance qualifier. It sounds ominous. It is ominous. You got to be in the top 8.
You have to. You got to. Some
be
would
in
say.
the top 8.
And of course, CYY here, 5 kills, almost 1,000 damages as well. That is just insane. These guys, as I said here, coming out of a Western looting path for them and being able to get into this and win an urban ending. This is just what we wanted to see from them to really put themselves into the contest. And
I just can't get over ZYY. He's the man of the match. And remember, this guy was in the development program. The biggest prize pool, if I remember looking earlier, was about $187. Like, this guy has worked hard to get his shot.
Yeah, before PCL.
And when given the shot, when he gets the call up, he has been nothing but amazing. That's why you train to be a star, and he's quickly becoming one here at PGC 2023. Let's look at the match leaderboard. Tiamba walked away with 22 total points. Hometown heroes 2 times. T5 and Day Trade both walking away in good positions too.
Good amount of points for them. Cerberus another good, decent game for them considering what they got out of it. And for CYY, super impressive. That puts them up in a tied 2nd place with Danova. They break the tie though with the most placement points. And again, for CYY's first rookie here at PGC, super impressive.
Now, I want to point something out. 17, 97 points, top of the board. Sonics in 7th with 47 points. We saw something interesting in that last match. That was not 17's drop. They put all 4 players on top of Sonics outside of their area. Should I expect this to continue? It looks like they're maybe looking to keep him out.
You know,
Da,
if
7.
you
8. Ma
are
dajde
currently safe and the grand finals, and you have a few games to go, and you're like, okay,
Ma ne znam ni koliko je
guys could
7.
potentially
ugrožen.
be our biggest rivals. If you want to mess a little bit with their mental, it's definitely to hot drop them, and yeah, I respect that. But they're not. I feel like, are they focusing them on to make sure they go into last chance, or are they trying to, just mess with them mentally? Because obviously Sonics has decent amount of points, but they have to hard focus them 4 more games. And I feel like it's just hard to do that across 3 maps, because remember, we have 1 weekend, 1 take, and then 2 wrangles to finish things up with. So
this feels to me like the PUBG equivalent of trash talk, right? Like we don't have the interview, we don't necessarily have the time to sort of throw shade at each other. So I do think that's it. Maybe a hot drop here says, hey guys, just so you know, we're watching and we're ready when the time comes. So it was a beautiful play. It was a challenge. H1 goes down and Sonics kind of had to play catch up from that moment on. Will it continue? That's the question. Now in just a moment, we're gonna head to our next match. Don't go anywhere, a break, and then game number 3.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
King Power. Ali 17 oba Miramara oko im pali. Ček. Šta luta 17? Pekado. Što su u ovom meču lutali Impalu? Bukvalno su mogli da stignu do Pekado. Oni su samo odlučili da će otići Impalu i Sonics su bailali. Leti over. Ovo se zove cyberbullying.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
Ali malte ne...
ต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Skoro pa ista prva zona. Rondo. Šta na Huja TV PGC gleda 5,5 milijuna ljudi. Gdje pošalji link da vidim? Ne možete mi to prevelika cifra, brate. Nešto mi je to baš... Jebote da je kanter, rekao bi ti okej. Ja bih rekao da su možda i Sonicsi sigurno. Da će ovo biti borba dolje. Ali pogledaj koliko timova ima šansu. Znači maltene sve, svi osim New Happy-a. I to New Happy sam zašto igra loše, znači i oni teoretski mogu dalje. Znači bukvalno 7 timova se bori za 8 timova, ajde, 7. Ako računamo New Happy.
未知的枪线威胁，他们有时候不会知道哪里会出现一把枪摧毁他们的防线。
So I think our team has been structured a little bit better. We're just looking for the long term. We want to be as good as we can, you know, a year from now. We're not really thinking just about this tournament.
I'm back on a deck on a track.
Ali, gdje si?
Kakva je situacija?
盘数还是也有一定的要求。接下来看他4局的这个发挥如何了。达纳瓦在这个泰国那张图当中还会。
A gdje ovdje piše koliko ljudi gleda?
15.500.
Gdje ti piše to?
Stream.
Ma ne, nego Huja TV.
Aha. Čekaj.
Welcome back as we're going to be moving into our 2 middle rounds where we've got ourselves Tego and Vikendi.
Ja ne mogu da vidim gdje piše ovdje koliko ljudi gleda.
Speaking of spice and teams adding some, we are apparently in the middle of the 17 villain arc.
Yeah, man. I mean, again,
To je to lepo
it's
samo
just,
mi
it crossed my mind as we were coming into that
ne
game.
znamo
Like, you know,
kineski
17 has
čitati.
enough points, they can kind of do whatever they want, and we saw this with Tianba. This team right here who just won a game during their group stage that once they had enough points, they started messing with Donawa. Now they paid the price and it kind of killed their groove during the group stage. Not that it mattered. Again, they were fine, and you can see that it hasn't affected them here when it matters again in the winners bracket. Donawa, plenty of smiles. I mean, again, they're racking up enough points. They're getting kills on the edges. That they're fine, and they're having a good time today. Loki and Anonix were really fired up before this first match. They were dancing. They were having some fun. They were trying to get me to do some taekwondo with them. I don't know, but they're having a good time today.
That seems like it's dangerous with the amount of energy that they've got going on right now.
Yeah.
That would be just your butt getting handed to you, I think.
I would get destroyed, yes.
Well, we don't have time to talk about how much you would get your butt kicked by
Jebi ga, ne znam
players.
kineski,
We're going to
bro.
be making our way into it.
Evo ovdje.
So let's go ahead and kick off the action. Plane path is going to be up next to Wilson.
Mogu se gleda.
A 500.000 ljudi trenutno gleda PUBG.
4.244.508. Ma nemoguće mi je ovo nešto.
10 miliona ljudi trenutno gleda PUBG.
Kako to vidiš?
Sad ću ti pokazati.
Mislim, ako 10 miliona gleda, onda ovaj broj je tačan.
You know, right by the river there makes a bit of sense. And yeah, New Happy is committing to this. So Donald was happy to take this fight, frankly. They dominated them the last time. And, you know, with the position they're in compared to New Happy, you will, even if you lose this, you're not going to be that discouraged.
Where is 17 Gaming going? It looks like they've got eyes maybe a bit more on that ASA line. Not too much there. They're pretty much going to where they normally go. ASA's going to be going where they normally go. Dana was going to have to connect up with an H. That's pretty much common.
Dobro, aj sad.
Tu se našao negdje PUBG.
Nije bitno, znači uglavnom moguće.
Keep in mind, plane path is going to be diminishing down. So, like, yes, normally on a regular plane path, you might be able to make it down to studio or Songlong. Not going to be the case this time around.
Pa sad sam bio ušao je igri. Našao sam bio gdje, aha, ovo to su dva,
I saw the pan in hand and I was getting hope for 1 second. And Alex on a tear right now. Gotta go.
3 hits.
Luckily, SMGs are going to reload very, very quickly. So now just taking a step out. He knows where they were at. Seeing if maybe he's going to wrap back around, go for a res in. And it is just Anonix feeding all that information over as Loki's going to spot out one as well.
Yeah, Loki here on the cover fire. And Anonix is so fired up right now with his only 10 more bullets left in this, though.
I love to see it. Ming last up right now. This is a problem for him. He is separated away. And it is a bit more complicated as it is just going to be flushing out those kills right now. How are we going to see? None want to react to this one. Most notably, what is Ming going to do? I will also point out the circle did pop all this was going on. We have it on that northwestern island.
A vidio sam, ne, to nema šta.
Pa treba sad uđeš gdje su igrice i da nađeš gdje PUBG, uđeš unutra, izbaciti početnu stranu. U svim streamovima.
Jebote, Bog, to je ta huja jača i od Twitcha i od YouTubea 14 puta.
To mora biti, brate, kad njih ima samo milijard.
Pa znam, brate, ali nije da Twitch gleda jedna država, jebote. Cijeli svijet gleda Twitch, pa ti se skontaj. Evropa i Amerika i Južna Amerika i... Ta huja, jebote, gledaju Kinezi, jebote. Mislim, ima njih dosta, ali...
On svoje furaju samo. Možda kod njih, ne bi znali da kod njih Twitch je zabranjen, hajmo reći.
Pa jest.
Okej, pa ali razumiješ, znači oni gledaju huju, ostatak svijeta gleda Twitch i sad konta je na Twitchu 15.000 ljudi. A ovih 5 miliona.
And Salute and Solar in, but actually it's the other car. Loki and Onyx are going to cross paths right by him.
Jebi ga, očigledno kod njih je igrica i dalje najbolja. To jest najpopularnija.
Da.
10 miliona ljudi gleda, gledam sad stream, 10 miliona. Šta je to?
I just love the fact that we're getting SMG damage
Ne može, i onda ljudi kažu PUBG umire, ne može umrijet dok si god tamo popularan. Nije ni čudo što se update-i prave i oni se slušaju. A nema ništa protiv što se Kinezi slušaju. Ali imam problem što se ne slušaju ovi Kinezi koji igraju ovaj turnir već. Nego mi se čini da se slušaju ovih 10 miliona na Huja TV-u.
But I mean, hey, I'll take SMG damage where I can find it. 17 Gaming is also going to be looking like they're trying to get across the bridge.
Čini mi se da je zbog njih i ubačen ovaj pancer.
I think that they spotted Lou getting into position early. And two squads nobody wants to contend with right now are going to be Donawa and 17 Gaming, who just love to jump in the thick of everything.
No doubt about it, but this makes things tricky now for Twisted Minds. They were hoping to jump that bridge, but with it being camped by 17, they have to run into where these two teams are potentially. Where Tiana and Cerberus have just crossed. So if Cerberus had gotten stopped up there, that might have.
Ali ima se ona šta dočekat, ne bojim se ja za njega.
Twisted might be okay to cross this bridge.
Tale as old as time. While this shots are going to be going out, it does also look like we might have Sonics and LG getting very close to each other. I think that LG is going to be pulling away from that one.
Op, udari u drvo. Otvorio je mapu i zveknu u drvo.
I think that they're going to find some territory that's going to be open. They're going to stop off before they move into Sonics.
You know, you said it was a tale as old as time, and we know that the NA on NA action at internationals is very common. Who's the beauty and who's the beast? Because right, that's where the song comes from. A tale as old as time. Who's the beauty and who's the beast here? Who you gonna dunk on?
Rello got them eyebrows, but you gotta be honest. The Sonics boy has been working out a lot too. So
true that.
I can't pick between my favorite children.
Either.
How are you gonna make me do that?
Too many handsome men on both teams.
I'm just gonna have to start doing that to you. What do you like more?
Hey, I called you handsome yesterday. Well, more handsome than Toby.
Oh, see, I'll continue to take it, man. That's fine. Poor Toby. He's going to come back in here, and we'll have to see what responses he's got.
I hope he's got something. I hope he's going to dunk back on us. I like the friendly banter.
He's sitting back there. He's cooking. You know he's got some. Tyloo going to be making their wrap into the south next to Day Trade. Foot and QM look like QM is doing a rotation in vehicles. It's just really, really far away. Foot may be stopping down right now as they might have an option to go with an emergency pickup. 17 Gaming is playing fairly center of the circle. Looks like
they're going to be just 17 Gaming,
area of the center.
Well, Foot was thinking about any pickup. I think they're going to put the brakes on and maybe try to harass QM's rotation. They're set up around the crossroads to the east of Songam, so they have a really good opportunity to do some damage. But QM looks to be going towards the edge of the map to make their rotation. So could be relatively safe. Might have sniffed this out in some way or another. Switching the vehicles there for a doozy. Going to get away unscathed into the coupe. And I think this is actually okay for QM. Yeah. I think they're going to dodge Foot here.
And pretty much everything around Hosan's pretty open, so nothing really to be too concerned with. What we do need to be concerned with is that 8th place position that Foot's presently being held down into. It is 39 points, then a drop off into a tie between LG FaZe. Twisted Minds just 2 points back behind that. Tyloo just 2 points behind. So Squad Wiper 2 can get.
A brate, previše traje. Znači, igra traje 10 minuta bez potrebe. Znači, dok se zatvori ova prva zona, dok popa druga, to je ravno 10 minuta. Oni treba da smanje trajanje prve zone na 5 minuta i da povećaju loot 4 puta. I onda smanjiš vrijeme trajanja luta i kreće se brže u rotaciju, brža igra i meč traje 20 minuta ili 17 umjesto 30.
Across the way, could take a boat over to the other side if they so choose. They did maybe hear Legacy cross past Seoul, who took one of the compounds in between. Youngchun and the mini shipyard, so we'll see. Tyloo should be safe-ish for a bit. There are a few compounds actually dead center of this circle right now that are still open. I can see one for sure that's available.
Ja nikad nisam igrao PGC lobby, ali sam igrao PCS lobby. I Dreamhack lobby. A to ne znaš odakle ti sjeva, druže. Maš osjećaš te sa 2 kilometra gađaju. A ne ovo protiv Kineza. To je još bolesnije.
Do trećeg kruga stigao, pa nisam mogu ništa da uradim. Dobro sam odigrao ja, ali to dobro je.
A lot of teams just wanting to be a bit safer in that one, so not necessarily playing more centered in those areas that you were talking about were open, and that's allowing our later rotators to kind of have some options that would normally, I guess, this present moment not be available.
Right, exactly. It is kind of interesting to watch some of these teams who like to play edge, and some of the struggles that they've had. Foot is one of those teams who likes to play edge. It's been tough sledding for them. Yeah, Vard's been hitting some really good shots, and they're up into 8th now, but it is extremely dangerous. I mean, only 1 point away is 2 different teams right on their heels. Sonic's dropped, by the way, dropped all the way down to 7th.
Dosadno, prvi 10 minuta se ništa ne dešava. Znači, uglavnom, u 10 minuta ne umre niko ili umre 1 ili 2 lik.
I to ako zaluta.
I to ako pa iš New Happy što radi. Braća zalutala na ovaj turnir.
Jel moguće da su samo 11 bodova on skupili? 9. Da oni su od unexpected-a gori, materijem.
We do have a couple of days off before we move into the grand finals, so it gives you 2 more days of play before that break kicks off. So, I mean, sure, Sonics wants to be guaranteed moving into that grand final. Everybody wants that, but it's not necessarily the worst. As it looks like the tail end of QM and Best of Luck is going to get spotted out. Foot just trying to pick up this kill. They want it so bad, and Bard is going to be the one to find it.
Yeah, Foot just trailing QM the whole time, keeping track of their rotation path, kind of reading it pretty well, and able to cut off the tail end player, the trailing player, and find themselves a point, much needed. Every point so valuable around that 8th place cutoff. Again, just a friendly reminder, only top 8
New Happy, pogine kako rasa vidi. Tingleton ga skine.
Tingleton got it.
Gonna spot him out, and that's gonna be at least 1 point more safe.
Ali brate, koliko su oni nezainteresovani da on u phase 1 otvori, pa dobrani ide na šek. Na šek se ide u phase 2 na 3. Ako hoćeš da doradiš od tog šeka da izvučeš bodove. On u phase 1 ide.
Ili na zatvaranje, evo ovdje na zatvaranje da sti negdje da možeš skočiti.
Znači lik je umro na ovom šeku, na kojem šeku umro? Evo na ovom šeku ovdje umro. Evo. Jebo mat.
Sada se to senda i senda negdje, sendaš negdje u grad, u sred grada, ako možeš ili neki šek na polu.
Might see them kind of bump into each other. His mind is going to be hopping in his vehicle, whereas Puchils is going to be running into him. It's maybe just going to be ships passing.
Moguće da nas zona što završava god kad je team
Hello.
And here's the problem with emergency pickups.
Wow,
Viš ti gdje on povrat, niđe veze.
The game knowledge, you know, in particular Tingleton, who's a grinder, he knows how to shoot people out of
Oni
the
da skočio do podape, bo vi ga iščeli u
even whenever you're used to shooting people driving
na sole, man. 3 kill.
It's a different tempo with the timing, and even the players control over that tempo on their landing, so that is just experience being shown.
No doubt, and that's, you know, if
Tačno ti PUBG meč počinje od, recimo, pola druge zone.
Maja drugo rotiranje, ba.
12-13 minuta bez potrebe.
Maja drugo rotiranje, kad je malo tene sve zauzeto, oni moraju rotirati. A ti tati počne.
Da.
Nek se deru, ja.
A ne mora svaku zonu smanjivati. Tako ne mora ni dira brzinu u kojom se zona kreće, samo prvu zonu. I povećat loot. Jer sad igrači obično gube recimo 3 do 4 minuta na lootanje. 2 do 4 minuta lootanje, zavisi koliko brzo hoćeš da kreneš. 10 minuta ti treba ti prva zona sklopi. I to je ono što je previše. Ti ako bi povećao... Da, znači tačno kad bi povećao 3,5 puta loot, ti bi smanjio proces lootanja na minutu Što znači da bi na minutu i po već imao rotaciju, ti spustio trajanje meča sa 30 minuta na 20 minuta. I to bi ti onda bilo, to je sad neki trenutni optimum, jel? Čak i PUBG je smanjio, ovaj CSGO je smanjio broj rundi, Valorant je odavno na 13. Mislim da je to legit.
They were able to do some pretty good damage there. Maybe it was the second day. It was first day. Anyway, but Tiamba, I think, got the better of them in that one. And FaZe here now starting to flex out.
Koliko igra se sav Counter?
I should have said flex out. That would have been so much better.
Kao Valorant.
Oh, that would have been good. All right, we'll save that one for later.
A nije, brate, koliko ti može u doprinesu. Meni nije, zato što overtime, brate, može da ti ode u 3 sata
dobro za
igre.
G2, jer G2 je milion puta zgubio kad je vodio po 15-7, 15-8.
Pa nije ni to problem, nego ti je problem što teško je napraviti comeback.
Vulnerable in this position. Looks like they're going to be trying to retreat back, but really it's just going to be this 1-2 on the side of Tiamba with FaZe. This is very well read. If this doesn't get third partied by 17 Gaming, as Little Ghost does get some vision.
Well, I was going to say, I really like the map knowledge here from FaZe with the position that Gustav
Ali dobro,
is in.
isto grundi igra se i tamo i ovamo, tako?
And also do a little bit of damage.
Pola, tako da ti je svejedno.
Igraš Jukiri overpass, CT strana ti je
that he got himself into the sidelines of 17, took some damage for it. Now he's stabilized for now. The question is can he get back
Dobro,
involved in the
3-0 i kad je half?
Okay, LG in a great position because this is a lot of fields to try to contend with. Godok still has a smidgen of it in play, but nobody's really going to want to stay into this.
That's half
LG already inside of vehicles. Twisted Mind's already in vehicles. They're going to be rolling right up next to each other. It's going to be
Ako je na 10 rundi, onda ne valja.
Ao, Lua, danas 3 od 3 meča je lik umro, jeboj. Koliko nema sreće, bože.
12 rundi ti je
A do 13 igra.
12, ne, loše si shvatio, 12 rundi ukupno, 6-6.
6 je half, ja, onda isto, a igro 7 ili 7-7 ili 8-8 ili igro 6-6, razumiješ?
6 i half ti je.
Ja znam.
Death trap waiting for all of these teams. Tiamba's trying to hold out. It's going to be FaZe moving into this. They thought maybe
Ja, fali ti jedna runda, faktički.
Ovamo ti je bilo na 15. Ovamo nikad nisi mogao imati situaciju 6-6. Mogao si ima 8-7, 9-6, 11-4, 12-3, 14-1.
Ma ja, uvijek je bio par, bro.
Corexi attempting to be found and flushed. Fex, is he going to be able to protect this or is he going to play off of the contact of Corexi being flushed? No, he's got a great angle down on top of him.
That is dirty to work with. Fex at least going to get a bit of vengeance
Yeah,
back.
so drugačije 9-6 i 9-3.
Get some damage, but not get the knock.
A igra za 3.
Crawl forward, Corexi just trying to feed information over. Next nade. Is it going to bounce the same way? Hits the hillside. Doesn't go quite the angle that was wanted. You can see Fex just waiting for the peek around, not going to be able to spot it out. Good defensive nades coming out from that one, not allowing Fex to get any damage.
And he took a headshot there too, so 7-7 gets the better of him in quite a different number of ways. He's going to be able to regroup with that utility too, gets the helmet and the fresh vest. So 7-7 feeling really good about that.
Ja mislim da Twisted s ovim mečom ide dalje.
Did not really budge too much. They were fighting the other end of
Moj je dobar
Tiamba,
spot.
so they weren't able to get involved in this
Su
fight.
digli onoga Lua.
Cerberus lost one player. Yeah, they lost
Digli
one
su
player.
Lua.
Fex with the blue on his back. Gonna try to get through. Not easy to get grenades into this
Oni
building
mogu digli
necessarily. It's pretty
Corexi.
wide open on the inside.
Evo.
So 7-7 gonna be trying to dodge, but Foot's beamy.
Yeah, this is the problem with the FaZe, man, is, yeah, okay, you managed to hold out a bit, but you needed to get some points there in that 10th place position. You need to climb a bit more. Tiamba in more comfortable position in second. This is not going to be the best game for him, and yeah, 7-7's about to run out, but Foot's just waiting. Cerberus is waiting. You're as good as dead unless you find just the moment those two teams decide to break into a fight, but as the blue zone's going to close, that might happen. Will they get the reprieve? Where are we going to be going? And surprise, surprise, it's right onto that field.
Yeah, a lot of fields left in this one, so gonna look similar to some of the circles we've seen so far and take a lot of that, you know, kind of
Imaju oni
box
dosta
fighting
prostora ovdje.
that the rice fields create. Twisted Minds
Uhu,
in the
ali ga
circle.
profula.
See where they want to go under pressure from a mortar.
Boca.
That is squeaky bum time there for sure for Twisted Minds. They're just gonna have to dive into.
Evo ono što smo mi igrali na Scrims.
This is the challenging thing. as a team, when you get into these fields early, you open yourself up to a backside, so you have to position those vehicles really nicely to give yourself some chance of defending.
Regrouping happening as it is going to be Spyro, Twisted Mind for his squad. Cerberus going to be through here. Into an awkward spot. There's going to be time out that is going to be going down, and this is going to be encroaching into an area where there's just not a lot to be had. These fields, yes, we talked about it yesterday. There are a couple of dips in every single one of the micro fields themselves, but it's just not a lot to really work with. Cerberus trying to fight their way in. Sonic's also going to be coming in from the south, right back behind LG. And its own independent fight that's going to be happening. And see now T5 also getting some vision of what's going to be happening onto the eastern point where Twisted Minds is trying to defend. Keep in mind, Foot still needs to make their pathing, and North still going to be popping off in a moment as we have Asla as well as Donawa that's all going to be moving into 17 Gaming's position.
I like what T5 is doing here. They have to kind of eventually leave the safety of southwest tip of Godok. So Twisted Minds under your pressure, and they're finding some really good grenades. Tananol going to connect onto Perfectix. More grenades being loaded up and thrown out. That one goes a little bit too far. Spyro maybe getting in the vehicle. Out in the open is BATULIN. Spyro down. Just Lou alive, and that grenade may end up spelling disaster, and it does.
New set of targets for T5 as they have now realized this is ours, but guess what? Cerberus, we ain't done yet. We're going to continue this pathing in, and Cerberus needs Luckily, there is no third party right now.
Ja sam skonto da ne igramo mi pogrešnu igricu, nego smo na pogrešnom kontinentu.
Gaming lined up against Asla fight we were talking about a second ago. Donawa Saltis doesn't want to get involved. They're shifting more into the west, and they might be bumping into day trade. Now it's just about how 17 Gaming, as well as the defensive line coming up from Legacy to the south, taking shots into Asla, can really defend this dip.
Yeah, 17 right now is getting a bit of a benefit from the fight of Day Trade and the Donawa team up in the northwest corner because their backside
Nije bilo crashova, makar nismo
those two teams
skontali.
too busy keeping each other out of this next circle, or Day Trade more trying to keep Donawa out of the next circle. Sonic's here with Foot. Looking down over that hill, but the blue has arrived. Blue zone bag for Shrimzy is going to buy him a little bit of time and space to kind of stick around and see if he can catch any members of Foot trailing. And in fact, 8C is doing that, so really good recognition here by the Sonics.
There's no real good option, though, to work with for the Sonics, with Foot kind of holding them out. Tyloo and LG are going to be in front of them, so we're just going to see what happens.
Ja sam glasao za Winnera 25, zagledajte njihova umrla. Nisnju top 8.
Find any way to open that one up. Donawa now getting a bit more of this hillside under their control. Puccio is going to be very, very close. Already going to be spotted out there, so Loki's going to go ahead and prep up that nade. New circle is going to be popping.
Mislim imam ja još 4 kartice.
Man, they do not have much vision that they can work with. They're just trying to brass out. You can see QM cannot even come close to encroaching into this danger.
Ja sad u ovom trenutku bi glasao za 17 i za Donavu.
He's got 3 in the bag, has a real opportunity to do some damage, but Donawa is afforded the opportunity to try to rotate, but it's caught. Loki.
Pa ja to pričam od juče, a Donawa juče bila 7. Ali imala najviše killova u odnosu na placement poen, u odnosu na ostalo.
What is going to be happening next as it is going to be 17 Gaming getting eliminated off into the distance. Are we going to see Day Trade try to defend up against this QM line? Yes, that's going to be the new situation. Sonics do get eliminated in that fight with Foot down to the south, but it's just going to be more opportunities prevailing for the teams that are already entrenched.
Yeah, we did get to see a fight between Oslo and 17, but they ended up pushing up and over that hill. Finally found the timing and the confidence to make the move, and they smothered him out. Shrimzy is going to find a couple extra kills there as 7 eliminates the last member of Foot. So
činilo mi da će se ući između ova dva Hebela.
A couple more points forward into this one. Not the end of the world.
Sio Shrimzy mrtav ubija.
Not the game they were hoping for. Cerberus done and out. Vard is absolutely on fire today. Soul's going to clean up Adder as Donawa is really tenacious on these edges today. They have been finding kills and kills and kills, and yeah, they end up losing fights in the long run, but they're perfectly fine with it.
Where do they go next? It looks like they're just shifting into where they saw Flash just a moment ago, realizing that this is a bit of a split situation. Instead, just going to use a numbers advantage to try to creep in. Keep in mind, LG, though, while in 9th place right now, just a couple of points back behind Foot. They have the compound, and they also have the
Kako ne može, pa igraju, Sonic stvarno igraju bolje.
Kind of the northeastern area of
Ovo je možda prvi dan loš za Kickstar. Igraju agresivnije, znaš kako su oni igrali prošli PGC, u prvoj zoni se pozicioniraju i što im Bog da. A sad ovaj PGC igraju dosta agresivnije. Vidio si juče kad su vinali meč kakav kol je bio i severnija da se pulapa gore na 17. Bukvalno meč winner.
Trying to exploit those mortars are going to be going into Ty Lu's line. See T5 not able to make too much of a shift out from it. It's going to be Tiamba way out by himself. 7-7. Remember that fight from like, I don't know, 2 circles ago? He's still alive out here. 1 HP. He's going to go down to the zone. Now T5, what are you going to do off of this point? They should be able to get the res. It's going to be Legacy taking the shots into Day Trade at range as RBN is going to get that knock. And Ty Lu, man, they're just having the kitchen sink thrown at them right now, but still clinging to life.
Oh, see,
They do lose a car to those mortars. Another one of those ponies is really beat up. In the meantime, LG, successful defense against here. Donovan realized their position was dangerous. They're trying to rotate ahead. I think they only lose one player to it. That is nasty stuff there. And here's that spray down from Adder. Nasty, nasty stuff. Him and Wicked combining a caught on the other end. Beautiful from Osla Pentagram.
Circle goes a bit more west into those fields. T5 going to be chasing after it. Legacy going to be in front of them as well. Asla off the positioning should be able to shift down and regroup, and still a smidgen of the compound for LG to work with. Ty Lu, while they have been surviving for oh so long, need to make a pathing, and they need to get rid of T5. They can't move forward into the circle due to the vision that T5 has on their ridge line.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Ma smislit će nešto Salo Batulin.
Maybe wants to take this position. They may be forced to. They might try to find an opportunity to come up and over the hill. The problem is T5 still harassing their back line. So this is a really tricky spot here for Ty Lu. They either got to go up to the corner, circle between the road and the edge of the field, or they got to try to pressure one of these teams that are on their flank. Now, T5's reign of destruction just continues. RBN stuck inside of a shack and flushed out.
Gizera still alive.
Ja mislim da će... Ne vidim koji su ovi skroz dolje vam.
Very close to Belmoth. Keep in mind, Day Trade has been just hunkered down in this position for oh so long. T5 wanted to try to path in the same direction. They're going to get shoot away. Well, I say that. Flash trying to line in, get some shots into Thanadol. Looks like he's going to be kind of leaning back into a position, and that's about the best that you're going to be able to find in this circle.
Well, this has opened up space for Ty Lu to go into that corner I was just talking about, so they're going to be able to post up there. Meanwhile, LG just keeping their flanks as clear as possible. Hearing this vehicle from a Tungmu kept them a little bit distracted on the backside.
Ja ću LG
no problems at all for either of these teams right now.
Prošao
close proximity, but not danger close just yet. Snakers
I ne možeš full.
T5 is just going to try to fan out over this center field. This is so dangerous.
There's nowhere to go. But Ty Lu, Zhao Yang gets the knock onto Snakers. That should be resible right now, but that does mean the control that Luminosity has had on the circle is going to relent for just one moment. Throwables could be a factor for LG to try to use a moment ago. I think I saw at least 1 or 2 nades that they have stuffed down inside their packs. Belmoth also eyeing a bit more. Looks like he wants to leave out his compound that he's been kind of defending up. Knows where Akkad is, wants to see if maybe he can get an exploiting angle into it, but T5 kind of shooing him out of it.
Yeah, Day Trade's been able to hang out in these little farm shacks, and they haven't had to move out just yet, but likely in the next circle, they will have to. We'll see on phase 7 what exactly the shift is going to bring us, but a decent amount of kills again for Day Trade. I mean, they're playing solid, steady PUBG. Them and T5 today have been just on track to make sure that they're going into those grand finals. Good grenade from Snakers.
This is a big fight between these two squads. They're neck and neck on the leaderboard right now and fighting to get into that top 8. Luminosity is opening it up, but Asla, they're finding their successes as well. It's going to now be Akkad trying to see if he can keep control over this area. They want to take down T5 as now this section is going to be opening up more. LG has spotted out, and they're trying to get some harassment and at range, at least maybe pick up a couple of these kills, but that stalled out what they were wanting to try to do to Ty Lu.
Some of those grenades hitting the top of this tent and not getting into their territory. Instead, Akkad just going to take matters into his own hand, driving right by them, has a crashed vehicle even here to work as some extra cover for himself, pushes it a little bit in towards them, but now he's out in the open, and he's going to win that fight.
Problem with it is, where do you go next? You're going to have to shift in. There is a ridge line opposing side of that road, but Ty Lu might have some vision into it. QM Aduzi still alive, clinging to life inside the circle, the only player that's presently inside the circle.
Hey, every point so valuable for QM there. Down in 14th place currently. If he can find some more placements, maybe a kill or two. A very good salvage game here for Aduzi. But the blue zones are already out. Day Trade has spotted him, and they want to try to clear him out. And in fact, they're starting to hit. There's not much he can do. Yep.
LG had the opposing angle onto it.
Clear
him out. And there is your one piece of cover that you can play if you are Day Trade. And boy, they want it quick. They're going to go ahead and hop down in the vehicles. I wouldn't be surprised if they could stop down over there. And really, anything Aduzi had on him is probably going to be beneficial.
Yeah, literally anything they can find will be very useful for Day Trade. You can see they're going right to the looting. Going to get that AUG for Belmoth. Plenty of ammo now as well. LG flexes out into this car fort, into these hay bales. Again, these are really dangerous to go to until you're the last team on the edge of the circle. Then you can start setting up these folded shields. You can control that space. The problem is Tyloo's still behind them. Doesn't matter. Snakers finds the knock onto Shen. Not only 2 up for Tyloo, as Shen is bleeding out extremely fast.
Daytrade is also pretty focused in onto this position. Snaker's going to go ahead and hop inside of a vehicle, try to regroup. Blue Zone's going to be right next to him. Dude, Daytrade have the angle in. Tyloo wants a piece of it as well. We're going to be looking at essentially 2 different fights. That road is going to be a big line cutting through it, and it kind of raises up. You can see Asla moving in with a distracted Tyloo. They're going to be fighting over in this northern area, while it is going to be LG and Daytrade with a lot more space to work with. Asla, 5 kills right now, and they want more. Tyloo wants to try to creep up just into that top 8 range, but it's going to be a Tong move that gets spotted out. Wicked going to go in, spot him, and spots out the follow-up as well. North now belongs to Asla.
Wicked is having a crazy good game.
Evo se i Asla priključila za to poslije.
For the Asla IGL. Absolutely stellar. Some good grenades against T5 earlier. Basically sent them out of this lobby. Flash with a car.
Ali LG ako
against this firing line.
LG preskače Sonics.
Set up against him. But so far
Ako vina i ovo, poprilično su safe.
Knows he's right there, sees the smoke, sees the shots. That grenade is almost good enough. The vehicle did damage to him too.
That was just almost his doom. Asla stepping up onto the road. That is a ballsy play, and that is just with the control that they have over into the north of it, trying to harass, see if maybe he can get a knock into LG. LG inside the circle. Daytrade is not, though. So Asla, they get the capabilities to peek over here. They've got this control. They've got this ridge. They can exploit it to their heart's content.
And I like how proactive Asla's been in this game. It started with that fight against 17 and gave them the confidence they needed to start snowballing team after team. They are up to quite a few kills in this, 7 already, and that has opened them up enough space to try to control this circle as much as possible. But this is phase 8. Center of the circle favors LG more than anyone currently. It's just how is Asla going to navigate this? They might be able to outweight Daytrade. Let LG and Daytrade duke it out, and then try to find a timing to finish it off.
Oh, Wicked, you were talking about a man. He's been on a rip right now. He's got his eyes into that LG line. It's going to be a con to the north, kind of holding down Daytrade and Hikari. That's going to be in the middle. He's their information guy, trying to feed over anything. Daytrade, though, I don't even know how they managed to make it into the circle. I think that there's like a bit of something directly in front of Flash that he might be able to creep forward to. Yeah, it's going to be a tractor. And Lord knows those tractors aren't good. You've got the wheel for some type of cover, but they're so open underneath of them, you can just get shot down so easily.
Yeah, they're worse than the sprinklers on Miramar, man.
True, man, true.
They're not the best. The thing I'm concerned about here for Asla, though, is the lack of utility. I don't see any smokes. Maybe a COD has a few, but I'm not sure. I think Flash knows that this one is...
smart.
Yeah. Daytrade doesn't need to give any points over. They know that the teams below them are both underneath and could catch them. No point in sending those points over.
Instead, now it's just going to be as aligned into LG. It's going to be about that fight for dominance. Mime's going to be moving right up into the thick of it. Kari is going to go down. Snaker's going to spot him out. Snaker's on a tear of his own right now. Wicked's going to go down. Rello's going to be the one that gets knocked onto him, but it is an exchange with Mime going down as well. 2 members up for LG as there is just one more up in a COD just to the north of it. LG looks like they're fighting and getting control over this right now. They've got the center dot. They've got the ridge line to play. A COD. Can you get this res safe enough? And it looks like Snakers is realizing that might be what's going on, trying to move into some type of throwable range.
Yeah, res for res, but Snakers has a good position to punish. Rello is going to get the cleanup onto Wicked. So yes, Hikari's back on his feet. Akkad starting to throw some stuns, expecting this push from Snakers. Really good read on this situation, and he's got the knock.
Good read, but it's going to be countered on the opposing side. Mime, who just got rezzed up. Hikari looking down into the smoke wall that is just absolutely massive for him to work with. Trying to step down into it. It is going to be Rello leading the way. Spots up, gets a bit of a spray, but it's going to go down. Now it's just going to be Hikari on one side. Mime playing the smoke on the other one. Creeping forward. It's going to be Asla that has control over the circle, but LG takes the grenade there at the end from Mime, and LG has been really close, had opportunities in the first 2 games today, and they are finally able to find that much-needed chicken dinner. Confidence has to be just brimming for Luminosity. Woo, man, that was a meat grinder of a game to work your way through, and you can see the relief on faces just like...
Hiba.
We needed that so bad. Now finally touching those top 8 positions, LG might have the momentum to move forward. The stonks are absolutely rising for LG, 100%.
And they've been positioning
themselves well today, but their micro game hasn't been as good. Their team fighting maybe not as good as they would have liked. Here, they're able to play for those trades really nicely and come through with the win. Great
game
Treći, sad ide 4.
So let's go ahead and
Sad ide Vikendi I onda 2 Erangela. Slavene, gdje si Slavene, dobro jutro. Dobar dan Slavene, dragi. 10 do 2 je. Pa si ti to igrao ene i Screamse sinoć.
Sad ide moja omiljena mapa.
Idem do WC, guys. Moram baciti ove bandarine. Znate šta me čeka ako ostane neko smeće.
Slovan tek ustao,
Kaća će ga napusti medoči.
It's Tego and it's Luminosity. We thought they might have lost a little bit of speed when Flood went down, but they held their position, they caught a circle, and they made the most out of it as they take home the chicken dinner. But let's look back at the highlights.
Yeah, I love it when these northern circles doesn't go dock.
Yeah,
because we get these more kind of refined endings where there's a little bit different space. It's
refined.
Yeah, it's not like we've seen a lot of these endings, right? It's like that far south. LG had some greedy splits. First to compounds further west, and they had a relo posted further in case it actually went dock. But here they go back. They lose Flood though. I was a little bit worried for them, but as a 3-man they hauled on. Overall, some crazy fights. Tyloo actually, I was hoping for a little bit more for them. They had 4 guys strong for a long time. They looked like to be this kind of stronger force, but then they lost cars, multiple cars, to the Mortars, of course, which is a huge thing, especially these fielding endings here, which made them actually have a really rough push from Master Pentagram that they couldn't defend from, right? They didn't have any cover, they only had 1 smoke, and Master Pentagram did that and executed quite well from that. So really impressed with Master Pentagram's game overall. Nate's here on T5 completely obliterated them.
Yeah, Oz let me think of that push against Daetra was absolutely beautiful, and this is where we come down to that final, and it was sort of a 2v1 and then a 2v2 and then a 1v1. It was about as exciting as you could ask for when it comes to an end game, and it was sort of, we talk often about those roads acting as rivers when it comes to some of these maps, and that's what it was. 2 teams on opposite sides that had to find a way to make the play up over the top, and those are my favorite fights to watch. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Top, and I'm joined by Avenger. I love watching that sort of like peak battles.
That's what I love from Tego, right? Because you have deep fields, you have these trenches in between, not so much in the northern side, it was a little bit flatter. That's also why it made it hard for Tyloo, right? They couldn't post 1 or 2 guys up towards the next trench because it was a low one. So especially with how the roads are and the fields are there deep, and the way that Pentagram paid that, you know, they managed to get a hold on that northern side that actually opened up everything. Then if Daytrade took the fight to LG, then it would have been Master Pentagram's fight here. But yeah, they got 8 kills out of this. LG though, 21 points.
24 smokes from Osla Pentagram. That is how they lasted so long and were able to make that push. It was insane, but that's the value of utility, especially in these fields. Now let's take a look at this WWCD team stats. Damage output, incredible coming from Mime and Snakers. We saw Relo get those 2 kills. Flood went out early, so that's why he looks that way. But I think it is a indisputable man of the match that will go to Snakers, the young superstar. 5 kills, 7 knockouts, over 1,000 damage.
Yeah, 1,119 damage. Good to see here. The 1K clubber at PGC. We don't have many of them, but now Snakers is, of course, I feel like he might have had 1 in PGC 2022, if I remember correctly. But 21 points, they needed that. I said it. I said it.
You said it.
They had 38 points going into this one here. I would like to see them. I would like to see them around the 60-point mark after this game, because that circle, you also saw how little they traveled. That circle is a circle that is they're doomed to lose it.
What you're saying is you're not going to get that lucky again.
You're not going to get that lucky again after the jungle, the jungle compound. They're going to have to do something about it. 59 here, that puts them a little bit ahead. There's also a little bit of a gap starting between 7th and 9th, right? 14 points difference. Effectively win with 4 kills, right? A good match. So there's a little bit of a gap starting.
They jump over Sonics, which I think Sonics will probably take personally and look for them to go big on the next one. We're heading to Vikendi for the next match, which has been a bit of a wild card in terms of teams, right? Some seem not to play the mountains very well, seem to struggle with the difference in geography. I'm curious to see how that affects some of these teams, but it is 3 games left to play. There's no time to make mistakes.
It is, and it's been a wild weekend, actually, the whole Iron Sunday. But in general here, the question for me is 17 gonna post up and look for some more Sonics fights? Because now they're in the cusp, 8th place, right? We have 2 or 3 teams that are chasing in their 40s. So could 17 Gaming potentially push them out? Remember, this is revenge from doing it at a PGS. Like, Sonics had the opportunity, they took it to them.
There's no way to snow, but there will be lots of snow as we get ready to go to the snowy slopes of Vikendi, where anything can happen. 3 games left to play. The top 8 advance. The bottom 8 go to the last chance qualifier. This is the moment where the teams on the bottom have to make a statement. Will they show up? Will they put up? Or will they start to earn their ticket to that last qualifier? We'll find out. Here's a team that is traditionally strong on Sundays. FaZe, I think, needs to show up and have a big moment.
They have 4 placement points
4?
in 9 games.
Whew, not good.
No. That is the reason why they're not in the top 8 mark currently.
That's the definition of bad. You need more than that. So let's see if FaZe can turn it around. It's Sunday. It's time for them to make a move. Maybe it'll happen. Let's go to Vikendi for game number 4.
Oh, Vikendi, Vikendi, Vikendi. I do love you so much. We have a moment right now before this kicks off.
Okay.
And we need to talk about this.
Okay.
Bears have been kind of a component in a lot of these games. Apparently, a group of bears can be called a sloth, a sleuth, a pack, or a maul.
That's a lot of different ways to talk about a group of bears.
I think it's kind of confusing to call a pack of bears a sloth, and I don't consider them to be too detective-y, sleuth-like.
Nope.
So are we going to go with maul because it just sounds cool?
A maul of bears, I like it.
A maul of bears. I mean, they do kind of run up and slap you.
Exactly.
Out there, right?
I think that's the most apt of all of those. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. Well, I don't know. We'll see if the Bears have a role to play in this one. They've had a few says here and there so far throughout the event, but they are maybe, you know, again, they're by the gondolas a lot, so that's kind of where you got to be on the lookout for them. I'm just kind of looking to see if 17 is going to do anything funky. Sonics are heading down to their near Kranich drop. I do see FaZe a little bit near the Sonics there, so some contention over some vehicle spawns, potentially brewing. T5 out of there, and they're going up to the northern drop spot to Dino Land. Respect, love the Dino Land.
I know, I love Dino. I love the fact that Dino Land carried over from previous Vikendi.
Oh, it was a must.
I mean, yeah, it's a very complicated section. Like, it used to be a very complex area with the roller coaster and everything like that. Now it's its own entire beast, and I would love to see a bit more of a northern lean in our circles, but they don't like that idea. They're going to lean more to the south as FaZe and Sonics in a very weird looting situation around each other.
You know, I'm really curious about our previous game winners, LG, because we saw them on Vikendi yesterday, Matt, go for that play where they went up to the gondola on the one side, on the east side, and had Mime sneak across to the other side where 17 Gaming was waiting. Now, 17 isn't going to have prio to that one this time around. There's too many teams down here on the south because of the southern shifted plane path. I'm really curious what LG wants to do in this one. Normally, they like to kind of leapfrog from high point to high point when they're a bit on the edge or a bit outside of the circle to make their way in and kind of trail teams, kind of backfill potentially. So we'll see if that's going to be the name of the game.
Well, I love the fact that LG is cooking on this map, right?
Yeah.
If you don't necessarily want to, at the world stage, you know, the end-all be-all for PUBG for the year, want to have to be experimenting with something. But if you can find something that works at this stage and make something really, really cool happen, you are going to be blessed with it. And that's why I liked what Mime was trying to do. I think it was Mime that was trying to sneak his way up there. It almost worked. Almost worked, the timing on it. So
timing is just
it's
a bit
one of
off.
those things that I at least love to see these players, you know, they've been holding a couple of these strategies out and been trying to bring them in this last second.
It's brilliant. I mean, it really is. It was like probably 5 seconds away from working. And Mime's spray was a little bit off in the beginning too, so that kind of hurt the timing as well. But the idea is solid, I think. And so it's just a matter of, you know, getting that execution down. That's what's hard with these new maps is part of it is knowing the angles and all that stuff, just having enough playtime and enough experience to kind of understand every kind of possibility, what's safe, what's not, you know, that kind of thing, but also how to experiment with the kind of unique features to the maps themselves.
Well, on top of that, remember it was against 17 Gaming, so LG was trying to time an approach up on the gondola while also cresting the hillside.
That's hard.
And tried to sync it against 17 Gaming, and it almost worked. So that should tell you something about the strategy and how it could roll out. Something to note for everybody else, there have been two, I guess, roaming bandit squads in 17 Gaming and Donawa that have been kind of just incursions on everything that's been going on around them. They are kind of close to each other this time around, and that might be something that the rest of the lobby could enjoy seeing hit the kill feed.
No doubt. I mean, Donawa, Tianba, 17, basically safe at this point. T5 really close to being basically safe as well.
Bio sam do WC-a, nadao sam se da ću preskočiti ovih 7-8 minuta, ali tek 3 pružu.
So I'm really impressed so far with our Thai teams. They've been playing exceptional PUBG.
It's just been a pleasure to watch too. Like a lot of aggression comes out from them, but I know that there are a lot of eyes that are being drawn down on how they're navigating so much of what's going to be going on, and I want to get to the heart and soul of that squad. So let's listen in.
A nije prvi put.
Bog hvala ni posljednji.
내일은 되게 좀 홀가분한 마음이 되게 큰 것 같습니다. 미리 계획된 세레모니였어요. 정영이 형이 렘마전을 이기고 조금 세레모니를 하고 싶다라고 얘기를 했어가지고 네, 뭐 미리 계획된 세레모니였습니다. 사실 배그가 운의 요소가 조금 크다라고들 말씀하시는데 결국 잘하는 팀이 잘하거든요. 그래서 이번 연도 대회를 깨서 당연히 나올 수 있는 그런 구도라고 생각을 해서 그냥 되게 좀 재밌습니다. 똑같이 늘 해왔던 대로 급파 직행해서 급파에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Preach, soul, preach about the fact that the good team has managed to make it in the top, and oh my God, randomness, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, look at that leaderboard right now and you tell me that's randomness.
Dude, my bro,
Bukvalno.
knows what's up, no doubt about it. Oh, CC.
Ne može se reći da ne postoji random faktor u PUBG, vala.
But Nan's gonna trade it out quickly. RBN is
U svakoj igrici postoji.
This has gotten way messy, way early. RBN realizing, wait, I need some reinforcements. Going to step back. He does have some of it. It's going to be Zera coming up really close to it. Azza does have Wicked down right now after a great breach into positioning, but has to be careful. It is going to be in H creeping in. Cod going to go down. It's going to be Ming Ming that's going to be back behind him. And everybody realizing there is a feast to be had if you can get in the right position for it.
What an angle there for Ming Ming across the road. Found an open lane down into Ozla's setup, so that's going to prompt Ozla to have to use a ton of smokes. Now, does not know that Hikari is up here outside of these oil or water containers. I don't think he does just yet. Doesn't matter though. Nan is still punishing it, and Hikari can't do anything about it yet. He has to sit there and wait.
Keep in mind, we also have Twisted Minds coming in. Hikari's reading this one out. Goes for the spray in. Almost went wrong for him. Nine with a good flick back over. Gets
ja kad gledam ove iz New Happy-a, meni kod izgleda da su braća se samo spojila na meč i nisu na istom Discordu. Ne komuniciraju.
Jedan od boljih igrača.
Sjećaš se kad su osvojili PGC bio ubedljivo najjači igrač na svijetu.
Yeah, this is kind of surprising that this many teams ended up coming into the city. I wonder if there's something with the heat maps on this map that lead them to believe that it's going to end close to here, or at least close enough to this edge that they want to play from it. Just like you want to play from Southern Severny, like we saw with Sonics, Guizera, RBN, taking down 2 more members of Ozla. Hikari, the only one left, and he's spotted out. He's done.
Legacy finding some legs to themselves. They are down on the leaderboard, but when
Legacy dole, vrati, kako baš lepo igraju.
Meni se sviđa kako igraju.
Sad su ovi individualno, ja bih ga svi
But it is feasible. Do not count out with fact that we still have these 3 games left. If anything, whenever they're going to be looking into the, I guess the last chance qualifier.
A gledaj, brate, 25 poena i dalje Legacy ima šans. Teoretsku makar.
Još 10 poena bace, to je 35. I 15
below them, and 9th that gets eliminated first. So you got to feel a
20
little bit
poena
better
game i
about
oni su
that.
tu,
It's been a rough day for the Sonics, no doubt about it.
Mislim, definitivno mora odigrati sve mečeve do kraja dobro. Teoretski imaju šansu.
It's not really unfortunate. I mean, it is the part of the game, and that's 17's
right,
an opportunity as the leader
of
this leaderboard
jedan od najboljih vikendi
timova. Some of the teams will win, some of the teams that they don't want to deal with potentially in the grand finals.
There's a lot of gentleman's rules that go around with PUBG, you know, about drops and hot dropping and all this other stuff. Whenever we get to this stage,
znaš šta ti je sada fazon za Twisted za FaZe?
Wants to win, and if you can do
koji su najviše
anything to
igrali,
competition,
najbolji igraju ovu mapu, sad ako ne odigraju dve Tego i Vikendi, ako ne odigraju dobro, onda stvarno.
Sonics did something similar to them, so
votao sam za
fair play there.
Prvi tiket mi je onaj free tiket mi je otišao na Twisted Minds. Drugi tiket na Danavu. Na FaZe i treći na Danavu.
This time around, I think Foot's a little bit too widespread to really do much significant damage to Cerberus. Now, the real question is are they going to kind of just nip at their heels? Are they going to stalk them like prey and try to find a trailing member of Cerberus exposed? We'll see. That turn from Wicked was pretty nasty, but the positioning here from NH was just too strong. Ming Ming's position right here really broke Ozla apart.
Tako da, za sad mi ova dva tiketa ne igraju igricu. A ovaj treći bi brutalno.
Dobro, ti je winner bracket. Finale se gleda samo, ne gleda se ništa drugo.
A znam, ali ovi kako su krenuli.
Dobro, ali ovo ti
Gledam formu.
Da, imaš grand final. Može da bude ko New Happy ti je prošlu rundu bio prvi, jel? Prošao da. Ili sada 16.
That's the name of the
Ne znam
game.
koji su
It's
bili.
pretty centered, like you were talking about. There must be something
među
heat
prvima,
maps,
da li top
knowledge,
3 možda.
or maybe it's just they're really freaking tired of Southern Coast games. They're hoping it's going to go this direction.
Yeah, it's the gambler's fallacy. Great grenades there from Ozla and Wicked finding multi-kills with those. I think it's just, yeah, I think it's more just trying to play center. It's become kind of the name of this lobby, other than a few teams. T5, Foot aren't, you know, afraid. Tyloo sometimes aren't afraid to play.
Ali dobro, ali grupa B je lakša bila grupa A. Pa sve jedno.
That goes back into edge play, right? Whenever we're looking at this, as the circle is going to go south yet again.
Question Mark, LG, 17 Gaming pa su bili prvi.
A big part of whenever you're playing Edge is asserting your authority and winning those firefights. Once you get to this stage, though, it's so much more dangerous because then you could be like fighting up against Tiamba, you could be fighting up against Sonics, Dono, 17 Gaming, all these guys that are just going to be trying to come in. And whenever you take a shot at them, they take it personally. They will hunt you down for the rest of the game. So center feels like it's a bit more of a safer play, specifically also just getting to avoid all of the chaos that can go on. So it's kind of a feast situation for the teams that are presently at the top of the leaderboard that do reward playing Edge. And if you are not one of those top 4 teams, center is the way you got to go.
No doubt. It's hard when teams like Donovan and 17 are lurking out there on those edges that can just ruin your round in a heartbeat. Even if you get the first knock, they're so good at figuring a weakness in your formation, in your lineup, and exploiting it. FaZe, again, they've been fighting early today. They're another team that likes to play Edge. They like to come to circles a little bit later. But today, right now, they have all the space in the world to really figure out how they want to take over the southern half of the circle in the green area. And they're really just doing a great job here today. 2-2 split. Well, okay job, I should say. Not a great job, but an okay job here so far today. But this is a very favorable situation for them potentially.
I've got my eyes though on the gondola that goes above them. The Cerberus holding down the opposing point. If this does go down to the southwest, take the gondola over above them, which would be a big problem, and that's a factor that we're not quite used to dealing with on the competitive level yet.
Yeah, LG's got to be a little bit careful.
Alabata zumira mapu ko nogama. Nogama je zumira.
Which is where I think they would naturally want to go. Just assuming based on the previous map we saw that, you know, they like to get up there and try to make it work. So instead they're going to have to stop on the low ground and kind of reassess the situation. Now the funny thing is I don't know how much they can see from down there, but it's actually completely wide open, like to the west of them, to like the southwest angle. So they could move through. Of course, by the way, friends, there's a lot of awesome stuff going on, not just on this stream, but on others. We've got the map feed, of course, as a wonderful way to enhance your PUBG esports experience. And at PUBGesports.com, we do have, well, poor mime, but we do have some team feeds as well that you can watch directly from there. So if you want to watch some of your favorite teams, we do 6 teams a day. So go on and scope that out, see if your favorite team is being highlighted, and you can watch directly from their point of view.
Mine may be dead, but his car lives on, still rolling down the hillside. So we're going to have to see where it does end up. Cerberus, again, trying to eye a bit more of these foothills. They do have the high ground advantage as well to work with. The north is kind of where I keep getting my attention drawn to and where QM is trying to rotate. They've kind of been prodding along these lines. We saw them taking some shots into 17 just a moment ago. Donovan is just going to be to the south of this new position. And even if you do that, you can kind of rotate over next to Deca, but that's going to be where we have Tyloo positioned at. Let's not forget we also still have NH, Legacy, and Twisted Minds all still in Deca proper itself.
That's a nice little pick play there by Cerberus, kind of recognizing that LG might want to send a player out for some scouting, for some information, and try to leapfrog forward, and they thwart that very effectively. T-Bone now running up on the backside of Solalzi. Solalzi's kind of playing anchor here on this position, playing rear guard. And let's see if T-Bone can maybe catch him a little bit off guard. He's looking more east and not south currently, and there you go. More south, more west.
All right, that gondola could be a feature that we're going to be looking at. T5 looks like it is going to get a foothold on the opposing side away from Cerberus, so they might not opt into playing into that one. People going to be hopping the vehicles, going to be moving pretty quick, because it's going to be Danimal running right up into that Sonics defended line that they've got going on, while Sonics are going to be trying to regroup. Shots going to be coming out. Shrimsy's going to get the line into it. Nonix going to be able to take him down, go for flush into it. Daytrade pretty close, going to spot this one out as well, trying to go for some shots on the regroup, but it is going to be Danimal that at least managed to get some type of control inside of this compound. It is going to be very dangerous for them to deal with, but with Soul and Salute still up, going to be navigating well. Take that one back. Salute's going to go down, and it's going to be Himsy that does it.
Shrimsy, the main character here for Sonics in this fight. That blue zone is going to push them back into another one. So well set up here by Donawa, and they are going to catch some guaranteed damage. Soul looking for the reses onto Loki as well. Back over to this really
Jebote, ovaj Lu će opet da nastrada. Četvrti meč. Četvrti meč lig za redom gine prvi.
Ming gonna get it. Now you can see Sonics trying to reset, and I gotta say, I loved again that Donawa, that double up whenever we saw them go with those blue zone nades. You pointed it out. It stalled the game out. Donawa now managing to rewrite themselves, get in position, play away from where all the third parties coming in, and you can see Sonics trying to use the opportunity to do the same, but it slowed them down so much.
Yeah, this is stellar. Sonics, I've credited them with some great usage of the blue zone. Donawa just as tricky, and oh no, there's a DBS in Loki's hands. This is so scary.
All right, moving closer and closer range by the moment. Smoke's now coming out. Got to be careful. Tig playing on this outer wall right now. Hasn't been able to spot anybody just yet. You can see peeks, sneaky angles. Tig does go for a spray into it. Doesn't spot out anything. Looks like there was some information that was being fed back inside of it. Shrimsy does spot out what's going to be going on. He gets knocked, though. It's going to be Salute that gets that. And Sonics, while they have the board case play with it, it's going to be H when it steps out. Does get the knock onto Soul. Might be finding some opportunities to work with Donawa. Salute moving up the hillside, trying to look up over the smoke.
Oh!
He's going to go down. Salute the last one up, but Sonics are going to get eliminated.
Oh, such an important fight for the Sonics. If they could have won that, they could have got some much needed points, but Matt, they don't get many. That is disaster. And I mean, what a team to roll up on you in that situation. Donawa, who's so tenacious in these close quarter battles.
The timing, you could see that Sonics were trying to regroup. We've been talking about the dangerous situations of the 2-2 splits. That's why right there, 1 second of Sonics being there entrenched in would have made the difference.
Yeah, it's just difficult. Speaking of difficult, LG's got some trouble as they were a member down early, and they're back in the bear cave. Good job, proactive play once again. LG does a good job clearing these bears out. Now they gotta hold the line.
Snake with 1 HP does get the knock onto it, but question mark has got to make the plays around. Rello, last one up. You can see the vehicle fortifications on the outside. We're trying to stall it down. Maybe those could come up with a nade. It's gonna go a bit too far though. Rello playing around with this one, trying to slow it and see if maybe he can get spray and everybody's getting taken down. Can they find anything? You know, their roof makes it a bit more complicated as they are going to commit into reses on both sides.
That's unfortunate. Rello just not getting the angle correct there, and it clipped the roof, and he loses a player. Now, the good news is QM, they are potentially about to be out. That's a great bounce. Is it going to get a kill?
Oh, this one goes nice throw. Takes him down. And those vehicles lined up there, paying up big for LG, sitting at 4 kills right now, getting space away from the just knocked out Sonics.
Yeah, I like what QM thought there. Try to punish LG as they're dealing with the Bears, but LG's so efficient, so aware of the positioning of the Bears. They clear them out quickly, and they're able to turn and win the fight in the long run. Yeah, they lose another player, but still, LG fighting 2 for 4 kills. Not bad so far at all. Daytrade on the edge in a storm that's about to pop here. So Cerberus 2-2 long 2-2 split. Tianba just looming on their western side.
I gotta say it, LG feels like our Vikindi innovators right now. They're doing a lot of very smart things time and time again.
Oh,
exactly
Jimbo!
Again, dropping off those vehicles in the front of it.
Pa nisam vidio kill vide Jimbo noko nekog, ne sjećam se mu. Od prve mape je.
7-7 to finish that one out, as well as regroup over with his teammates. This is going to be right on the edge of the zone where a new storm
Zdravo, Sonics
Cerberus, Tianba,
all
in the thick of the storm.
You don't want to be in these because you can see them really well. So it's bad in so many ways to be in these storms. Not only can you not see nothing, but people can see into the storm decently well from the outside. So you'll see players kind of lurk on the edges of these storms and look for kills. Tycon, though, on the very edge himself, looking to see if anybody has come in. I think he suspects or heard a vehicle maybe. I'm not exactly sure. With Tianba's ZYY opens up gets responded to, and Tycon gonna save his
He
teammate's
faded,
life
man,
potentially, but the
Storm.
Storm's doing so much damage.
They're not moving to the outskirts of the storm. They're wanting to be the ones that can kind of wrangle in whatever's going to be. Belmont's going to be pretty close.
Nije, zadnje dve su rangi. Poslove.
Make sure he finishes out. Doesn't really have a clean angle into any of this, but Belmont is going to spot out T-Bone, shut that down in the positioning of what Foot was trying to accomplish. FaZe hears this, though. Looks like they might be moving in, realizing that there could be a gatekeeping position that they could set up.
Everybody needs points. Everybody needs points. That's on this southern side. Foot, FaZe really want points. Everybody else in the storm is kind of okay-ish, but they were, happy to fight and try to make this more difficult. AT is going to find a kill. And now here comes FaZe, grenades at the ready, looking at the edges, seeing that car, maybe even catching a glimpse. Beamy finds the knock onto Corexi, and Gustav with the MG3 starts laying down the hurt.
That's going to be a terrible position to try to walk into FaZe, realizing that they're going to have to contend with Foot for just one moment. The circle's going to pop over into the west of it. This means
to dobili shift na kamp.
break outside the storms. It's going to be Cerberus as well as Daytrade fighting it out. Cerberus going to get the better part of it quite efficiently, though, but never count out Blue Shield. Looks like he's going for a flank position. He's going to go down. It's going to be Loki that provides the support into it. Cerberus should have some time to reset before they try to make their move.
Ajde, mogu rezati.
But down there, still trying to contend with what's going on with Foot and FaZe.
Yeah, Donovan very happy to come in here and claim whatever points they can.
Uzmeš 3 poena, ali da ti dva čovjeka umru, a imaš win, brate, poziciju.
Really good recovery
Bez obzira razumiješ što oni nemaju poena i kilova, ali do kraja gema imali su potencijalno još koliko, 20 nešto kilova.
Likely to be playing back towards circle, though James took some pretty decent damage. A fight brewing out on the western side of the circle. 17 making a wide wrap as well.
Kakva bomba nije uradila damage.
Tries to get some center control, but Batulin's not going to let that one
upale put to čeku da
trying to defend in. Nade should land. NH going to get eliminated. Center of the circle is now available. 17 Gaming, though, inside of vehicles. They're going to be rolling right into the backside of Ty Lu, who are watching what was going on with Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds Perfectix has a good line in what's going to be happening with 17 Gaming. Try to stall that one out. Legacy also going to try to rotate out of Deca from just a moment ago. It's going to be Batulin trying to keep that position.
Yeah, this is nice positioning here from Twisted Minds. This is forcing the fight between Tai Lu and 17. Shen's gonna get one, but quickly two down here. Xiao Wu and Xiao Bei, good for a couple on a Tai Lu. Tai Lu trying to respond with some grenades, but they're not quite finding the mark.
That is a big decline in the hillside and not going to hit the way that we saw. Tai Lu won it. Instead, 17 going to be able to get the reses out. Tai Lu sitting on 2 down right now. You can see Zhao Yang, he has the high ground, but man, it is going to be hard to try to hold this one together. Nade's not going to be the easiest to land going down. LZ hopes that he cooks that one well enough. That's going to be a pretty good bounce, but doesn't get the knock in. Zhao Yang now going to have some return nades coming his direction.
Not bad at all on that follow-up for LZ, but he's under pressure, but it's good cover from Zhao Yang up above, but he's going to take a grenade right to the chin. Xiao Bei perfectly placed. Perfectix trying to steal some points.
And it's going to be really Twisted Minds on the outside of this one, gatekeeping everything. Tai Lu realizes they need to clean it quick. Solo now limping his way into Twisted Minds' sight lines. As it's going to be the other members for 17 hopping inside their vehicle. They're cutting away from this one, just trying to
BATULIN SASA.
Twisted Mind is getting some harassment, but doesn't get the knock.
Yeah, Twisted Mind, such a good setup on
match
this initial push. Keeping 17 at bay, not ever giving them really much of anything in terms of damage, taken and things like that. They know where Little Ghost is. They're bouncing grenades through. Perfectix catches some. Immediately the first aid is coming out. Batulin's T5 is striking in the back lines.
Dude, T5 has range on days with what FaZe was trying to
make there, so
not
17.
Another bear is going to go down. See Twisted Minds now having to contend with multiple teams around. Little Ghost going to be up to the north. T5 coming in from the south. Spire is going to go down. Let's not forget about Tai Lu that's going to be over into the west. So while Twisted Minds was doing a great job in harassment, picked up a couple of kills, they are just completely flanked. Every single angle just getting harassed.
Yeah,
now Tai Lu trying to find an opening, stepping up, trying to go for something on T5. He's going to go down. Remember LG that was alive underneath all of this? They're trying to make their move. Meanwhile, Donovan is going to go down over into the east.
Yeah, Legacy fanned out there into the east and is able to clean up Donawa. T5 now has to lick their wounds a bit. Rello not really interested in doing anything except getting into position into the new circle and kind of camping this out. 17 able to survive that really difficult fight. Somehow skirted around to the outside after they identified that that fight was going to go south real fast. They had no hope of getting out of it alive necessarily. Suju says, okay, I'll go play circle. Lil Ghost, you do what you do best and go frag out.
This is going to be a lot more open in these later stages of a
Oh,
there he is. We haven't seen him in a while. Going to get the knock. Headshot on Path and Pong. Cerberus is still trying to make their path into the zone. Tycon, they're
Cerberus
still alive and never ever count out
What's it,
Tycon.
He is the main character
Clutch
of this event so far. He has the
Pa
eye
ne
of the event, no doubt about it.
Čini mi se 70 ima najbolju zonu, ali ih ima dvojicu. Znači ili Legacy ili 17. Tycon se pita sad.
But Tycon has a read on having to navigate this one. James with the rasp back.
Ništa od njega.
Stop that one before it can even go, like we were talking about. Now FaZe in control over the south. James going to dance around. Gustav going to have some pathing, but he's still trying to eye up that T5 line. T5, tons of members still alive. Really the only non-weekend squad. But the problem is you're going to be walking into Rello as well as 17 Gaming. You can see the T5 wants to weaken them up before they even make that shift down the hill.
I got to get back behind that hill. You're good. Okay. Rello is going to find a knock, and Rello, calm down. Take your time.
That'll happen in a second.
Plenty of bullets left.
I think there's a bit of a ridge there. Yeah, makes it a bit more complicated, but it is going to be T5 sitting down into 17 Gaming. It's going to be a nice nade to open up some damage into it.
O, kako su ih raširili, fin.
It's going to shut it down. 17 Gaming, nowhere to go. T5 going to find it. Problem is they lose another member on the approach.
Ipak Legacy.
And that's T5 up into second place. What phenomenal disciplined PUBG they've been playing. They control their space almost as well as 17 so far here through this winner's bracket. And I mean, the experienced steady hand of Rossita Jr., the explosive firepower of Tanadal, Padampong, and Hatsawat to back him up. Just awesome, awesome stuff that we're seeing from these guys. The hometown crowd has been cheering them on, and it has been fueling them.
Odbio se jebenti.
Some games to be strung together. Well, now they're in the later stages of it. VHZ up to the northeast of where T5 is going to be at. Rello's going to be condensing in from the south. It is going to be James that hears that, though, and he's going to be moving into
a ima još 2 Erangela već. 13 bodova, jebik.
Now it is going to be James taking over that position as T5 is going to be trying to crest the hill. You can see James already reading it, throwing out a lot of utility. Smokes are going to be down, stall out anything, but James still bloodthirsty. You know FaZe wants these points too.
Yeah, certainly this is a huge opportunity for FaZe to get away with a win and potentially shoot up ahead of Sonics.
FaZe je samo sebi pucao u nogu, jebi ga. FaZe da je sad 4 mena, pođe lagani win.
Let's see if they can hold this out. All the points they can
Ja,
get.
viš, sad ova dva lika moraju da pokriju 500 metara. Ne, 250 metara, to je nemoguće. Evo sad su umrli. 3 na 2.
Sada Legacy plus 10. To je to, bravo. Viš, ovo je pametno što uzmu kill prvo. Plus 10, oni ušli u top 10, top 11.
He's got to be clean on this first transfer.
Ne računa poene, računa 6, ne računa 10. Uračuna za drugo mjesto i onda doda 6.
That's an Arrested Development reference for anybody.
Tako da imaju čovjek 42 pojena, 43.
How could you not be a fan of that show?
Absolutely, no.
I sad su ušli i oni u šansu da se
vrati. A really kind of calm, patient maneuvering there. We didn't get to see him too much on the screen. They were just kind of dodging any action, doing a really smart job of avoiding any like kind of fights that would knock them out of that potential win.
I mean, T5, a big factor in so much of what we saw going on over there. This is, I want to say, one of the first games we haven't seen Donovan other than what happened to Sonics or 17 asserting authority on everything.
Već je Rangel gledaju.
Hindi circle itself not providing too much opportunities as you can see Legacy happiest guys ever, seeing them take a slow measured approach.
Baš bi volio da oni prođu, ne znam zašto.
Isto, bro. Go ahead and set up everything for our analyst desk. We're going to be make our way over to Aaron.
Baš mi lepo igraju.
Ali ako bude između njih twiste, da twiste. Kako bi, da je se sad održava prvenstvo u Brazilu, kako bi se navijalo, a?
Kako je bre, nesi bre. Ide gas. A? Nema veze.
The comeback can start anytime, and for Legacy, perhaps it was Vikendi as they take the chicken dinner with a very respectable kill count. 4 games down, 2 left to play. That was the time for them to make it happen.
If you want to build a legacy, you have to start winning a game, and then you go back to back on a wrangle to make it into the top 8. Let's see what they do. quite impressed with some of their shots, especially the fight here with as the pentagram. And overall, little bit of a chaotic match, right? We've had some interesting things that happening. We had some high grounds. You have this road that goes into kind of a valley, right? It's a canyon almost in the middle, which make it really hard when you have to come off the sides and the high grounds. Interesting fight with Danova and Sonics, of course, as well. A lot of clutch moments, a lot of plays that happened, and I like what I see from that. Overall, though, this circle and the way we had, especially the third circle, where Faceland, they were like, we have the center compound. They pushed out, they tried to clean up and third party a fight. They lost 2, only got a few points from it. If there were 4 guys alive towards the end,
ali što je tajmo ove dvije bombe, evo, u isto vrijeme malte ne bombe.
Okay, I mean, on the same token, I would say if LG had managed to get 4 alive to their position, they might have been able to do something with it. Rello hustled hard, but they didn't get out of that one alive. 8 teams left as we get to this sort of late game position. They're on 5, absolutely playing incredibly well today, looking so good. But after that fight, everyone was limping except Legacy, who was walking with a winner's shuffle as they managed to walk their way into that chicken dinner. But as you said, a Legacy, like a value meal, is built one chicken at a time. Legacy gets that first one in their pocket, and maybe they can keep pushing forward. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. 2 games left to play, and they are on the fairest map of them all, the original, the grassy pastures of Erangel.
But this is also historically the time we see the most rough games, right? You have the teams that's already qualified, and you have the teams that are not going to be making it unless they do something wild. So they try to do something out of their ordinary, right? They third party, they send it on the edge, they drive by, they crash compound. So usually it tends to be a little bit wild in our last 2 games. Here though, top 4, Legacy, 10 kills, 20 points for them.
But look at Therathon 5, 21,000 meters. I don't really know what that yardage or miles is, but it's a long way to go compared to everyone else. They had to fight, they had to hustle, they had to move, and they walk away with that 2nd place. But the winners, the WWCD team stats, go to Legacy.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Gisera with the 4 kills, 4 knocks, and almost 500 damage done. It's 23,000 yards for you, by the way.
Thank you. That was a great conversion.
Nice. And also, in this case here, of course, Legacy, so far, rough before this, 21 points up until with 9 games. That is not the average we want to be on. We're looking at these kind of 6 to 7 if you want to make it safely to the top, right? But, of course, if you want to make a dream run and build your legacy in the last 3 games, you can do that too here. 20 for them.
20 them.
4 teams on double digits here. Face Clan, of course. Also in the rough case, they have 39 going into this game here. They're going to be ending on 49. Still a little bit too far away from the cutoff.
Twisted Mind still on the slow average. They need a 6.5. They've been running that sort of 4 points per game. And then on top of that, LG able to salvage some points to climb into 5th. Here's the overall leaderboards. We go into the next one. 102, 17, you're fine. You're happy. T5, Donoa probably feeling pretty safe right now. Tiamba, I think a little bit comfortable. And then the cutoff game starts. Foot, FaZe, Ozla, Tyloo. I mean, look how close everyone from 9 to 14 is. Sonics, I think, is our main focus in this game. They need to come out and put up points.
Yeah, Sonics needs to defend their 8th place, of course. The question is, are a double tie on Foot and FaZe, are they going to make big points? The 13 points difference from Cerberus and Sonics is obviously making a huge difference there. But as you said here, Tyloo, Asla, FaZe, Foot, and Sonics, it's going to be our 5 teams that really is going to be having the focus here, because our top 7, top 6 teams, they are going to be like, guys, we just need a few points. They're going to be focused on cleaning up a few fights. They're going to be getting, you know, their 2, 3, 4 games per game, and that's going to potentially make them safe. It is that 13-point gap, and the 4 teams chasing in our 40s is going to be super, super exciting to watch.
13-point gap is fascinating, especially when you consider the fact that 17 Gaming chose to hot drop Sonics on Miramar to possibly send a message. We asked Shrimzy right after that game, do you think it's going to keep happening? He said, I don't doubt it at all. It didn't on the Chaos maps, but this is the time that it would happen again. So that, I think, is the real question. Will 17, looking at the moment, smell blood in the water and choose to go after the Sonics?
And this is the weakest the Sonics has been in the winners bracket so far. True. They are 13 points off.
Broken
and they're
vests,
the last.
No helmets.
They are, exactly. No utility as well. And they're 13 points off there. You have 4 teams close to because the 4 teams they know as well. All right, Sonics, this is the team we need to kind of chase down. This is the team we need to stop to potentially take one of those spots in the top 8. Of course, if we have a few more teams choking, you know, 0-point games back to back, that could also make a difference. But right now, that is what our chasing teams are going to be focusing on.
All right, we've covered the chase. You're aware of the race and how the surge to get to the top is about to go off. 2 maps left to play. When we come back from this race, we're going to head to the grassy pastures of Erangel. Stick around, because it's going to get wild.
unleash my shopping spree.
Duty free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. My Ram is coming for you.
Ovi mečevi, što je ovo danas s ovim mečevima, jebote život? 5 minuta. 5 minuta između mečeva, čini mi se da su juče brže startali.
Jeste, boga mi.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Jebo majko, naučit ćemo kineski.
Why did you come to run? Stand your ground.
Jest dobar ovaj trailer, je.
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Evo, tu uđem na TDM, jedan čovjek ide i samo vije da me ubije, vre.
我觉得他们要害怕我们的点在于未知的枪线威胁，他们有时候不会知道哪里会出现一把枪摧毁他们的防线。
Ah, te boga je.
Šta je, ne pucate ništa,
Our team has been structured a little bit better. We're just looking for the long term. We want to be as good as we can. You know, a year from now, we're not really thinking just about this tournament.
Šta se buniš, jel se sjećaš onih prvih turnira po 20-30 minuta između meča? Ja, da, bukvalno. To je bilo i ove godine na onaj kad smo igrali onaj, kako se bre zove ona platforma, Challenger mod. Brate moj, sat vremena smo čekali da počne prvi meč. Central.
Koliko prolazi dalje?
8 ide direkt u finale, 8 ide u last chance, a to počinje sutra i prekosutra. I onda iz last chance-a, bottom 8 ide kući, a top 8 ide u finale. I onda ima 16 timova finale, petak, subota, nedelja, 3 meča, 3 dana, 6 meča, 18 meča ukupno. Ajmo, Saša, izvedni.
Šta ne mogu claimat ove poene, jebote, što mi ne dođu tamo na...
Za Twitch Prime, a?
Ja, ma s Twitcha generalno. Claim now, međutim kad kliknem claim, ništa.
Jel ti piše successfully claimed?
Ja.
Piše ti.
Ma jesam, nemam drugo. Šta kaže? Nema, u igri mi nema, razumiješ?
Look at that.
I love Legacy too, man. I love everybody on that squad.
That's so good. It's hard not to like them. I mean, they're just great guys. They're always having fun.
Nema, vidiš, claimo sam već 10.000.
Čemu služi ova tvoja strana CV? A to je next gen competitive gaming platforma za multiplayer igre. Za FPS multiplayer igre.
They're just, yeah, like you said,
među kojima i
having a
PUBG.
good time. We saw yesterday, you know, a kid who was a big fan of Tiggleton come up and give him a hug, and that was really cute. So
nešto poput GLL-a i Face.
He was a cute kid. Yeah, it was really funny. So everybody here hoping to get into that top 8 though, Matt. You know, right now, Foot barely on the outside. They're in 9th, just behind Sonics. Cerberus just ahead of them. Day Trade and then Luminosity. So still a lot of things could change here on Erangel. There is still a very close battle around that 8th place position.
I just want to know what the bullies are going to do as we are now making our way. Set, ready to go. Erangel, 2 games left. Top 8 are going to go on to the grand finals. Bottom 8 go to the last chance qualifiers, and nobody wants to end up in that bracket right now, so we've got 2 games to decide it all out.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, keen to look for some hot drops, see if Sonics are going to be messed with by 17 again or not. Potentially, you know, 17 might feel like, well, we did enough damage to them already. Let's just move on with life, but I'm not so sure. I mean, I think they might be content to contest, but it doesn't look like it this time around. Sonics are going to be going up to Stalber, and yeah, like you said, it's important. You get 4 days off again. So if you manage to get into the winners and then you go directly to the grand finals, you're getting 2 different 4-day breaks to take your time to reset, to regroup, and to study these other teams and figure out what they're going to do and where you can punish them and those kind of things. But this time around, Sonics are going to be unfettered in their drop. Donawa still has Yaz in this particular lobby as they have let Cerberus have the farm for now. See if that changes potentially depending on who gets through out of the last chance qualifier.
I'll go ahead and say, Martin was talking about Avenger earlier, was saying, hey, you know what? I want a Stalber game. I want a Stalber game too. I'd be fine with a Stalber game, and not just because Sonics are up there. I just really like Stalber. I think it's a very fun fight. We've been getting a lot of Everest. Give us another really tall point to play with.
Yeah.
Actually, still, yes,
we haven't
just
had
a
like
lot of tall points that we've been looking at.
Yeah, and we haven't had a Milta, near Milta, like the Lumberyard. I like Lumberyard finishes. I think those are fun. Martin wanted a military island. You know, we've already had one, so I don't know if we need a second necessarily, especially up this plane path. Basically not going to happen, but centering up, you know, right around the Potato Mountain-ish and the farm, so FaZe going to have pretty good prio on some of those compounds there. Cerberus can take their sweet time leading up and figuring out how they want to approach this.
So NH making their landing, they do have a compound of loot up, but not necessarily the most that you would want, so they might be stretching out just a bit more to the south, see if they can get something over there. Whenever we come in with Asla, you can see the fact that they're going to have at least 1 member that's already inside of the circle. Eyes are going to be drawn to what are 17 and Donawa going to do, because that has been pretty much circle 1 and 2. Where do they go? Who do they want to harass? Who do they feel like making sure is going to have a rough time is pretty much what we're looking at.
Yeah, you know, and I had a nice short talk with HWin, the IGL of Sonics, during the break there, and I just said, man, you know, you guys are having a really rough run of it. 17s were contesting your drop on Miramar, and then Donawa crashed you on Vikendi, and he goes, you know what, that's fine, man. I mean, it just shows us that these teams fear us that much, that they want to put the pressure on us. Yeah. He had a great attitude.
I bumped into him for just a second. You could see that their mental, like, I know that Chad always like, oh my God, Sonic's mental's broken or whatever else. Like, no, that's not what's going on right now. It's just been a couple of moments of near misses, so we'll see what's going to be happening with them, as they are in that really big danger point right now, just 4 points back behind, or just 4 points ahead of Foot and FaZe respectively. FaZe, a squad that we know can turn it on, man. It's just been edge fighting, being a lot of problems for them. But Milta inside the circle gives them a good inside track to get the territories they want. I mean, they've got that whole road coming out the northwest of Milta, and every aspect of it theirs.
Exactly. This is a huge split early for FaZe. I don't expect it to last too long. I think it's the Milta part is more of a looting situation than anything else. As you can see down here, James and Crexy going to be heading into this area. I think Gustav and Fex are going to start looking for a compound to claim early, and then FaZe will probably split a little bit early. They like to do that, but then maybe try to find some very valuable compounds around that road.
I think Gustav is actually in shelter right now. Fex is going to be just to the west of that, and yeah, getting control over some good compounds. Due up center, as yes, edge play and edge fighting has been hard for them to deal with. I was talking to a couple of players on the outside whenever we were on our break, and it feels like teams that play edge right now, if you're not talking about it in the earlier games, man, you just get pounced on so fast. Everybody is so hungry for any points. If you're playing on the edge, you are going to get punished if you do not finish that fight just in an instant.
Yeah, and Foot's been trying to finish those fights, and then they end up having a rough go of it once they get involved. It seems like they're just not able to cleanly get into them all the time. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And we'll keep our eyes on Foot as they come out of Lipovka. As Lugo 17 going to be flexing out. They've got one up on Potato Mountain. They're going to be sending a couple by school. I mean, this is an opportunity for 17 if they want to harass Twisted Minds, let's say. Twisted Minds is a team that's going to be close to them on a lot of drop spots on, Miramar with Power Grid and on Erangel with the school and apps. So I could see them absolutely trying to make Twisted Minds' lives miserable, because Twisted Minds, 40 points, only 13 away. A good game, a win and 3 kills is all it takes to catch the Sonics, assuming they get a 0, which I don't think they will, but there's still room to grow, as a lot of teams are still in this. Heck, even QM.
I mean, whenever we look at
this, 2 good games.
Yeah, we just spotted LG a moment ago, and Luminosity, that while yes, you are presently in 5th, you don't have the biggest lead, just 17 points, 2 games on Erangel. An early out on this game is just a nail biter going into the last game from them. Going to be on the edge of the seats, and that's going to make it a lot more complicated. So we're going to have to see teams, can you survive out? That does mean also the pace of this game, specifically in the earlier section, is going to slow down dramatically.
Yep, and I want to give Luminosity a lot of credit. They've been fighting through some tough situations at times and able to salvage a lot of really valuable points out of it. Yeah, their late game, maybe not everything they've wanted, but their mid game has been really strong in terms of recovering when things don't always go the way they expect or they want.
I'm getting a bit nervous for Cerberus. They're running a very wide 2-2 split right now. And that is highlights that are happening on the top left, not necessarily fighting. Yeah, that's going to be Tycon, gets spotted out, moves down into NH's territory. That's going to be a big loss this early at stage, and now instead going to have to retreat back to Death Row. That scouting, yeah, sometimes it's okay to scout with bullets, but not that way.
Yeah, New Happy there, I think, getting into Cerberus territory just a bit sooner than they expected, and they're going to pay the price for it. So that's unfortunate to lose Tycon this early. You still have Hemas, of course, and he's very, very good, but losing Tycon as well, your other top fragger, disastrous, especially given the situation that Cerberus is in 7th place with only 66 points. Yeah, you're a decent chunk ahead of Sonics, but again, a couple good games from other teams, and if you don't put up some good points, it's going to be tragic. Oh, shot out of the back of the car, actually. Unfortunate.
NH does have control over this area right now, right up against the coastline. So if we see some southern shifts, that could be something to keep an eye on. And see Sonics lined up pretty close to Legacy, that is going to be just to the west of Mansion, around that heaven positioning. Dino is going to have collapsed in just to the south of that, pretty close to where we kind of saw that shelter position coming up from FaZe. Gustav does have a position that is a 2-2 split coming up from FaZe right now, where they are right just to the, I guess, right along the crossroad, not like the crossroad to the north that a lot of people think of, but the crossroad that's going to be just off the side of Milta.
By the
as
tempo
well as
dip?
Farm. Yeah. Man, I always hate to say tempo dip because it's been a long time since we've seen tempo dip.
Yeah, but it's like the only way I know how to talk about that stupid dip, because tempo used to go there so much.
All the time, man. All the time.
Yeah, no, but one thing I want to talk about here, watching Legacy get ahead of Sonics, I would have actually, I think the Sonics are just trying to play safe, just trying to play, the very quiet edge early game, look for those points. That's kind of their MO. But I wouldn't have minded to see them try to make a wide wrap around the Lipovka road, maybe get into the back of Foot and, kind of do what other teams have been doing to them, like take some damage off of them.
T5 also on their approach, going to be rolling right next to LG. We might see that become a factor that we're going to be looking at. And yep, Watt's going to get spotted out. He's going to go ahead and get knocked. Then Dole's going to go ahead and retreat away. The other two members for T5 were playing the hillside off in the distance, so they're going to go ahead and suppress that down, but do lose one of their members in rotation, and it's going to be pretty hard to take down the other ones as T5 is going to go ahead and have to wrap a different direction.
Yeah, and that vehicle just on the edge of that hill as well gives an opportunity potentially for more damage, but not going to connect for LG. And LG here with their kind of alt drop with this boatyard ruin split, able to punish T5.
Joo,
Wasn't expecting a bridge camp, and I wouldn't be either. That's very rare.
Morossa ponovo linkata kautta näissä
With this modification on the map, right? This is a good loot location to go for, and with the way that the circle's fallen, this is right on the edge of the wall. So yeah, I mean, I 100% see why LG did this one, and
smart.
The commit in. Problem with it is they did surrender center, and we've been talking about how rotating in late can be pretty problematic.
Yeah, I think for LG though, the mindset is, oh boy, Belmont, hold that.
I don't think you want to roll into that one on the buggy. He's going to get spotted out.
No aivan juu, häppissä provudio.
Easy to pick up.
Yeah, and the rest of day trade, of course, retreating. But going back to LG real quick, I think the mindset for LG should be, we need 2 or 3 points each game, and we are good. That should be good enough. And I think this is smart to get these points early. The circle isn't super favorable to you anyway. Teams like Twisted Minds, 17, potentially even Osla, FaZe, you know, Cerberus are going to have priority ahead of you getting into the center of the circle. So take the points where they come. And frankly, if they get 4 or 5 points in this game, they're probably good to go into the grand
finals. Tu Dulki nije?
Tu sam. Da došao upravo.
Šta misliš, jel može Twisted da napravi 2 game kao naša braća Mostovci Voxes?
Pa ja mislim da mogu.
Dobra, vrate, na kraju da se pobede 2 chickena.
Mislim da mogu sad. Hoće li, neće li, ali da mogu. Koliko je to fali? 40?
Pa 2 game po 20 pojena. Ili 2.
This is a dangerous dash for Legacy. Finally they find this small little compound.
Kad puštate u rad? Sorry, šta se?
Ništa.
In the open.
Rekao, konto sam da jedno neki 65 poena će trebati da bude top 8. Znači njima treba još jedno 25 poena, ali do 2 gema po 15 da budu sigurni. Mislim da će tu oko 65 biti granica za
8. Puštam u rad, pa ne znam, ali već da bude gotovo još pre vašeg turnira. Ali imamo dosta bugova i programiramo scrimse, napravili smo naše scrimse, sve će biti softversko rješenje za scrimse, za loot mape, za loot spotove, za kontestanje, za sve te stvarčice. Posle svakog gejma, prije svakog aviona, tačno će znati ko gdje skače. Ali nadamo se do nove godine. Nemamo preveliki budžet, a popravke bugova koštaju baš dosta. I onda to ide malo sporije, ali ide.
Izgleda da BATULIN nema snage da prođe dalje.
Good luck to everybody on getting your G-coins.
Yeah, 800 G-coin, let's go. Two hideout crates. Stakers did find a knock on the Akari. Meanwhile, Pau
Ma kad ti ovi Koreanci botovima to kupiš?
On kupio i milijune programe. Za manje od sekunde već upišu kod. Automatski im se tamo. Da nisi vidio video, no imaju neke programe koriste. Dok izađe ko za manje od 1 sekunde njima već upisan tamo na pump, samo enter stisnu.
A 5 stoji samo, jel da je? Može claimat.
Ko si poslao?
Also, it should be noted, 17 Gaming is playing the top
of
Potato, so they've got control over a lot of the circle and separated out. But that does mean the fact that they're not roaming around harassing everybody.
I like what Luminosity's doing up here. They're setting up for a future position. Like they're protecting. Yep, they're protecting the mortar with all these cars and other things, getting ready to make a move if they need to clear space with some mortars. They've got the opportunity.
Previše mi je Twisted Minds blizu T5, a T5 nema šta da izgubi.
load up these vehicles with a lot of the different new utility, like the Panzers, like the mortars. He's really proactive about that and get them into positions where they can utilize those really powerful new weapons that are available.
Question mark, you can see kind of playing over in the Pachinki hillside, or well, one of them is, the other one's in.
Šta je ovo, nema kodova, jel bio kod? Ja nisam ni gledao.
Kažu ti u sekundi sam ga otkucao sam ga za sekundu, ono i 25 stotinki nema više.
It does go more of that school apps as well as Potato.
Ne vredi ni probavati.
There are a lot of fun ways that we can see this one play out.
Dobra zona za
Čeće.
A da se spoje.
Wrap right underneath Potato Mountain is the angle that I think they're going to take.
Spajaju se I biraju apartmane, vidjet ćemo, ali dobro.
Wow, and Onyx took a bunch of damage from Fex. What a spray.
Ooh, and now going to be cresting the hill. They're going to have Tyloo doing some harassment as well. Donovan does find that rock, and that's not going to feel too good, but they are going to be able to pass safely away from this one. This hillside that they were playing just a moment ago, they're going to move down into apartments, feeling that that's going to be the way that the circle is going to go and get some safety out of it. But let's not forget, LG is also on a similar line as they do have those mortars that are going to be prepped. Donovan getting into that compound you were talking about does also put him pretty close to 17 gamer.
Yeah, Donovan kind of.
Da, realno je teže čuvat ovaj kamp nego apartmane.
Mlade, hajde to, ništa tebi gore sa leđa, zato ekipa spamuje drugo.
Jes, ali ono bolji spot trenutno.
Tiamba does roam back down into this one. Wicked is playing an outside angle onto it, so might find an opportunity to get a knock. Nade's going to come out. Smoke Wall's also going to come out for safety, but that is a lot of utility burn just to try to get away.
Well, and
ja bi isto uradio što je oni prvo, zato što imaju verovatno loot u apartmanima, bar malo.
They need to be a little bit more coordinated with their utility there, and instead they're just going to have to back off. You know, if you can get a few more grenades, maybe a blue zone to back players off, and then try to do some damage.
Oh, we're getting some yelling starting to happen back behind us. Foot looks like it's trying to make a rotation, could be eyeing a similar position where we see Legacy playing.
Gruja nije vidio koji, da si ga vidio moj grujice.
We do have NH as well as FaZe. Team's going to be trying to hold up. NH and CC's already going to go down.
This is, I think, what the screaming behind us is, Matt. Both FaZe and NH are right next to us on the stage, and I think they're the ones that are getting fired up. You know, NH would love to come through it with a strong finish. I know they are out of it.
Koliko je New Happy uzao? 4 boda cijeli dan danas.
But, you know, you still want to finish strong. You still want to come out with a win, still show that you're going to be a threat. If you can make it into those grand finals, Ozla's going to lose Wicked. I mean, this is just a really strange fight. We didn't get to see how this happened, but Ozla just seems like they're a little bit discombobulated.
We also have Legacy that's hopping vehicles, and they're going to be sitting it pretty close to the Danoa line, so keep an eye on that one. Ozla is still just trying to fend up right now, and Tiamba just taking this piecemeal, one at a time.
Raptor pogledaj, brzo sam ti video Discord, kako ih kucim voda.
Keep in mind, we also do have Linshu that's going to be outside of the road, so we're trying to find a cross angle into it. Pow Pow's nade's going to land right on top of the COD. It's going to make it even more complicated. Now just one member up, and where do you even go? It's just going to be open territory. LG's already taking shots from the backside of Adder. He can't even get away.
Znači, nije ni sekunda gotovo.
But Legacy, while the circle does fall on them, you can see getting harassed by Sonics up on that hillside, and it's going to be Danoa that hears it.
Zato je onaj dobio ban pre neki dan kad ga Lucky
from Tiamba. They are just disgusting this tournament. Absolutely so well coordinated. Linshu has that team functioning. Just so tight, and now Hisaki sees Nan, and now, yeah, easy money there. Let's see if he can get the follow-up. December the 12th in the blue, and really start to chunk down.
Yeah, this is just the downside of playing Edge in this tournament right now, dude. FaZe hears this as well. They're going to be trying to crest down, see if they can get some vision in. Foot also going to be wrapping back behind him. December 12th trying to cling to life, and
Video traje 5 sekundi, na drugoj sekundi je već ukcan kod. Bukvalno na prvoj sekundi možda došao.
You managed to pick up that one kill we saw earlier, but that was just more of a rotation pickup than it was a firefight win.
Yeah, and we've seen up and downs before. I mean, you know, 17 goes into the losers, then come out and win PGS1. It's definitely doable for NH. You shouldn't count them out. Stretch the imagination. Too much talent on that team. A knock onto Loki, though, got a little bit too curious on the side of this hill.
Tako je, bre. Ajde sad Spiro.
Just a little bit overextended
Ode
there for
Loki.
Loki, trying to get an angle onto Legacy.
Brate, ali gdje je on našao ugao kroz 7 krošnji?
Yeah, I mean, they're fine.
Ovaj Loki neki fake, Mr. Loki.
Mr. Loki.
One of the benefits of Legacy's position, as close as they are to Danoa, is going to be that Twisted Minds has an angle onto this one and is kind of supervising anybody that's trying to move into that Legacy hillside. We also do have Cerberus that's moving over to the top of Potato.
Ne čujem te ništa Daljos.
Svidio kako je lik skočio na auto, nije izbušio gume.
Ne, nisam gledao ovo što mi Rika
poslije. Skočio da se odbio od kuće, bre.
Yeah, this is a pretty important fight for them. And they really needed to get this effective. Yeah, that bounce so good. And you can even shoot the hands, or as he's going for the grenade, Trimsy gets taken down. That might explode on top of him. Actually got in, did a little bit of damage to Twisted Minds. But Sonics are eliminated. Another 1 point game. This is,
Yep, that means it's looking more and more like last chance is going to be the way Sonics has to go. They are presently in 8th, but keep in mind, Phase, Foot, and still need to try to make something happen. Hey, LG, remember...
Iz ovog fajta je bitnija činjenica da je Twisted izašao živ, a Sonicsi koji su 8. mrtvi. To 3 boda.
And if you've already got the distance dialed in, can make their life an absolute nightmare.
This is really cool. They actually have it beaded into that small compound just to the west of them.
I od Phase umire. Phase između dvije ekipe. Mada 17-ica brani Phase trenutno. Makar od jedne strane. Ali futbolisti Phase, 9. i 10. u fajtu. Da nam niko nije probao da kreša. Ja i dalje mislim da je njihova pozicija bolja nego Twisteda, ali vidjet ću. Mislim da je bolje bilo ostati vamo rizičnije, ali isplativije, a vidjet ćemo nam. Ali pitanje je da li bi krešali da su ovi bili tamo. A s druge strane, kad pull-upaš na ridge ispod tih kuća, 2 zone, par nejdova i očistio se, ne moraš metka ispaliti. Zato je manje rizično bilo apartmani. Vjerojatno su oni tom logikom i...
Ali šta sad ima? I ona strana im je čista, vrati, ispod apartmana.
Je, ali imaju odozgo ljudi.
Pa da, ali pošalju sad jednog na šek da igra na šeku i kaveru ih od kuće, brate, očiste te kuće i imaju win, imaju cijelu donju stranu.
That's going to make him really easy to get spotted out. Isaki's going to go for the spray into
it.
Vamos,
svi timovi nagurali, bre.
Looks like they might not be
Taman sam se ponadao da New Happy počeo igrati.
Oni moraju riješiti Teraton 5 koji je gore iznad njih, jer oni koliko god da je čista ta strana ne mogu da igraju dokle ne riješe gore Team 10.
To ti kažem, samo jednog čovjeka treba da pošalju na šek da igra. Samo da im uzme poziciju da ne bi stao Teraton. Samo da ih izholdaju.
Oh man, Foot, they want more out of it, but one member up in bar. Nade's going to be laying next to him. He's going to go down. Dana was not going to allow it.
Pek si živ jebot. Urekao sam ga. Ajde da se kladimo. Ajde da se kladimo na Twisted. Kladimo se sa 20.000 poena. Nek ide život.
Good defensive line. Yeah, not much that QM could do here. They try to get underneath 17's noses, but 17 already had a line fortified up there. Fight brewing out in the northwest.
Oni sad moraju LG da ubiju. Ako ne ubiju LG, nemaju opet šta ih. Ali evo, pušao LG. Daj nam, brate, fight. Daj Twisted da gledamo. Evo te, znači gledamo Tiambu koja je 4. I kako se zove, i LG koji je 5. Ajde, Twisted Minds.
Don't forget Twisted Minds are also over here. LG dealing with the compress pretty cleanly as 17's assistants at range are going to provide something out of it. Tyloo also taking some shots into Twisted Minds, slowing this down a bit. Pow with that high range, but still, it's going to be 17 Gaming.
17 Gaming can just watch all of this and farm it for free. Snakers, though, going to step up and claim that point big time.
Lu, prvi kill danas je bote. A da nije umro.
Striko se raspucuje. Striko se ozbiljno raspucuje.
LG maybe soon to follow.
It's going to be Twisted Minds creeping right into this one. Real opportunity going to be in front of them. Circle's going to pop, stays pretty centered. Legacy now going to be taking those shots and Twisted Mind making their rotation. Don't forget about Tyloo as well as 17 Gaming in that high ground position. They still control.
Možda će na kraju biti Danava protiv Twisted.
Look how Perfectix just walked right under. I thought that car might tip his direction. He's just like,
Znaš, i dalje je poprilično teško uđu u zonu.
Pa je, Jeste, ali evo. 9 kilova.
Just barely got out of there. Still gonna fall to Perfectix though. Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, the team that if they can pop off here, if they can get some serious damage, they might find themselves going to the grand finals.
Strika ne dođe
Just
Perfectix.
3 points away from Sonic's line. Couple of kills, couple of placement points could buy it for him. Now it's going to be Spyro trying to move in with the down member of 17 Gaming, but they're moving aggressively into 17's line. Keep in mind, Cerberus trying to move back in behind Donawa. Cerberus is going to get eliminated. Donawa should have a second to reset off of this one, but Legacy up in the north going to have to contend with time, but it's way quieter.
Still 6 valuable kills for Cerberus. Even though they go down here, they got a lot of points that give them a little bit more breathing room, sliding up to 6th place ahead of Day Trade. 17 now able to regroup and start doing damage.
A da im je teško, gdje god odu teško im.
If they're going to have a good chance of winning this, keeping 4 up would really help. Suju potentially resable, just depends on what the other teams do. BATULIN's
Stignut, ne.
One team that really doesn't have anything to lose over here. And they just going to step out. They're going to move assertively into it. And Twisted Minds gate kept. Where do you even go? Realize the fact that 17's line is too strong. They're going to shift over into the north. Now they're going to be running into Legacy, but don't forget that Ty Lu's over here. So as Legacy starts opening up shots, they're going to do some damage into it. BAG
Bravo!
Lou gets the angle into it, but LFP still got the high ground into it. Tries to go for the spray, but let's not forget, Little Ghost still has an angle in. As Ty Lu hears this, they're moving aggressively into Legacy's backside. They might try to find an opportunity as well. Lou looking up that hill, trying to get some more. Twisted Minds up to 11, but they're going to go out.
11 kilova.
Twisted Minds got stuck in a really bad spot. Donawa still has a
Osmi, ali tijel ide preko njih. Biće 9. Znači 50, koliko je to, 55, jel?
Sad su tu, da, 55, sad su tu.
Još jedan ovakav, GG Kleinman. Eto, dao sam 20.000 za džabu.
Brate, pogurao si ih malo,
Pogurali oni meni coine, izvolite.
Getting so close right now. The problem is they have to step up against 17 Gaming. The only benefit is Donawa down to the southeast.
Sad Donawa vinar. Jeben ti živ. Poslije neće, dok 17 diše, niko ne vidi. Kako igra? Kako je Loki umro? Nisam vidio.
Tu je 50 nešto kilo.
Loki umro, dok sam govorio fake, Mr. Loki.
Mr. Loki. Full screen. Sorry, yes, pravi. Sorry.
But instead, Donawa playing the game, playing the circle, getting these roofs under control, and that gives them phenomenal sightlines into 17. Puts them behind that other hill where they have to prone down, where they have to use these vehicles to try to find better angles to get out of the reach of those tremendous Donawa snipers.
All right, Ty Lu, what can you do? You have an opportunity, but man,
koliko su imali kilova?
it is so freaking narrow to work with.
Ovaj twist.
11 kilova, 11 pojena.
Little Ghost reading it. It does look like Donawa is eyeing more of
that
placement defensive line that they're wanting to crest into, and that's allowing Ty Lu to get something to work with in that northeast.
Let's see.
A Donawa je sad na 8.
If they can displace Lil
Stvari
Ghost,
imali su placement,
start making their run uphill, it's going to be difficult.
34 pre ovog game, jel?
You have to imagine that 17 doesn't sit on a ton of utility. Probably some. They've been able to claim some off of their kills. But you might be able to bust open this position. They got him out in the open. Great opener from Shen.
That nade coming out from Donawa opened up the doors, and the distraction was all that was needed. That opening knock. Now can Ty Lu continue to roll up? Just a few points is all they need.
14 bodova su uzeli, ja?
4 pojena na place.
15 bodova. Onda su uzeli 15 bodova.
55 inače. 4 pojena. 4 pojena na placement, 11 kilo.
15 bodova.
To je ekstra, to je ono što sam ti ja rekao, 2 game po 15 i lagani su.
All eyes downhill right now for Donawa. 17 keeping their eyes onto Donawa though, so it's sort of a recycle symbol, right? Everything's just going in a triangle, around in a circle so far. So
bitno da taj Lu bez pojena sam.
Da, to sam baš htio reći. Samo da Sol ne padne. Ako Sol padne od 17, taj lovina meč.
Ma da vidim ti kažem, i FaZe i Twisted Minds imaju šansi dalje. Ovo je baš close.
A i Footies. A čak i Legacy. I Azla. Jedno question mark.
Svi su osim da... Svi su osim questiona i New Happy.
The problem is he's playing this hidden position off on the side. Zhao Bei is just going to be to the south of Tai Lu. So with this crest in, you see that? That's where so much of this is going to come. Zhao Lu spots out Shin and takes him down. That is a big problem for Tai Lu. Now with his opening fire coming out, Danawa's going to be trying to crest in back behind. The flanks are going to be coming out, and all opportunities for Tai Lu are starting to go out. They just have to fight their way through it.
That Soul gets Xiao Bei down, and those are those 3 frag grenades. Xiao Wu still has some himself. LZ looking for that one-tap headshot with the Dragunov. Hoping to find it, but Salute catches him jumping, does a little bit of damage.
So close.
Je Sol. Evo ne valja. Izgubili su sad cijelu stranu s ovim što je Sol pao. Dobar nade.
LZ wants to make something happen here. It's just going to be a Nox, the new gatekeeper out. But Zhao Wu still trying to play the opposing side onto it. Tongmu just shutting everything down, though he's got to be so careful.
Yeah, those grenades are out, and if they bounce right, oh, it's so close to taking him down. The molly comes up short, and it's going to be Salute falling to Suju. Just Anonix left for Danawa. 17 going to leave Xiao Wu on his own to control that side. The other two going to try to press down on top of Anonix, claim the high ground, see if they can just sweep through and take another win.
Tanmu putting in work right now for Tai Lu, just trying to buy their space. Suju's going to take out Anonix. That's another point off the table, but that means that positioning.
Koliko su uzeli poena ovaj taj 5 kilova, jel da?
Zhao was trying to reposition away, but Tai Lu's not going to allow it too easily. Suju just on top of this rock is putting in so much work. Xiao Wu, though, does go down. We might be seeing the legs for Tai Lu finding something here. Backs up against the blue zone. They still need to move forward, and Suju just has such a beautiful angle into him, though.
I'm not sure if Xiao Bei has any more bullets in the P90. Doesn't matter. He's still got a Mark 12.
Pogodio ga kroz smoke. Jebote živ.
A ton of damage. Still a lot of frags left for him. He's even got some smokes picked up as well. Point confirmed for Tai Lu. Again, every point for Tai Lu, even if they don't win, super valuable.
Just one twisted, and now is money. It's going to be 17 gaming as it is just their day. More and more points, and it denies it from everybody else on the hunt.
That's just great stuff there.
Koliko su uzeli ovi 11, ako sam izračunao dobro, ili 12?
6 kilo, 11.
And it's just, I mean, this team is just so good.
Ako su imali 6 kilova, to je 12.
Again, they are always in the late game, they're always fighting, and they are always getting frags.
Tyler didn't get the win, but they got a lot of points, man. They are at touching range right now. This is almost more of a game of who dies first at this stage.
Šta možemo s ovim poenima što prediktamo na času? Na ovom chatu.
Niš. Da si joj channel points.
Ma. Ja ti kurča. Da su pametni tu da daju bodove in game. Koliko bi zanimljivije bilo svima. A ja, ali ne znam koja me svrha, šta imam, skupim poene i šta ću s njih.
Ništa ne, skupljaš, ništa.
Ma se pada mi na pamet.
Xiao Bei.
All you have to do is go back to that amazing animated intro video.
Definitivno je bolji call bio na apartmanu. U njihovoj poziciji nije bio dovoljan win. Mada pitanje, nemam pojma. Ovamo je bilo puno poena. Da su vinali.
Više poena uopšte, pa ne znam da bi vinali.
Ma kako ne vjerujem.
Pa i da bi bilo možda sa 5-6 kilo ko što si imalo ovaj, što je bil drugi, koja ekipa bila druga.
A Danava je 3 men igrala sad.
U mene je bilo ovo bolje.
A i odštep što si mu ukol 2 kila, 3
Mislim, za win nije bilo bolje, znači da se razumijem. Ako ideš winat meč, nije bolja pozicija apartmana. A ako ideš... Znaš, ako ideš probat napravit poene i winat, ali da ti je prvi fokus na napravit poene, onda mislim da je bolje, da. Jer Danava je uzela 5 poena i onda do top 3 nisu mogli vidjeti čovjek. Ali tu ti ide placement 10 poena i potencijalno od 8 Ajde, računaj 4 fraga, to ti je 14 bodova. Znači, više, da svinom ti dobiješ više bodova.
Are able to do this. The dominate here towards the end. Beautiful stack from them that just close out everything.
Look at them. That is like business as usual.
Easy.
Every other team has gotten a win. They jump out of their chairs. They
Ali je
celebrate,
pitanje
and
da,
rightly
to kažete da li bi
so.
vinali s
17
te
just
pozicije.
takes off the headsets, goes, all right, let's get the next one too, boys. It is wild. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here as we break down the action. And the action is about to get crazy because there's one game left to play in the grassy pastures. And the issue is it is close. 17 winning that game actually makes it an insanely close fight for one spot. We'll show you in just a second. For now, let's give a little bit of flowers to the top 4 teams. 17, 13 kills, and then Twisted Minds, good morning. The alarm clock must have gone off because these guys woke up.
Yeah, they were able to get a little kills. Perfected kind of turned on a little bit. 17 gaming, sponging off so many points here. 23 is going to go there. 6 kills for Xiao Bei. Super impressive, of course. Suju as well. What a fantastic performance for them for this game here. And again, when you're playing without pressure, that is what you're able to do.
Look at the damage. No one under 400. They are just hustling, putting in work as a team, and playing out of their minds. Man of the match goes to Xiao Bei. 6 kills, 663 damage, 5 knockouts, and an awful lot of pride as he deserves to stand there nice and strong after 17 putting on a master's class in how to play this lobby. You love to see it. Let's look at the match leaderboard. 17 goes the way, 23 points. Twisted does get 15. That's going to be good news for them as the chase is on. And I think when we get to this overall leaderboard, that's what we're going to see.
It's going to be insane. That's all we're going to be focusing on. I just want to say real quick, 17 has now have done the best 12th game lobby so far. They're going to be beating Faces 108 and Pentacle Roads 111. They're going to be 125 after just 11 games.
Let's talk about the race. 68 for Day Trade. I think that they're okay as long as they get a small number. Twisted Minds at 55 is not comfortable because Tyler 54, Sonics 54, FaZe 52, Foot 51. That is 5 teams battling for one spot. And on the off chance, Legacy and Oz look at it, have a chicken in their life.
With a win, chicken dinner, and double kills, like they're 10 points behind Legacy and Asla Pentagram. But let's focus on those 5 teams. It's going to be extremely close. Day Trade, they know this. They know, like, we just need to put a little bit of points and we could potentially do it. But they go out with 0 and we have, like, the correct teams are getting, double-digit kills and a high placement. That could also mean that they could be pushed out. I would say top 6 right now, they're safe. They're going to know just a few kills is going to make them happy and fine. Congrats to those guys. Also makes it hard for everyone else, right? Because they're going to be like, all right, we made it. Let's try to frag out and just get a few more kills, which usually means a lot of fights on the edge.
Azla može samo svinom da ide dalje.
Going to be quite open in terms of compounds, especially in the early game.
I expect this to be a lot like we saw at
I to ti opet zavisi od ovih drugih.
Who are in that mid pack kind of waiting it out, a couple trying to desperately get points. Legacy is going to have to open up Azla as well and look for kills right away to get that big win. The rest of the teams are going to play tight and safe. Twisted Minds is a team that is very good at playing very safe PUBG and trying to get deep without the need to take fights. Sonics, they know the map very well. FaZe, it's Sunday, so you can't write them off at all. This is incredibly stacked, and the chase is going to be wild. And honestly, like no matter what happens, there's still 6 teams that are in the battle.
Exactly. And on top of that, right? These fighters are just because they are going to be taking these small fights. They're going to be third-partying. With just 1 game to go, they're going to be super scary to go against.
17 go hunting.
Yeah.
They could see a knock on any of these teams and be like, bro, let's take the risk, let's go over there.
Yeah, let's commit 4 guys too.
Well, it's time for us to commit to the last match of the day. 8-8. Who shows out to be great? It's a wrangle, baby. Let's get to it.
Xiao Bei.
Destiny in your hands if you can grab it right now. We've got squads right on the cusp. Day Trade comfortable, but I wouldn't say set just quite yet. Twisted Mind still in that top 8. Remember, everybody on our top 8 goes to the grand finals. Everybody that's not in the top 8, that means 9 down to 16, you're going to be going to last chance qualifiers. Going to be kicking off into tomorrow. Plane path not going to be the friendliest, but really eyes on Tyloo, Sonics, FaZe, Foot. I mean, maybe even Legacy. I think that we're pretty okay on them. They pretty much cemented their position right now.
Ako puca stream na YouTube-u imate na Twitchu.
Yeah, exactly. So, anything's possible.
YouTube serveri kapa.
Fairly comfortable, but there are worlds where somehow weird stuff happens and they don't get out of this.
Apartmani.
That's day trade's rule of life right now. I don't
Škola,
care what I
apartmani.
need to do. I just need to not die. And they went down to military base, and there's an opportunity that could
2 or 3 points, man, and they're probably fine. So that's really the name of the game here for day trade. Just find a few kills and play it safe. They're very fully capable of doing that. Foot's gonna go all the way.
Ma ja ne znam da li ljudi i dalje polemišu o tome da li će day trade da prođe ili neće.
Kind of a crazy, you know, hopefully northern shifted circle.
Evo, day trade je prošao.
Grand finals decided by military base.
Full tilt. I like it. Why not?
FaZe ima bolju sad situaciju od Twistida.
This doesn't necessarily cement their position, but
Sad kad bi Salo BATULIN izvukao emergency.
To će da trade druže bježi 13 bodova Twisted. Ti neće proći.
QM as well. You know, gonna be smiling even though they're out of it.
Čača BATULINs.
You know, it's again, you want to go out on a high note. New Happy has the opportunity to maybe bridge camp, play a little bit of gatekeeper there if they so choose, but a lot of the teams that are going to be first across are pretty comfortable. Azla, the only one who has really any hope of making a move there out of Gatka. Again, it would have to be a pretty explosive game from them.
Tigleton Taste Asian PUBG.
Anything's possible.
A CES. Šta je CES? 74? Ma nema šanse. 20 pojena razlike. Vidi, može Twisted odigra dobro. Može Tyloo odigra dobro. Može Sonics, može FaZe, ali ne mogu svi. Znaš, da bi ti Cerberus ispod, tebi trebaju 2 ekipe da odigraju bolje od njih. A možda će jedna. I to ti opet da računaš da ili Cerberus ili Day Trade padnu bez i jednog boda.
Brate, prvi 7 se niko neće ispasti sad trenutno prvi 7. To ti je 99%. To je 6 i 7. Nemaš šanse.
Mislim, postoji teoretska. Ma ne postoji ni teoretska. Ne mogu 2 tima naći 40 bodova, nema šanse.
Showing some confidence, flexing their muscles. Tyloo playing pretty smart.
If Shen just doesn't get picked off by Shaolu, who knows if that game goes a different way. And, you know, you were talking about superstars. That's why I mentioned Shen. They lost. Tyloo loses their superstar player early in that end game fight, and that cost them big time. Potentially is the moment that threw the game away. And New Happy is, I don't know if they're going to gatekeep or not on this bridge. I'm just kinda, looks like they might be.
Maybe
we'll see.
They kind of have the positions for it, right? CC playing that. Ming moving over to that other side. That's usually whenever we see the bridge camp, it's kind of a long.
Mislio sam da je day trade.
But I think they might just be.
Ali vidiš, day trade je military zona, 20 bodova raz, malo manje od 20 bodova.
They're on the military base island right now.
55.
Oni su prošli sigurno.
I sad vidite New Happy na lijevom mostu dolje kod Ferija. New Happy gatekeeper most sa 16. pozicije.
A little bit deeper. There's a crate coming down there by the radar tower. Maybe you go make a play
Tako
for
da
that.
kogod krene na tu stranu,
Exactly what they want to do. Tyloo
ima ekipu koja nema šta izgubiti.
Something could happen.
Almost every single one of our circles today has had a massive, like, vertical landmark inside of it. Do you maybe go, you know, radio tower?
It's worth a try. I would never. I don't ever disagree with anybody who goes radio tower if it's still in the first circle. Like you get so much information. If the circle like hard shifts over to the east,
u skoku pogodio na glavu. I to ne jedna dve bombe.
And usually a fair amount of kills to back it up. So absolutely, I don't fault FaZe. In fact, they are going for that crate. I don't fault them at all for what they're doing. Going into that direction, getting that high ground. And it's a P90 to boot, so that's phenomenal.
11th place, but I mean, 8th place is not that far. If you look at the overall points you got to get, P90 will get you those 3 points that you so desperately need if you can get into the position for it. You can see Sonics are going to be approaching on the eastern bridge.
Ovo je jedan od zanimljivih mečeva koji ćemo gledati u skorije vreme.
So really it's just
Da.
Lik koji piše na oficijalnom streamu i ovo za 4 volim da je beleženo.
Je li ovo Twisted ide na brod?
I mean, you know, what a huge pickup for FaZe. I mean, best gun in the game, close quarters combat gun in the game. And the level 3 gear to back it up on James, who's been a really good fragger this year. Right there with Frex in a lot of the events. Donawa
Danova je našla
pickup
emergency.
situation. Usually they're a fairy team, but they're just dropping in the base.
But this is right over here where FaZe was just at. And again, this is our definitely qualified squad, right? They can kind of harass, do whatever they want on their landing. Daytrade do look like they're leaning into the hillsides north of military base proper. QM's already in position. 17 Gaming already moving along the western bridge. It's going to be Oslo. It's going to be back behind them. LG look like they're going to be taking the ferry around, or maybe might have found themselves a boat. I can't quite see. 17 Gaming not going to get harassed as NH is not
bridge camp
doing the bridge camp that we were looking for, and they're going to go ahead and stay into the compound that's in the valley.
Yeah, I like what Donna was doing here, because normally they're a team that plays
Evo
for
redimo
those
sam kod,
automated
evo.
berries that are on the map. That's usually how they play these circles on
Jel
the ice,
moguće?
but
To je veći uspjeh Nova Twisti da prođe se.
different than their norm. And seeing how it goes, and they have the opportunity to do some science, to play around a little bit, see how it goes. Old Belmont, that was clean.
Ja kad stavim silencer jedno šta mogu da me ne čuju oklemašim.
Buys themselves that center. They pretty much have the center of the military base island under control right now. And I was about to comment, this is the quietest.
A znam još ima MK14 i a nosi na čemu.
On pins and needles that both of the Thai teams that are left will make it through. It very well could happen, and every kill that Daytrade gets makes it harder and harder and harder for somebody else to claim that to claim another spot. The 8th place spot very much in contention. Daytrade's further out of reach now, even more than it was, and it's almost impossible, of course. But again, weird things do happen from time to time. CC right ahead of Xiaobei. If that car was not, if the engine wasn't cut when it drove into that position, CC certainly heard it. It's just a matter of whether he wants to do anything about it.
Cerberus just playing the hillsides right now, playing it slowly. They were very aware. Losing Tycon early, man, is a big cost to their squad. Tyloo just crossed the bridge over into the east, so we might have to keep an eye on seeing how they path in. Everybody is just compressing more and more center. We talked about it. Remember, guys, there is also the map feed open. I firmly recommend you guys give that a look right now. As you can see, nobody is playing along the coastline right now. There's Twisted Minds that's swimming in. That doesn't really count, because even they are going to be moving in. Everybody is just fighting for the hills early.
Yep, exactly. You can see it. That they're already pushing with those front two. LG, Mime has a boat.
Trenutno FaZe ima prednost odnosno Twisted Minds, ali i luta, i auta, i zone, ali vidjet ćemo šta će shiftovi reći.
I was worried about Vard when I took a look at the map a second ago. He was trailing. That's a headshot. Oh my word.
I mean, early blue, just phase one.
And he dies to the blue. That is, what a shot.
Foot, 51 points. They need him back up. Vard has been a workhorse for them, so instead AT's going to run back over here, go for the res into a T5. What are you going to do?
I dalje nosi ovu
Yep, just going to go ahead and let it go for now. They're in third place comfortably, not too much to be concerned with, but keep in mind we also do have T-Bone that is up on top of Everest right now and is kind of supervising what's happening.
Yeah, T5 now can play gatekeeper. Tanadol wants to get the finish here onto this. The res came through. He's going to see him out in the open. The spray is pretty decent, but the return fire is good.
T-Bone getting that harassment out, not allowing the flanked angles to be revealed. This is big for Foot. They need to try to make it happen. Ferocid is going to be able to pick up one, makes the shift in. They realize that they need these points. Spot on HC as well. T5, man, they are absolutely ruling Foot's day.
What a play here by the savvy veteran, Rossiter Jr. 2 left on both sides, but every loss that Foot takes puts them further and further out of reach.
They have such a long path, making certain is going to pop, and it does lean into the eastern bridge. Just seconds, Anadol is going to be holding down. T-Bone looking in, just him and Vard firmly surrounded. Here's our circle, guys. This is the way our military is going to go. Sonics in the center of it. Feeling good, but remember they need to pick up as crunch comes into play.
And they're super split right now. So if somebody gets a little
Legacy su dalje s one strane, ali dobili su shift ka vamo I potpuno clear ulaz.
Some of those aggressive pushes, they've gotten caught for it. So yes, Foot is getting kills, but these are not enough. These are not enough.
They need way more than this one right now. It is just T5 waiting. T5 doesn't have to go anywhere. They can stay here as long as they want to. If they were to die right now, too bad, so sad for them. They already know. Their destiny is cemented. Now it's just going to be about how bad do they really want to make sure that they put Foot out of this one.
No doubt. Oh, you're happy to send a team packing. That's a confidence boost for you, and that's a mental boom for the other side. So certainly worth it. Day trade, finding more points.
Ti day trade je prošao.
They are pretty much
Ako uopšte bi lupit.
gonna do what he can, but Flash right in response. The trade is there, and it's gone.
5 bodova za day trade, 4 na ovima i 1 na Cerberus. Ne možeš tići, ne zna da vinaš s koliko bodova.
Da bi neko rekao će New Head uzeti 14 bodova u 12 gameova. Ne da mu rekao da smiješan, još bi ga izrijeđao.
Realizing the fact that he can just go ahead and start playing this a bit
more. LGC 45 ima, tačno 20 poena.
That is going to be where T-Bone is at. Keep in mind, T-Bone, no matter how this fight goes, he can kind of get out and extricate himself back down to the island itself. It's just a matter of can they get
znači, bukvalno da bi LGC prošao i FaZe i Twisted moraju da umru sad.
Vard, great up close and personal. Panadol has been stellar for Theraton 5
Znači,
this
sad
year.
se i T-Bone vratio.
Looking to see if he can best
hoće da uzmu 4 boda.
Veteran player, superstar player, catches him, nade in hand, but it does hit Thanadol.
That is going to be dangerous. Vard barely stepping away from it. Keep in mind, T-Bone did move down from Everest just a moment ago. No, they've decided they need to keep this alive. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and they're going to lean into it. Thandol is going to go down. So Foot does pick that one up. They are going to shift into a tie for 8th place right now. What else can they do with it as they're going to be running and chasing these circles? That's just what Foot has been having to do all day.
And it's so difficult with only 2 players left. It's going to take a miraculous run for them not to just get into the circle but get more points. Gustav going to claim a much needed point. Now they trade pretty much fine. They have been eliminated, but those 4 kills were, I'd say, like 99% good enough to guarantee them a spot in the grand finals.
To sad nek malo vidim Twister, mislim da oni imaju autora, snašao 2 autora.
It is getting pretty scary over here. As a pentagram, you can see that they're going to be trying to hold out QM, pick up a couple more points. Are going to be the ones that are holding down just
ali evo ti Azla 48.
vision and what's going to be happening.
Dakle, ovaj Adder, on igrao za JNG, jel?
Being one of those top 8, and I mean absolutely nuts.
Ili igrao neđe sa Pijom u nekoj ekipi.
13 behind, or no more than that, sorry, but those grenades doing a lot of damage to it.
Kako 5 ekipa?
He's stuck up there trying to go
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. Evo pravo si 5. I ajde 6, 7 potencijalno. Evo ih, pogledaj ih, Legacy.
The thing with it is they burned a lot
ništa,
to try to
Legacy je out.
New circle pops. Asla's still going to be in it. Sonic's up to the north. You can see Legacy now making their approach on the eastern.
FaZe mora da se skupi, nema više.
Very very close to each other. That's a fight we need to keep an eye on.
FaZe ima win. Pod za win, ajde da kažemo još.
Yeah, LG might run into Asla here, and Asla now only 6 points away.
Sad je pitanje da li Twisted može izvući. High kill game.
Twisted ako bude išao fightet Sonic se dobće third party od 17.
A što Twisted treba da izvuče high kill game?
A zato što s ove strane na koju igraju ili su mrtvi odmah ili je high kill.
Going any further again, LG very disciplined, very methodical with their rotations. They like to scout before they move, if possible. 17 watching Twisted. Suju with the bolt.
This is precarious.
Kad sam pogledao dole, vrati sam gledam sve niže i niže, svi su tu.
Ja nikad nisam gledao među ovoliko timu Adamu. Twistedu je najveći problem što je 17 pored njih, čim skontaju da su pored Twisted napašći. A ja bi to radio. To je mali Nixi uradio Redline. Namjerno, je. To je legit skroz. Možda nije okej sa friend strane, ali igraju turnir jebi ga.
And the eastern hillside, it's going to be pretty centered. You know where the island is going to be written at? Not very many people have moved into the center yet, and I think it's just due to the donut of teams that are around them and just leaving the center part of it just available and empty.
And it's a little scary to move into the middle right now because that it tends to be a space where if you start a fight, other teams collapse quickly into your position from the edges of that mountain.
Onda on nije našao 2 bicikla.
I love to see it.
Okay.
Look at this, there's got 2 bicycles.
Another big fight just sitting across the coast. It is going to be a fight for that top 8. Twisted Minds leaning into Sonics, as they are 1 point separated out. H-Win.
He's got to get out of here.
Yeah, the rest of Sonics, they have to defend this. They have to do something. Actually, they might just be writing him off. It looks like they were coming to defend. They now step away and they say, okay, we just trust you, H-Win. You got to win this.
No, he's got a vehicle. Okay, I was going to say, he has to have an escape valve. H-Win is too smart to not leave himself
a little bit faster than those bicycles, too.
Yeah, just a bit, just a bit. But for the good news for Twisted Minds is, well, you've got something to work with at least. That's not so bad, and the bicycles pay off. And even though the tire lost on H1's vehicle, able to regroup, and now Sonics control.
Ali, brate, malo mi je čudno da Sonicsi ne gatekeepaju Twisted ovdje. Aha, dobro. Okej, uzeli su bolju.
Sad trebali
A, brat, FaZe, ako ovo izgubi Janes. Pa kad će biti ovdje fight između Danave i 17. Dva najjača tima u lobiju.
At range, they just like, no, man, we don't have anything to do with it. Just let us get in the circle.
Yes, please just let us get through. I'm sure they're able to pick up a fair amount of healing.
Ne vidim kako mogu da ne prođe iz one pozicije.
A mogu iz one pozicije, nemaš previše killova uzeti. Znači, Twisted high kill game, protiv njihovog vina, tu su neđe s bodovima.
Nasty with the mini.
But that is going to be hard to get the flush on that hillside.
Treba Twisty uradi high kill game, ostali bez Batulin.
Right up on top of him, but Batulins should still be able to get rezzed. Blue zone going to end up.
Jer FaZe i sa 4 kila ima 14 bodova.
Frag grenade not going to be able to do enough just to do that clear position.
Yeah, that's a nice.
A ovi ne mogu imati, znači Twisted sad da bi, da kažemo da uđe u neku kalkulaciju, oni iz ove pozicije ne mogu fizički sva 4 da ostanu up, a da nemaju high kill game, nema šanse. Oni samo će nilazi iz ekipe na ekipu.
Dono and 17 Gaming would annihilate each other is gone. They've separated out and T-Bone just narrowly making the blue zone. Anonix is spotted out. They landfall. Look at those health bars, man. Nothing to be done. Bard going to go down. T-Bone is just right on the cusp of it. It's going to be Azla also getting some harassment into Tyloo while this is going on. Legacy hears this. Looks like they might be trying to supervise. They know that they want some points too.
Ozla so spread out, have to drive to try to res Wicked. Spyro did find a knife.
Kako je Spyro očekivao glika ovdje? Možda ga je čuo.
He's fighting on two fronts here, Matt. There's Tyloo down beneath them. Ozla is trying to tear Tyloo to shreds. They're another team.
Mada su imali baš malu šansu.
Oh man, it's getting spicier over here on the east.
Twisted 4 up.
To the north, it's going to be Twisted Mind also trying to flank in around what's going on with Sonics. Kari trying to move through. Tyloo trying to stay alive. They are going to go down. Now then, as we keep our eyes on the east, are we going to see Legacy make any more proactive movements? It looks like no, they've just got to hunker down, and it is all going to be about Azla.
I mean, Azla, dude, they're making a run, and you've got those two superstar fraggers from the old T1 team. God, I know they can ball when they need to, but Perfectix finally gets that Dragunov to sing, and it gets a knock on to Tickleton.
Twisted Minds, they are just to the due east of the Sonics positioning. Tickleton was the tail end of it, but Legacy here's the firefight. Looks like they're going to try to involve as well. Lou's going to go down. Gizera spots him out. That means that Sonics have the gatekeeping position on this one, but Legacy trying to leapfrog up in front of it. Twisted Minds back behind the entirety of this one. Now just down to 3. They have 2 kills right now. Still holding on to 8th, but man, it is just by the skin of their teeth.
Well, now Twisted Minds needs to play recovery.
Perfectix
is just going to piece out of this fight. He's trying to survive, trying to get deeper into it. Trimzy heard the vehicle, might be able to read the position, and he does.
Himsy needs to make it happen right now. Sonics, they need to get something going on the cusp as well. And one of the opponents that are vying for that spot are in front of them.
Tak ni Sonics, ništa im ne znači. Sonics isti u istoj poziciji kod Twist.
Also hears this, both moving aggressively into a position to pinch.
This is huge for Sonics if they can successfully trap the last 2 members of Twisted Minds and not take any more losses. You have the level 3 gear for kickstart. Trimzy there with an AUG and a Dragunov, trying to do his best to make sure that Twisted Minds can't do much, and you can see the frustration here on BATULIN. He knows that this is going to be difficult. One Spyro almost able to find him, but no!
Trimzy gets it back. Batu trying to move forward. Blue zone starting to tick harder and harder by the second. Tries to navigate forward. Twisted Minds does go down. They are holding on to 8th, but just for right now. Sonics, though, they need to make a move. They've got 17 Gaming that are going to be in front
Ovdje bi Sonicsi mogli i proći, evo.
Ne mogu. Jer FaZe će ti... A ne možeš, FaZe će imat dobar game s ovog. A njima treba dosta kilova, a će kilove naći dvojicom. Evo su mrtvi. Jedino da FaZe umre, da ne urade ništa. A sad objasnite mi kako je to moguće i eto.
Ne sviđa mi se ti Glutonova faca, a? Nije naviku, brat, da je teško, a?
Legacy still has a role to potentially play in it, but FaZe, absolutely, you got to be looking at them as having the best chance.
Man, they've got Governor's Mansion right now. FaZe still 4 up, and it is still so compacted. Yes, we're talking about 8th place, but keep in mind, Foot, with their one member still alive, can buy out some placement points for
Foot ne može, Foot da uđe u top 3, to je 5 bodova, to ti je 60, nema šanse da prođe.
Points. There is the opportunity. Asla even still has the opportunity. Legacy, if they pop off, they're sitting at 4 kills right now. The problem is you're going to be rolling right into 17 gaming, and that ain't the way to do it.
Nope, Lil Ghost happy to take some blue to get a good angle on that spray. Does some damage right into the open arms of FaZe. FaZe can't quite connect with those sprays. Adder is going to go down, so Asla, another team eliminated from Grand Finals contention so far.
Predator.
Soul just eats them all up. Man, that is a big pickup, but that's also a lot of points that are now off the table for these other teams trying to vie.
It's, I mean, unless there's a miracle in the books for Foot, FaZe might be the ones. It might be another FaZe Sunday. Cerberus
s obzirom kako FaZe puca, neće ni kila napraviti.
Teško da li uzima kilo.
Joj, dobši
Just wants to try to soak it, and every single
time, finally,
they're managing to pick up these points with it. Now,
još 4 boda sad treba, pa nema šanse da ti se prođe.
That FaZe is going to be playing is we're going to be going to those oil derricks, and that's going to be where a lot of the firefight is going to be happening. Correxy, seeing if maybe he can get a tap.
FaZe ti je top 3 zagarantovan.
Let's not also forget Loki is up over here next to 17.
To ti je 5 bodova samo na placement, da ne urade ništa prošli. Jedno da ih nekako neko kreša sad i pobije. A to SNAGE desi.
So 2 more placements, 2 more kills on top of 17 are these grenades, and they're perfect from Loki to get the knock onto Suju. The rain of destruction.
Ali ne mogu, oni fizički ne mogu prdati. Da čuče u kućama. Sa 56 poena oni dobijaju 5 na placement kao top 3. Ne može da ne prođe.
Yeah, you can see Luke with the fist pump there. FaZe is in 8th, the only team that has any open spot with 1 player left. Seems highly unlikely. FaZe looking golden to go into that grand finals.
So we have Jalbei still alive for 17 Gaming, but is kind of surrounded by what's going to be Donovan as well as FaZe. T-Bone, man, he's got a path.
Ali ne može, shvataš, T-Bone da uđe u top 3, da ne može. On teoretski ne može proći.
Mora da napravi 5 kilo i da vina.
Da, a ispred sebe ima 2 full tima. 3 full tima. Nema šanse.
This is just a phenomenal game from FaZe.
Do trenutka kad T-Bone bude imao priliku bilo šta da uradi, FaZe će biti 5 poena ispred njega.
To get this done, and James finally gets to put that P90 to good use, and he wipes LG. The squad wipe, the 4K for the phenomenal, the veteran James. He is one of the other players besides Uba that has attended every international event.
Well, let's give you guys a quick update as well. I'm doing some quick math in my head. The day trade sitting at 72 points, the 59 points of Foot sitting
I sada FaZe padne cijeli. Nema T-Bone gdje da nađe 3 kill.
He's going to be trying to make his run across. He's going to get spotted out by Anonix. But really, at this point, you have to give Foot credit, man. They have been... They haven't just been scrapping their way into every single one of these.
He got into the missile silo. That is no easy.
Po uvodu dođe, malo dopere nogice.
Dopere muda.
Leti njima sponzora, druže. Samsung, Red Bull.
But a 4-man of Tianba in front of him, probably not going to have to move from the factory. So this is looking all but all but over for Foot, and it's going to take an absolute miracle. That's all it is for T-Bone here.
I mean, it requires
Jebote,
FaZe to go
skonta da
out
liku
near
biftek
instantly
nickname.
from this position and him to out-survive, making quite a ways in. I mean, there is a 3-point difference. Something could happen here, but really, it's just FaZe, Foot. Which one of them are going to be able to make it through? And right now, let's be honest, 4 members up, FaZe with a hot hand on those guns. The circle even going to shift in their direction.
Jedino ko će da umre je
I don't know how you can do it.
It's going to be tough. It is going to be very, 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 very tough. He only has 1 smoke, too, to make matters worse.
20 rounds, dude.
Yeah,
man.
Dude, this is not great. You can see him wiping his hands. I'm sure he is sweating bullets. He knows what's at stake, and he knows what he has to do. He's probably got a pretty good idea of the fact that FaZe is still ahead of him and still very much in this, and he's going to try to wait, I assume, just as long as he can to leave. The problem is still
Znači, evo, smislio sam način kako T-Bone da prođe. Ode do kompjutera od FaZe-a i Tiambe, išteka ih sve. A zapravo opet ne bi prošao. Ubili bi ga. Ali išteka im kompove i ubije svu četvoricu iz Tiambe. I jebi ga. I tako nekako.
Ti shvataš da njega sad drže 8 ljudi na nišanu u redu.
Znaš šta najbolja ideja njem? Da sad tu jakne Allahu Ekber, da ima bombu i prekine se meč.
Ali opet ništa ne bi uradio. Brojalo bi se do tog trenutka.
Pojela bi zona.
Šta radi lik? Pa nije on nije ni probao jebot. Evo me više razočaralo nego bilo šta. Eto. Ni probao nije. A nema šta da izgubi. Tad me razočarao i kod igrača i kod čovjeka. Eto.
Ajmo mi uđite u lobby.
Doko je trljao ruke i brisao ruke i jebi.
Da mi njima pokažemo kako mi loše igramo.
Okay, it looks like they're going to move down to the oil derricks to try to work from. Dono was playing the other one, and this isn't the best.
A FaZe spot ne za top 3, nego za win.
All rounded out, you have to be very, very careful with it.
Jer će oni prvi izvršiti. Sutra i prekosutra.
Tiamba is a lot more in a fortified position, but they also don't really have a lot of cover over into the east where FaZe is going to be playing from. They're much more defended line.
Sljedeća faza će biti live challenge, će biti dobar. A to je zanimljivije gledat, razumiješ? To je zanimljivije. Kad znaš da ako budeš bottom osa ideš kući, to je zanimljivije gledat. Pošto je sad ovaj meč najzanimljiviji jer borba je za 8. mjesto. I prvi su gore nebitni.
Opens up the opportunity here for Tiamba to try to throw some grenades into these positions that they know that they're at. Trying to use some blue zones.
Što su dobre zone, jebot. Što su dobre zone. Ali dobro, ovo će da istenka sol.
That is a very heady play.
Absolutely brilliant from Tiamba, reading this situation so perfectly. So yeah, you cut us off with smokes, that's fine. We've still got plenty of utility.
Kako su dobro iskoristili tilt. Ali niko ko Saša BATULIN na onom Erangelu iz onih tunela, sjećate se. Iz rupe one. A ono je bolest.
So that's more control angles coming up for FaZe as wherever this is going to be going next as we are in phase number 9. Or phase number 8, as we move into phase number 9, Center Dot is definitely favoring FaZe, as you can see Gustav now.
FaZe is favoring FaZe.
So how this firefight's going to go, man, good luck trying to fight into this.
Phase number 8 is favoring FaZe.
No, it doesn't matter what happens between Dono and Tiamba and FaZe just needs to hold the line and come through with the win, and then they for sure will know. I don't know.
Ali da se ne lažemo.
If they can come through with the win, they will.
Imali su više sreće no pamet sa ovom zonom na kraju. To je meč. Ja mislim da se skupimo mi ovdje sa streama, da smo dobili ovakav shift, uzeli bi ti 5 bodova.
And look at the setup that they did here. It's blue zones out, and right as the blue zone's popping, he's throwing one that's going to bounce on the backside of the blue zone where a player from Dono is likely to move. It's so smart. The coordination is so good.
That was a good follow-in.
Ti boga nesta došli.
Collapsing in Tiamba. Did lose 2 into it, but keep in mind, FaZe ready to go. They know that they have control. They're now stepping into this one. This is the way to cement it, right? We're going into the finals. We're going to earn it. We're going to make sure to shut up everyone.
I love it. Absolutely love the statement that FaZe made, the way that they played this game. One more player to go. And
sad je seks.
But
They will certainly know for sure. S12K, why not? Pow Pow, go for it.
Smokes. Oh, hey, trying to collect a bit more ammo to work with there, and it's going to be its own problem. Is a lot of throwables, 8 kills, about to be a decent chunk more. Is going to come.
Sad bi se Nino popeo nove strojeve. Bukvalno. Nino bi gore bio već pola sata. I piju od ozgu.
Tiama's going to have to make a move. Do they just go ahead and feed it over? Do they go for the firefight? No reason
ne,
not to go for the firefight, right? Shot's not going to come out. James realizes exactly where he's at. Going to go for the door open. It goes for the shotgun.
Vale, evo satra pede vez.
It's going to be a clean, easy, efficient win for FaZe.
Prođu se ljudi.
Because they come through with another heroic performance to get themselves into a grand finals. Time and time again, this team gives us highlights.
I mean, it's just a solid read. You can see the relief, the happiness setting in as now grand finals in control. We've got our top 8 teams, and you gotta say they deserve it. They fought their way to get into this stage, but that means that if we're looking into the future, my man, this is gonna be nuts. Looking what's going on with Last Chance.
Those Last Chance qualifiers are going to be spicy as heck. Who knows how it's gonna fall out? But guys, we are going to send it back over to the desk to break it all down.
FaZe up. Jebi ga. Dobili su zonu, iskoristili je. GG.
Kleinemane.
GG Kleinemane. Nema šta. Imao je i Virtu zonu na Weekendiju, pa je nije iskoristio Twisted Minds.
Šta si prodao Weekendi, ja nisam gledao više od ovog grada.
Ali centar zone ispušali, Ivicu umrli. Mada je i FaZe tu imao još bolju zonu od njih, pa su ispušali.
O, tek FaZe šta je prodao?
Da vam pokažemo uz ove Koreanci kako se to, kako uzmaju kodove.
A pokazao nam je neko.
谁主动谁被动的问题。主要是BATULIN出不去。
Gle, znači kako stigne kod, njima bot prekopira i paste.
谁主动谁被动的问题。
主要是BATULIN出不去。
Kako ti da budeš brže od ovoga?
只能接。
Gle kod, dođe se pojavi.
主要是BATULIN出不去。那只能接。
谁主动谁被动的问题。
主要是BATULIN出不去。那只能接。
谁主动谁
kako se zove, Keylogger, bret.
I kako ti da budeš brži od toga? Hajde objasni mi kako da budeš brži od ovoga. Znači, ljudski nemoguće. Plus na sve to da uračunaš razliku u delayu streamova. Taj njihov stream konta možda i brže ide nego ovaj naš.
A gdje je Marko? A tu je Rihic? Ajde Rihic.
Ali da mi neko rekao da 10 miliona ljudi će gledat, svaka čast. Respekt za PUBG.
A nismo znali da baš toliko ljudi prati igricu.
Ne, ja nisam imao pojma. Znao sam da Kineza ima milijardu da gledaju taj PUBG.
Ali ne toliko.
Ali ne toliko, znaš, ono, konto sam 500-600 hiljada maks.
Zato nije toliko propala igrica još. Mislim, nije se ugasila još, to ih i drži vjerovatno.
Samo da otvorim ove kutije, kutičke da otvorim. Da otvorim kutije,
Ma ne vredi, otvorio sam ja 40 kutija i nisam dobio AUG, tako da...
Samo otvorimo prozor. Malo prozor da otvorimo, da uđe Arije.
Kad dolazi ova...
Sljedeće nedelje, od utorka.
Store, items... Čak imam i da kupim. O, 2. Ide gas. Dobro. Znači, prvo ću da otvorim ove. Special craft, ne. Regular crafting. Ove 2 ću da otvorim. Možda nukenja kutija neka. Naravno da neće.
Nisam AUG otvorio, bre.
Sad ćemo ove. Sad ćemo i ove da ništa ne otvorim.
Kupit ću još ovaj mini, ću uspjeti da kupim. Ovaj lijepi onaj.
Pa ja mislim da sam ja na streamu otvorio 30 ovih kutija dosta. Pa eto, ovo nije loše, ali ovo nikad ni ne uzmem spoda.
Gdje je ovaj mini? Kako se zove? Fractured neki, brate, mini. Fractured element, taj ću.
To je ljubčasti, ali.
Pa taj ću kupiti još.
Pretpostat.
Uzet ću njega SLR isto, uzu bi SLR, ali...
Gift wrapped mini, šta je to? Možda ja taj mini već imam. Nemam, vidim kako izgleda. Pa ovo nije loš. Ovo nije loš.
Taj.
A njega malo koristim. SMG može, SR, a ima već dva ta. Već dva ta ima. Nema skina bez cale. Moraš dati 100 evra cale da bi nešto radio. Jel da? To je neka logika.
Otprilike.
Ja sam dropao onu MK žutu iz prve kutije. I ja isto, vrat. Nikad ništa dobio nisam. Lagani flex, Mare, a? Lagani flex. Viš ti Lakija šta piše, Laki piše ko ti je kriv kad nemaš brze prste. Znaš, Laki je sve kodove redeemao.
Nemaš Kineza ispod stola.
Nema Kineza ispod stola. Da ti vuče ruku. Ne dam eura, dosta se dobije. Ne daj Tifa, ne daj. Neki moji Kinezi što ih gleda 5 miliona, neki mu ne davaju.
Majko im jebe.
Mi smo ovih 15.000 na Twitchu.
15.000 siročića.
Aleksa Avramović. Što je najgore, ja niti igram, ušao bez vz. Možda je to fazom, brate, nabaviti account koji nema puno sati i otvara kutiju. Možda je zapravo to fazom, znaš ono, kao možda je algoritam PUBG-a naštelovan tako da daje skinove novim igračima, ne bi li ih privolio da ostanu. Sad ću napraviti account. Sad ću napraviti account i nazvat ću ga Marko.
Kad vide Marko, nema ništa od toga daš dobiti.
Jo, piđe si mačak.
Jebama, gdje sam se ja zagladio, nema pička.
Ma ja 5.000, ali ne igram zadnje 2 godine. Oh, ništa, onda propadem teorija u sekundi.
Još ako staviš Dulić, tu sigurno neš dobiti.
Neću, gdje bih to ostavio? Marko je ovako generalno. Možda se ne provali.
Čekaj, kako ide ono shift delete, jel? Skloni toga ono.
Shift delete klikne, shift delete. Ali ne, brate, mora avion da popa. Mora, jel, proći avion.
Da skakam.
Ajmo počinke. Raptor igra, koliko dugo nisam vidio to čovjeka da igra. Ja sam mislio da je umro. Ne mogu ti ja to zapamtiti, hoću reći majici da si umro. Šajbu, da. Šta skakam? Bajro, nemoj da si me ubio. Doma će ti naći.
Kući ću ti zapaliti.
Bajrić, ja još preživio niz.
3, 4, lik.
Da, ja odu zeleni. Odmah da vam najavim, ja nemam let dobar. Tako, bailajte dok možete.
Jedan je plavi marker skočio. Preko ceste je vamo.
Šajbu. Ne mi si nazveš ga šajbu. Bukvalno načuk.
Upstairs pored mene.
A dobro, ja ću s ovim penom. Kako će mi ne bati sad?
Nokan?
Žuti, jel?
Nokan, da, kuće pored mene.
Dobro. Zubila.
Ide na njega da ga rivaju.
Dobro, mogu li puške ovdje?
Nokan ovaj preko ceste.
Trola me neko.
Ne idu sam ih. Nisam ih nokovao.
Ja idem na tvoj
Dvojica kod mene.
Šta znači kod tebe, u tvojoj kući?
Preko kuće pored mene, ispred mene, pinovo sam, žuti pin. Upstairs, na stepenicama se revive, ne ide stairs ako ima.
Ne, ima moli.
Možeš me revivati, full safe sam.
Nisam čuo ovaj moj moli uopšte da je popuo. Ko je toliko vas na zemlji?
Ja sam dole prizemlju.
Tiho.
Pušaju.
Iza šeka jedan.
A da li moguće da... Ući jebem ti Ruse, mrtve Ruse.
Ovdje je taj što na duliku tamo.
U kući mi je čovjek.
Jebote.
Ko ide sink?
Su kod nas u kući?
Ne.
O, nisam ni spiku. Nije u kući vanje.
A ovo su cheateri bre, simple how i ovi. Ja majku ti jebe. Ali dobro, svejedno me da je sinko obacio, da nije imao cheat. Ovako bi me ubio. Bajro moj, dobri Bajro. Dobri.
Ti prvi izlazi... Pomeri se, ne na mene.
Još jedan. Još jedan ide.
Nije bi ga Raptora, još 7 ih je bilo.
Ajke, nemam hila.
Vidi ovo, bre.
Jeste vidjeli koji ide sink? Da li ste vidjeli kakav ide
Jedan
sink?
mi metak falio da flašem. Sam sam te više
Šta
jednom
pričaš, Duliću, nema više desinka, nema. Toga više nema u PUBG-u, izbacili su ga.
Jer desink se uzme i izbaci. Ako pitaš prosječnog PUBG igrača. Uvatiš desink za uši i izbaciš ga kroz prozor. Nije desink to što Rus igra sa 150 pinga, ti sa 25. Gavra, slobodno ti redi kao si tiš potrebu, nije žurba.
Imam, ostim ja njega.
Ej, samo da sam povukao, slušaj, samo da sam povukao još ovog jednog. Niste više.
Mariha prodao, druže. Ali ovaj simple how, ovo su čitrčene samo taki. Ti reportaš ga, lik dobije perma ban, sutra novi account simple HO sa 2O. Reportaš i on dobije perma, sutra simple HO sa 3O. Jebo majku svoju. Kaže, Laki 3 koda do... Aga, slaga, lik 3 koda... Znaš kako Laki uzeo 3 koda, tako što je kupio onaj kupone, one. 100%.
3 koda nisu ljudi ukupno u Evropu okupili.
Ja mislim cijeli Twitch viewership da skupiš niz 3 koda zajedno ukuca. Tješ ukuca, druže, kako Reanac ima bota.
Ma to je onaj keylogger, bret. Šta? Ne možeš ti tu ništa, druže. Skripta.
Ne znam šta je. To se vidi.
Keylogger, bret.
Ne znam šta je to ti kažem.
Pa skripta, bukvalno uđeš ono... Ti sada ti pošalje tu skriptu, čovjek, keylogger ti pošalje, uzme ti sve živo što imaš na računaru što si kucao posljednjih godinu dana, bog.
Oj.
Svaku tipku što sprecno ima.
Majke ti.
Sve.
To bi moglo u Antiči da se ubaci. Da vidimo šta ti radiš u PUBG-u i klikćeš F5. Koji je to bind? Za 11. prst.
A sam se tiltao što sad nisam povukao još ovog drugog. Majku im je. Nisam mi dala vrata da se sakrijem još malo.
Lamber, pa to je ono naše, mi tu skočimo i odemo u lobby. Raptore, ja sad idem GT.
Ajde.
Vidio ste kako si povaljao one cheatere, tu se osjećam bezbjedno.
Ja sam mnom.
Vrate, ali ne možeš ništa kad cheatuju.
Ma mene nije cheat ubio. Slobodno vratite stream. Vidite šta je desync, ali na šta je to? Ja sam bio metar iza zida.
Vidim, Bajić piše desync puta 2.
Znaš ti šta, koja je to boleština bila?
Da sam imao neki shotgun, pobio bih sve sigurno.
Pa ne mu bomba na router, on meta kopuca, to je taj desync bio.
A ne možeš ti ništa, vrate, kad ono isto, vrate, laguje. Ne možeš džabeti sve što... Tako god sam probao, sad nisam mogu da uvaljam.
Ovi lijevo negdje, ova jedan lijevo negdje ide, ja? Ne ide prvi.
Ajde, samo kod mene na žuti, brat.
Ja sam dead.
Ajde, kažem.
Trojica su unutra, nema šta. Jedan knockdown tu.
Raptore će vrati. Dolazi.
Nema šta.
Pričaj.
Tu sam. Žijem.
Svi su u hangaru.
Hangara,
Šta je ovo, druže moj, gdje su ruke? Jebem ti
Tebe pucao, a?
Mene pucao lik.
Sam. Ušao moj hangar u prvi deo.
Dobro. Aj, bejtam.
U drugom delu hangara i dalje. Ovdje tačno na žuti pi negdje.
Možda će se naleći na mene, pucat ću se ja s ovima.
Važi. Ne čujem dalje ovog lika. Stavaj, ukopo se u mjestu, bre. Jebem mu dan igraj.
Koliko ih je? Jedan?
Pa, jedan
Full team bio.
je sigurno, znači i oni
Full team,
znaju.
trojica su skočila.
Ja sam jednog ubio.
Znači, trojica.
3 su bila s vama, jel?
Ja, da.
To je to, onda 3 mene su. Problem je što se ne pomeraju nigde. A nisam ga čuo da beži, znači on je tu i dalje negdje. Tu je. Mislim
tu je,
da
jel?
tu i dalje. Hoď sa mnom, ajde.
Daj s lijeve strane možda.
Kao da je bio tu onda, jel? Nisam siguran.
Ali od oštasa god bi ovamo da mi se vrati.
Od palete ove.
Možda su i lijevo, ali. Dođi sa mnom.
To se mislim oni negdje pucaju s nekim.
Da. Mislim
Vidim
jedan.
na krovu.
Da.
Daj s lijeve strane.
Sakrio mislim.
Na krovu i dalje vidim ga ja.
Dobro.
Sišao.
Vidim.
Ispred nas je. U kući je.
Ušao unutra. To je lijevo crvena ta.
Ođe va. No ga vidiš?
Ne.
Evo ga tu. Zeleni pin.
Na krovu gore.
Kući dalje, jel?
Na krovu. Zeleni pin.
To je s moje strane?
Moje strane.
S lijevi. To je drugi, još jedan prelazi velikom hangaru iza.
Pao je s krova. Provat ću obojicu da ih uvatim. Pušaju ka hangaru. Jedan je ovdje kod kamiona, drugo je na crvenom. Desno su otišli ka drugom hangaru.
Vidim jednog.
Mene čuo, druže.
Da.
Jedan je ovdje.
Nisam ga čuo.
Žuti, ja nisam žutog.
Sad drugi tim. Ovi znaš su pali.
A, rozi outfit. Da. Vidim ga. Tačno ovdje jedan. Moram se da promijenim poziciju. Dobro. Vidim u hangaru na žutom jednom. Tačno tu je.
Koliko ih može biti?
Ha, dvojica sigurno. I taj mini. Jedan je iza ovdje otišao na hill.
A ja, debil, ja mislim da se ne vidim od paleta na kamionu. Dobro, poznavanje mape. Zeleni pin 1, prilazi novi zeleni. Ušao u kuću. Zeleni pin. Dvojica. Dva lika. Jedan unutra, jedan s polja.
Mene zanima gdje je ovaj bolt od...
How to start a teammate tips and tricks. Da više ovakih savjeta zapravo. Ovo ne može svaki dan da se vidi. Ne. Ja, došao do tebe, bu. Aha.
Moć ništa, brat. Neće da me napadnu, a ne daje mi da ih nokujem, brat. Eto.
To ti je gleda, a ne da.
To ti je vučija poza. Sjediš kraj rupe i zavijaš.
Raptor, ako te zanima kako sam te flešao i za više onakih savjeta vođeš na stream, zapratiš i vratiš unazad.
Ono je bio Batulin utility. Saša Batulin lično. Sad ću doći.
Počelo je ovu dobru mapu baciti.
Buks, ovo je naš. Bio je i Lamberjard naš, ali se desi da nekad izginemo. Aleksa. Ljudi, znate li da je pao?
Šta?
Pao snijeg u Beogradu.
Pao je kod nas.
Pa kod nas je počeo nešto, ali...
Sinovac, juče je počeo padat.
Da, tu.
Jel zabelio duke ili samo ovako? Malo. I kod nas
onako,
nešto krenuo.
Prvo je pao sa kišom, ono pomiješa kiša snijeg, pa onda samo snijeg. One sitne pahulje, pa onda one krupne na kraju, ali... Toplo se već sad više nema ništa. Da.
Kod nas nije ni našlo, ono samo malo nešto vidjelo se da pada i to je to.
Da.
Ja nisam vidio snijeg koliko treba, ima jednu 5-6 godina. Ovdje kod nas sem kiša pa.
Buksna.
Buksna sna.
Buksna s nama. Ovdje nema nikoga, braćo. Jesam vam rekao da ćemo preživjeti, vi ne vjerujete.
Još će mi ispušat ćemo nadal 2 lika sa kampa i ubće me. Šta sam landal ovdje? Na plaviju.
Nemam pojma gdje su landale. Ovdje se na naranđasti jedan tim landao.
Tigrici. Zabagam se za stepenicu.
Te diži ta stopala je, evo te, nemoj da vučeš po zemlji.
Imam Dragunovo ovdje, kod mene.
Ma mini kod mene kome treba.
Imam scope višak, ko mi treba.
Koji?
Po 6. Jedan meni, jedan tebe.
8, ti više voliš 6.
Evo još jedna 6.
Može 6. Just i doli, evo. Evo kompeser ovdje, pina.
Kod Raptora druga vremenska zona. Da. Kod njega je plus 40.
Gdje je ta 6?
Ja sam Vojvodina gore.
Voša.
Blagodarim.
Kod nas je uvijek drugačije vreme, ili ravnica. Čistac.
Vjetar puše nosi, jel da?
Da. Kod nas se brže vreme menja, ne zadržavaju se oblaci toliko.
Ja sam spreman.
Ich bin spreman.
Kako je taj supresor? Ko prijavio supresor? A ja zduvili Raptor.
Nisam ja... Evo, mislim da ti ja imam supresor. Nosim ti ja supresor, aj. Pa ne znam šta da bacim. A tu si, brat. Evo ti ođe. Ostaviš ti extended quick draw i suppressor.
Važi.
Suppressor.
Ti ovu osmicu dulik.
Hoću, da. Vraću se.
Evo to ovdje.
Ne molim.
Jel ide ga vroni, ne ide?
Pa gledam gdje ćete kućiti, hoćete lijevo desno.
Ma lijevo.
Nema.
Idem ja po tebi.
Eto, idem, trčim. Pa išao s desne strane, vam.
A evo, ponosan ti u GP-ku nešto.
Hvala, vidjet ćemo kome bude trebalo, me ne treba.
Uzeti eSports ođi.
Ma stigu u GP-ku.
Lutan je. Jaa, idealka.
Do koje ćemo most?
Na lijevi. Od ti desni. Ajmo desni, ajmo.
Samo Gavro, nikom da govoriš kakav sam vozač.
105. A neću govorit nikom na duše.
Neću da vozim non stop.
A nema, čovjek vozi ko da popiste vozi. Ne znam odakle kod sebe.
A nisu, ne bili su. Kamp, vjerovatno, aj desni. Jel ima Duliću? Unmute.
Ne vidim nikog na naranđastu.
Nema nikoga?
Ne. Niko nas nije pucao sam. Auto? Na nas? Neće, BM ovdje pored. Provrnuo se.
Gdje je Pinaj? Vidim.
Od tu se.
Nastave dalje.
Jel voze dalje?
Voz dalje. Puši se.
Jedan hap.
Izgorio je. Dva lika.
Skočio desno.
Izašao sam za auto 2.
Stižemo. Pinuj.
Na autu.
Plavi pin, jel?
Na više je dim.
Aha, vidim. Direkt u njih ide.
Ja, pravo.
Možda se dižu u smoku.
Už sam ja udario bok, taj radi.
Pali još jedan.
Da. Lige vam desno puzo.
Čekaj smok, jedan, nek drži smok.
Možda ovim groma neđe leži ili ističu u šek.
Da nije na auto, jeste vidjeli auto?
Auto je eksplodirao, nema niko. Šta je bio samo jedan, a ko je vidio dva?
Dva su bilo.
Ja sam vidio jednog. Mislim, jedan izašao iz auta.
Ne, pobaco, brat, sve.
Auto na nas. Puštam ih, bliže. Puštam ih još. Puštam još. Vadim.
Bravo. Šteta, ovaj je baš dobar skin imu.
Za koga je šteta?
Za skin?
Zončnik. Zadnjeg.
To da. A sad gdje ovaj lik mogu otići?
Ali je utility je.
Ima, brate, ovdje na ova dva. Hoćemo li na rančasto probati? Gdje se spawn? Tu je bio. A ovo je lutan, ja.
Sto posto uzvagno, sad sam vratio stream i dva još dodavati.
Na mom ekranu ja sam vidio jednog. Rotacija. Žuti pin.
Ušao su unutra. Plavi marker.
Dva
Ali
lik.
jedan lik, jel? Dva lika.
Evo ga, još
Dobio glavu. Molim.
Pešo, jebo ga, kru!
Ako ovo nije novi druže. Neđe hapa.
Na dropu. Hvala mačak, izvini. Smirio sam se.
Hoćemo uzeti gore, pazi. Hoćemo uzeti gore planinu ovu.
Gdje ovaj?
Leđa, ljudi imate leđa jebote.
Tu jedan. Ne vidim lijevo drugog. A da povučemo odavde, a?
Sam?
Noka na plavi. Priča raptore.
Ispred mene su. Ide da spašava plavi lik. Leđa me nokova. Žuti pini jedan i jedan trči prema plavom. Između je. Ide da revive mogu. Desno. Desno. Ide desno prema
Molim.
kamionu. Prema kamionu desno.
Dobro.
Desni kamion. Taj. Možda si iskrolao malo dalje.
Kontejner me jedan gavra tu.
Javro, prolazim klikovi u kontejnerima na žutom.
Dobro.
To oni su ušli u...
Jedan ti lijevo na zida.
Ne vidim ja ovo ništa, brate.
Kogo niš čuo?
To je taj dulić.
Nisam čuo.
Ne čuje se taj lik, nisam ga ni ja čuo.
Pa jebi ga, sam na rekao lijevo, jedan ti iza zida.
High ping ima, evo. Leđa.
No nema, ovaj sve zna.
Brate, ja to
Nisam ga čuo ja, nisam ga uopšte čuo.
Lik je bio na možda 20 metara od mene, trčao, ja ga nisam čuo.
Metar i po bio od mene, nisam ga čuo.
Kako ga moja bomba, znači ja gledam kako bomba puca na njemu. I ne ubija ga. Idemo. I briga nas sad, čeka nas more, pivo i hlad.
Šta skaču?
Buksna opet tamo.
Sad ima... Ili? Ima jedan tim, možda dva.
Ja sam kasnim jako.
Idi gore sa mnom. Ja bi trebao da sam dobar. Oni su svi dolje, lagani su.
Tim.
Idu s nama Raptore, dođi gore.
Sad je kasno.
Jesi dobar?
A? Ne mogu. Ne mogu sad ništa sad.
Ne pika Rika.
Nisam dobar, bret. Ušao mi lik u kuću, revive se na meni.
Flash, Riha.
Revive se levo u korneru, flashi samo, flashi od zida. Tačno su u žutim.
Bravo. Ima još jedan tim iza nas.
Pik mi odavde ovako pretrču kuću, bret. Kako to ne razumijem, bret.
Ja nisam imao info.
Priču nam je tu pravo 100, east.
Ajde, nemam heal-a.
Nemam, moram se badnažirat.
Ja ću da smoke kad mi da napustim nekako.
Ejte u pizdu, maternošće.
Ne ide.
Dođi kod mene. Samo dođi kod mene, iza shit. Tu stani. Oko kuće su nam Gavra, dva lika.
Leđa Gavra.
Da, znam, jebo, moja mater.
Nemaš ništa heal?
Nema.
Neće očekivati ovo, drži ugo. Daj desno.
Ne ide.
Jebem li te igra, u pičku.
Ovo ti je logično ona ekipa koja se najfajta na početku preživi, oni dvi umru.
Oni jedu toga, brate, nego mi ne uzeli straight. Nismo uzeli straight fight, brate. Ne, skočili smo zajedno, nismo uzeli straight fight, ljudi su natrčali bukvalno ispred kuće, svima, brate. Ja sam uzeo duel s jednim i pobjegnem od drugih, čovjek mi pretrči preko full opena između vas.
Jedan je bio sa mnom, jedan je bio sa mnom,
ja sam ga ubio, završio sve to. Nema, nisam
stigao gore dalje. Moramo pušku i svako svog igrača kad da je uvatio, to je to.
Hladno pivo.
Ja sam svog da zgenđu, ali džaba mi jebik.
I vidi svido, ja neću da flašem njegovog lika, pustim ga da živi, zato što nemam ni municije ni helta, ali on mene insta kako me nokovo, tako pokuša da flaše.
Šta je nema druge mape, samo ova se igra?
A dobro je dok se ova igra, verujem.
Nedeljom je samo te, subotom je vikendi.
A subota je miramar ceo dan, i cijelu noć.
Boško buha na aparatima, bukvalno 76 bombi smo dobili. A da, to je bilo za očekiva.
Pa nemaš da je, tako on si. Daj da promenimo na palas sad, vrati.
Ajde.
Ajde, žuti, brate, pin. Žuto, zeleni pin. Ako budu kontestali žuti, idemo u zeleni, sva četvorica ćemo uzeti to. Bog te, ja sam lika dobio. On je imao UMP, ja sam imao Dragunova, vrati, dobio sam duel. Koliko su ti ljudi loši bili, bre.
Draganov.
Dragan je ubica.
Ubica dečijeg lica. Lijevo smo čisto. Da, možemo uzeti main i žuti.
Može, uzet ću ja meni, imam najbolji skok.
Ja sam žuti.
Ma nije valjda da mi se opet teksture izbagovale. Nemoguće.
Tamo jedan tim ili dva?
Dva.
Dva.
Crveni ispred nas ja.
Mašio sam život.
Unutra?
Unutra, iza otišao, sad je pošao, ne znam. Možda je nokan.
Flašovan je. Jedan crveni pin. Na prozoru me pikao od Luke.
Je li jedan?
Jedan. Jednog sam vidio na prozori. Hoćemo pomoći, braće?
Idemo.
Mi smo tu.
Ajde. Dobro.
E tu, paz, iza zida su ošli. Vraćao su unutra. Nije toga nijednom, unutra, plavi marker.
Malo vremena.
Prenisko.
Šta si nokao?
Plavi pin, ali ima još jedan tamo.
Jedan je iza plavi jedan ovdje.
Unutra ima još jedan.
Lijevo, dodi na naranđasti lijevo.
Ej,
pazi Gavra.
Iz kuće, vrati.
Okej.
Mislim da tu, plavi mark Gavra.
Gdje je Dulke unutra, jel?
Očeo dalje, novi plavi.
Noka na oba na plavu.
Ovaj tu, na naranđastom.
Ovo sam finish.
Naranđastom vani, naranđasti vani.
Ima još jedan ođe.
Ja, naranđasti vani jedan. Ne znam da li ima još jedan. Van zida.
Naranđasti je tu.
Mam u kempanu.
Bravo, Raptor.
Namen zadnji ovdje.
Gdje?
Unutra ovdje. Iza crvenog. Iza mene i Raptora. Ovo ga.
Bravo.
Puh, jebote, srce mi je stalo, lik tu čuči.
Što mi ne reče prije da je tu, jebote, ajde da te revivam.
Znači, komci su nam jezivo loši, jel dobro?
Ne bi u kurac.
Gavro, ne može to da...
Ja urpisa nekako.
Imaš smoke da mu baciš?
Idem.
Jel mogu tu ja doći za tebe?
Doći će ja sam polako. Čekaj, ja sam dobio kill za ovoga jednoga, brate. To je bio u kućama. To je njihov.
Imam ja 3 smoka na sebe.
Čekaj, imam ja smoke, sam polako. Budi to desi. Može odići hard desno Dulke. To je od ovoga što sam nokao, onoga što sam snapao onog lika. To je taj tim.
Lijevo otiš.
noka dobit samo. Polako, bit ćemo ih.
Ovo je novi tim, reć.
Ne, to je isti tim od ovog lika.
A koliko ih ima jebot?
Novi tim, a ne skroz drugi.
Nokovan jedan. U kućama je
ima još dva.
Da.
Vidiš ga na open. Leži ti, Ragavra, vidiš ga?
Ne vidim je
Više dolika, en.
Iza ovog šeda treba da jem.
Evo, healam, idem brzo.
Možda pokušao u kućima da ga revive, nisam siguran. Jeste, u kućama je ušao da ga revive, vjerovatno.
Jeste, ovdje kod mene.
Drži mi se na prostor. Imam nejdove. Imam još jedan, nemoj ulaziti.
Ne ulazi.
Je li levo bio ili desno?
Desno, jedan.
Desno sam jednom nokovao. Flash levo mora biti. Flashan ga. Smoke, flashan je, ubi ga, desno je. Bravo, to je to. To je od ovog tima što sam prvog lika nokovao, nisam ni skontao da nisam mrtvi, bre.
Kaže Grujica da je još malo kraj sezoni.
A?
Kaže Grujica izgleda da je još malo kraj sezoni.
Izgleda, brate.
3 tima, žembo. Nis 3 lika, već 3 tima.
Evo te preznao sam se, znaš?
Komp ovdje dropam. Ma jebeno je bil. Nije veselar ovaj me. Komp ti ne treba.
Evo te Riha sve ima, brate, znaš?
Nema da fali kod njega, jel?
Moj brat sve ima, komplet, šta god ti treba, brate. Samo reci. Ajmo.
5 eura, sve što uzmete sa mene.
Dođeš nam.
Ne bi valjda trebali imati više nikoga. Nekad život spašava, je. Ajmo malo to. Desna strana probati igrati.
Hop. Šta ti je, voziš bez greške?
Pa morao sam se
pustiti. Čekao da spadnem gadanom sa 6 na 2 da to napišeš, bolit. Ne znam koga da. Tifa bi.
Nas. vozilo zamijeniti. Šta ima veze? Ništa, ajde, sedi sad. Malo da promenimo zvuk auta.
Pa hajde malo ga promijeni, sad kad stanemo gdje.
A ne to, malo ovaj dovozim.
Joj, vid zone jebene.
Šta? Auto na dropovim.
Ne može ovo kren bez tačkova. Dvojica.
Nego šta mi se desilo, brate? Pokupio sam sa lika AUG koji je prebačen na single fire.
Čorak. Ti izašao da pucaš, ono žeg samo čuješ.
Ne znam kako ih ti nisi pucao pre mene je
Pucao?
Ja sam psiho i krenuo prvi da pucam.
Desnog sam vidio, odmah sam počeo pucat, nisam vidio ranije. Zato što sam gledao lijevu stranu.
Lik me double headshot tu. Imamo šansu.
Ja odo.
Gdje ćeš?
Odo. Imam obaveza.
Ajde.
Valja kvasit malo.
Aha, neka, valja se.
Ljubi, aj kad se vratim, ako budete tu, pucam.
Ajde, piči.
Čujemo se. Ćao.
Ćao.
Doluk tu. Nije Doluk tu.
Sad će laki valjda. Ide laki. Gdje nam je Marko?
Marko, stolca prazna, nije tu.
Ko nije ready? A? Ja mutam, bog. Ko nije ready?
Šta?
Ko nije ready?
Laki.
Ali on dolazi, no?
Moram sad Discord restartovati, jebem ti.
Pogledao sam malo prije.
Šta?
Zanimalo me, je li day trade preskočio Cerberusa, ali čak se ni to nije desilo.
What the fuck? Evo sa Crispa na standardu stane. Eto. Sad će doći.
Veliki pozdrav za moga brata, Novljanskog.
Se sad bolje čuje malo, a?
Ajde pričaj, šta znam.
A?
Pa pričaj, ajde.
Ja smatram da je sad malo bolje, brate. Sad ću da pojačam još malo. Sad bi trebalo da je okej.
Ma dobro je da.
Zato što se ono, kada stavim na crisp i kad pojačam na najjače, znaš, bilo šta da pucnem nešto u sobi, nešto pričam, ono se čuje u pozadini.
Pa ja nemam problema s tvojim mikrofonom.
Brzo da si to odluke završio, a?
To je.
Nisam mi pogriješ da treba najviše minut.
Šta ne razumijem?
Sad kao Raptor on ne razumije.
Aha, da.
Ne, žvate, nemam pojma čemu se radi.
Zvala ga Kaća na brzinski jedan i moraju da ode. Kaže, duže ni ne može. Minut 2 mu dosta.
30 sekundi.
Halo.
Šta radite?
Evo, usred rankeda.
Vuloviću si pogledao, Vuloviću.
Jesam, napisao sam to tamo što mislim, ali ajde večeras biti kući, ne znam, 8, 9, ne, malo te kasnije, 9, 10 tako otprilike, pa, ali ako će biti tu možemo, ako ne igrat, ne znam,
Dobro, ajde vidite. Javit ću se, ja ne znam hoće mi doći u ovoj.
Kong ili Buksan? Javi pre Konga.
Ništa, ajde.
Ajde.
Ćao.
Ćao.
Pa idemo u Neum. Znam sam uvijek gdje je Neum.
Aj, Kong, brad. Sad kad s Kosova skoče sa nama, pa još 2 tima. Albanaca ima svim na nas da idu.
Preživi priču će.
A svi su oni stane tamo strane. Ajde, dođite vam, dođite. Prvi najbliži na plavom.
Jedan tim osto.
Nije, to su 2 flash. Znači full team i 2 men.
Zašto ne mogu pokući?
Kad si Laki.
Ajmo ga vidjeću na bar.
Još jedan ja pod ovih.
Ja sam sad to bum.
3 men, 1 man.
Tu, unutra, Raptori.
Gdje unutra?
Unutra, tu, crveni marker bio, vidio sam ga. I dalje unutra, vidim ga. Promašio sam ga, EVM u sve. Čekaj. Radit ću se.
Jedan vam je nokan bio ovdje upstairs.
Evo ih tu.
Kod nas.
Okej. Čekaj, ću čići vam iza.
Beži, nemoj mene. Čekaj,
To bi neko drugi blokao. Headshotanje, low je.
Naka na krovu.
Nego mi Keva ušla u sobu. Srce mi stalo.
Kako ti nisi odnaka nad bombe? Gore, gore.
Na stepenicu.
Sad je crow jump. Balkon. Ovaj malak balkončić.
Ja, ići na krov.
Ostani tu desi.
Dolazim dok je. Imam bombu. Ide bombu.
Pričaj, posljednji treba da na nama.
Ne znam gdje je. Evo ga lijevo.
To je taj. Na mene taj nju noko.
Lijevo je tu.
Nešto ispod
Ulazi nama,
ispod
ispod nas je.
Ispod mene. Sound.
Stepke u kući. Spratuje.
Dole je flash.
Prizemlje je. Izašao je, bravo.
Bravo.
A nije bre nigdje izašao bre.
Vratio ga je nazad, izašao je u lobby.
Marš u lobby, stoko jedna. Ti ćeš moje propale sa igrače.
Reši nas.
Reši ih. Bre, kontrolišem ovaj Kong. Osim kad ne skoče 10 na nas četvoricu.
Ozbiljno.
Jesi igrao ti laki taj game s nama?
Da, ću sve,
kad smo skočili ovi Kosova gaming, oni likovi.
A zaraz sam rekao uči igru sad.
Ozbiljno? Zna, iskoče s nama i likovi se timuju, videli, nokali se međusobno i nisu tali da nastave fajt.
Igrao sam.
Da.
Laki, trebao si pitat što se timu.
To nije fazon
sa mnom.
Pa dok sam ja skontao šta si ti napisao, jebem.
Si skontao koliko je najdulić loš?
A samo je Newton, brate.
Dulić. On gleda sad onoga kako se zove X Wooda i konta sad će on tako izalti se ko sirotnja neka i zagibi.
Šajvu.
Evo od 6x nekom
Šao mi.
Aj druže, šta ću mi dati?
Kurčina.
Može.
Gdje ćemo, zoni smo.
Ne daj Bože nikomu da spriji.
Koliko vertikal igraš? 1, 2, 1, 3? Ili high sense redovno igraš? Arih. Milton si.
Marij kad igraš tamo dođi.
Koliko igraš? High sense redovno ili igraš vertical sense veliki? Pošto sam vidio na streamu da...
Ja idem mali sense, brate.
Mali sense?
400 DPI i sad ćete reći ostalo.
Onda i tebi kine zvuče ispod stola.
Druže, mene strane podloge svaki put nam beru.
Kako prevučeš onda sprej? Gledao sam te pre neki dan. Znači prevlačiš sprej i više nego što treba.
Sve mi je 41 i vertical 1 i 400 DPI. Aj, čekaj, ispao sam, Mario.
Lukaruksa radiš, a?
To mi je, kako igram, fuk taj sam sen stavio. Ali ne znam od koga sam ukrao.
Marko, koji skop imaš?
Najlup.
4x.
Eto tu lijepe.
Sad i najlup igra.
Iako ne volim Crnogorce, eto.
Lik, rasist.
Šta priča Raptor ovaj?
Opa, levo tim na meni jedan.
Lik.
Idu southwest od mene, rotacije prema vestu. Prošli su dalje, idu prema kućama gore. Prema mom pinu žutu. Navy Seals.
To auto desno. Ju?
I helikopter.
Scout koji ćemo čuti.
Mogu i ono...
Uzeo cesta auto.
To je to.
Ljudi skaču na pin.
Vidim jednog mogu ga nokati ako bude stano.
Na nas.
Ne idu. A gdje će?
Rupo jedan ovdje. Na rupu žuti pin, headovo sam ga. Ima jedan head.
Provna, jel? Da, gora ide.
Trče iza rupa, 3 put hitu, šta?
Jo ga pogodio Dragunovim još.
Ja sam isto, brat. Jedan ovdje upstairs.
Probao sam, ja mislim.
Lako.
Ja healam.
Iza mene gore.
Tačno žuti upstairs.
Ne ide.
Žuti upstairs je.
Drugi me iz sadržaja gore. Imam je lik, halu.
Dole, izašao van. Jeste i na njemu jedan. Ispod vas na kući. Daj, brate. Lik me spojio 3 puta u telo. Na hilu.
Dolje, low. Jedan dolje, jedan gore. Možeš na mene kreša.
Da li je ovaj lik u našoj kući?
A šta je ovo? Pasti.
Prišli su ovi šume isto ovdje.
Je safe? Imaš i smoke da ubaciš.
Ajde jebot ja mater u kempanu onu.
Op, nokali su ovdje,
no. Drugi tim, da.
Evo, za griefing. Pišao. Tu leži za šanka gdje je bil mrtvi.
Na meni dulki jedan, na meni, vidjet ćete. Smog tela.
Dobro. Kad bi ja mogao da izvučem dragunom na ovim stepenicama, kao da nisu mogli da ih naprave 10 cm šine da možeš pucat. A ne mi diže nišan 2 metra iznad glave lik.
Znaš ti da se lik toliko komitovao da me flašuje, da me vio oko auta i bacio mi 2 bombe da me flašuje, eto. Toliki su ovi ljudi retardi. I stoji u sreću. Ček sad restartujem igricu, sačekajte. Staje mi... Eben ti bug.
Može, sajber. Mačka mala. Jesi namijenio kolu zero i fantu, ej?
Znaš, ne znam skonto dulke kad mi se ovo desi, brate, kad je petopul, kad ne može da se oladi dovoljno grafa, brate.
A ne znam šta ti se dešava.
Pa samo mi bukvalno kao da mi spusti ispod svakog mogućeg kvalitija teksture grafička karta da bi se mogle rashladiti, tako nešto. Takav ima se. Znači, ima 1200 vati napajanje, ja prvo sam mislio da je do toga, ali nemoguće.
1200 napajanje možeš pokrenuti 2490.
Bukvalno, ne. I onda sam skontao da u stvari ona je loša i čim dođe do neke temperature i zamenio sam i termalnu pastu i termalne padove i full sam je očistio i sve. I otvoren mi je računar, nije mi zatvoren da može da bolje da se ladi, ali ne vredi. Čim je toplije u sobi i nekako samo jednom trenutku, ne znam, posle 10 game-ova lupa, baci mi ono ispod svakog mogućeg kvaliteta sliku. Tako je. Tako mi bude bukvalno.
To je nešto do grafički.
Pa matora, brate. 1080 Ti je.
Znaš li možda što mi neće donacije na streamu kad ljudi uđu na link? Čekaj.
Sve sam menio samo nju, nisam...
Kad kliknu na link, pa kad ih baci na onaj drugi sajt, jel ideš preko Stream Elements? Znači kad kliknu na onaj link za donacije, piše im something went wrong, jel? Ili?
I padovi i sve živo.
Nisam te razumio, da li ti...
Sad je sve okej opet, evo, restartovao sam sve i... sve kako treba. Čekaj, da otvorim prozor. Nismo mi, mene smare.
Laki, sad ću mi samo da avion okrenemo.
Ne znam,
Svako, ne morate žuriti.
Ja ne radim preko Streamlabsa.
I ja isto išao.
Ali mislim da nije do Streamlabsa problem.
Bog da se upišal kad budete spavali.
Jel ti to neko napisao da se dešava taj error? Ili kako znaš za taj error? Jel može biti da je do Paypala, vrat? A i najjednostavnije ti provjeriti donaciju preko možda Botrixa ili Stream Elementsa i onda da vidiš jel do Paypala ili je do čega već.
Tu na pinu jedan krov crkve.
Ili probaj sam sebi dupla, probaj sam sebi uplatiti donaciju. Vidi je li... Da, rekli.
Pozavodi na nas.
Doći mu na crku, nema ništa.
Najbolje ti je sam sebi uplatiti 5 eura, vidi. Jel radi ako ti pošalješ. Znaš, jer desi se, vrate, da... Mislim, ja sam imao isto takvih komentara.
Isto čuo mu je gore na crkvu.
A brate, desi se da ljudi jednostavno... Ili im je loše povezan Paypal, ili nemaju dovoljno na Paypal, ili nešto se desi, razumiješ, ali nisu svjesni da je to problem.
Ovi su i dalje na žutom burke. Jel ti treba petica, Duliću?
Ne,
dobar. Ako imaš sedmica, išti. Sorhavić u ovoj kući.
Onda je tu jade gore na brdo.
Probao si, znači, okej, onda je definitivno, ako si ti probao i ne radi, onda je definitivno problem,
moj ado.
Do linka, definitivno do linka problem. Mislim, ne znam da li si scene namještao preko Streamlabsa, ako ti samo donacije i notifikacije idu preko Streamlabsa, instaliraj Stream Elements, to ti je pola sata poslije. Vidi jel će ti radi preko Stream Elements. ne igram igrice uopšte. Ja sam safe, nemoj rizikovat safe si.
Pušao vas ja noka. Napin vam je nokan.
Vidjet ću to, ajde probaj. Mislim, nemoj da koristite taj, generalno ne valja koristiti Streamlabs.
Znate, pogodio sam ga 6 puta da bude u nokan, on još nije iskrvario.
Kako se zove?
Ja mogu brata da spasim.
Streamlabs, ja ne.
Ovi si dalje od
OBS se koristi i...
Odakle tebe dulknuo koliko? Odaj za ove žute kuće
to ti je trenutno najbolje sad.
Nema ti dulke.
To ti je najoptimalnije za stream, najstabilnije. I možeš s njim da radiš šta god želiš. Streamlabs je za početnike dobar, ali... Ja znam da ti streamaš podavno, mogao bi se prebaciti na ovo. Ništa nema bukvalno.
Tako je šiha.
Gdje su? U crkvu?
U tašu utrk sredina vam.
Trebalo bi da ima ovdje u ovoj još liku.
Penje se gor, mislim na vuku pol, činim se.
Dobro.
Mi imamo još ovdje ljudi, jel?
Da.
Popio se gore ri.
Ne znam da li
su to... na bombi.
Tako je bio dobar nid.
Izgleda da jesu, izgleda da nema nikog više u briku.
Bandažiram riha.
A koliko je palo ljudi s nama?
Pa... Ovdje tačno ne znam koliko, ali mislim da su to plus 2, brat.
Gdje su?
Jedan brik stepence, jedan unutra.
Okolo sam ga. Ako te brat pokrio.
Timing lupi, ja sad bam povukuo.
Ne znam
ja ću proći.
Desna strana, u desnom korneru, Duke. Desno je, desno, mano ćeš kiću. Kako brat pokriva, ej.
Šta pokriva?
Krov. Od kuće.
Kod kuće? Kako me lik skinuo, brate? Bože mi sačuvaj.
Jel ima šta na njima?
Pa nema ništa ovi ljudi.
Šta radi? Evo the gates.
Bravo, kom je scope?
Pa, imam 3x.
Meni, ja nemam ništa.
Daj njemu.
Evo ovdje ima 4, možda 4 kom je šta pomoći.
Može meni, brate. Vertikalo. Evo, našao sam 4x, dobro sam.
Može meni taj 4, evo našao sam ja 4x.
Ili ovaj dulik retardiran?
A koji ti imaš?
Dođe vam rap, treba tebi, ne dam nje.
Daj njemu jedan. Ma ne, ja sam čuo 3x druže, neko je rekao 3x. Dragunov treba li?
Može mene vrat. Oko tebe, jel?
No, imaš i metak.
Samo da mi pokaži. Gdje?
No daj Bože naći neki booster ili nešto tako.
Znači ekipe tu negdje.
Ima. Ma ja na snajperu ostaje isti ga tu.
Kako Riha govori booster, tako ja uvijek kućno nađe 5 boostera. Ajde skoči dole Marko, tuče. Dođe Adol.
Swipe in.
Half ili vertikalno.
Skoči mi na šaku.
A i dao mi je Raptor. Jel treba tebi?
Pa što ti je dao Raptor? Dobro Raptore, znači tako.
Imam ja 8x.
Dobro Raptore, nećeš nikad od skopa.
Dao sam mu ja budalu, imam ja.
Dobro, nikad ti se skopa ne.
8x, Riha moj.
Koji može?
Može ja, je.
Može brate kad ga ima.
Dobro Raptore.
Ma ja viš ništa ne kontam, ko ima skop, ko ne ima.
Ma ja čuo 3x.
Ja imam četvorku.
Evo ti za tebe. Tu na stepke.
Sad možda.
Svi imamo osmicu.
Sad svi imamo osmice, nikom mi nije jasno kako ko dobiju.
Ja sam je našao u maloj kućici u WC-u. Pre toga mi je Laki dao osmicu. Ja sam ovaj dio.
Ja bogam ne znam, ja samo znam da Doluk rekao da njem treba skop, da nema nikakav i onda odjednom moment daje osmicu neku iz džepa izvlači.
Ma ne pitaj, našli smo 3 osmice u 10 sekundi, bre.
Kako će ovaj što sjedi na dvici da dobije headshot od mene, nije svijest.
Vjeruj mi odmah čisto. Ja imam nešto bolje za njega. Duke izađi, Duke.
A brate, mene se igrica ali taba non stop, jebo me.
Pa moraš bolji radar uzeti. Nemoj taj Rafi. Gdje smo mi? Gdje se nalazimo? Koje je ovo mjesto?
Više losa.
Koje je ovo mjesto?
Ovaj gore nego ja kad sam pitao šta men treba.
Aj kako je do sad?
Nisam znao gdje se nalazimo, gledam sve nešto okolo. Eno smo okolo na pin. I lik dole liđu iza.
A i na krovu gore
smoku. I na krovu lik na...
2.
Imaju hangaru pin. I dvojica vamo na riču.
Evo, Mike padaju pod noge.
Znači, crtam gdje su ljudi. Nacrto od mene šutaju. Trče lijevo dvojica pin.
Ti sve u usta. Nije fair, ja njega ne mogu pogoditi na pogodi.
Koliko ima metara dok?
Ne znam, ali nešto ne mogu da procijeni. Ovo malo previsoko.
Ajmo uzeti.
Dan jedan.
Ajmo uzeti ovam ispred njih, on će trčat ovako.
Jedan na plavom iza zida. Prošao lijevo skroz. Penje se na ove bokse.
Leđa heal moj pin.
Prvi me šutaju.
Ode nam auto.
Ne ide desno od mene.
Vođe, jel na plavim?
Da.
Headshotovo sam ga.
Ili je možda čak i u ovome, nisam siguran.
Ma nije, to je preblizu.
Headshotovo sam tog lika.
Na žutom gore, jel?
Da. Silazimo dole, bret.
Će on lijevo ili desno ići?
Kućama.
Aha, ne, i gore još.
Ovo ide li gore na pravu?
Ajde ga nokam, ništa mi ne znaš.
Lijevo je to.
Možda gore još jedne stijeni gleda. U plavoj zoni. On me inoko.
Moramo livati na njih dole.
Ne znam, solo lik na plavom.
Dvojica sad na pinu u hangar. Dok ja mislim da on ima DBS.
Ma nemaju su, dvojica su. Dva squada.
Ti si ima i shot.
Jebote igra.
A da vi njih zaobiđete, da odimo ovdje dole uzeti nešto.
Dva tima su na plavom. Ne puno ljudi, ali dva tima. Ko te je pucao, Laki?
Hangar, crveni.
Insta gore jedan na briku, ali ima još.
Ima još.
Brik me puca.
Da me lik. A prvo na liku, ovdje na kontejnerima, mrtvim.
Headshotan.
Vrat gore, ti gore igrajte.
Bravo, Raptore.
Jedan flash, još jedan da bude.
Leđa. Ovo ja nisam vidio, druže moj, da lik sam oko teleportu. Dol prizemlje skroz.
Polako ne moraš ulazi.
No mojoj je bio. Skroz lijevo, tamo prema duliku.
Tercima je negdje. Iznad mene. Pa kako sam ja sad počeo da govorim, reci mi molim. Shotgun ima.
Ma ima oni ping, bar 200. $3 miliona sula. Maša i Medo.
Retard, brate, po stream snajpuje.
Ja sam otišao ljudi. Idem da jedem.
Gdje ćeš ukrac?
Idem jesti. Moram i pravi da jedem, tako šta ćeš. Ajde, laka noć, vidimo se poslije. Ćao.
Jedimo, čao.
Ljudi, palit ću opet stream malo kasnije, samo da jedem. Gledamo se.